David Hockman. How you doing, David?
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome all trainers watching all around the world. Here for our Championship Sunday, we will crown the 3 winners of the 3 age divisions. This morning, we will start with the juniors, then go on the seniors. You will watch the Masters match. 3 incredible matches I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of the chatter last night was about Tord Reklev making the finals of the World Championship for the first time ever, maybe finally getting over the hump. But that is not what we're talking about this morning, David. We have got 2 junior division finalists, and they have worked through a long weekend of Pokemon action, a long season of Pokemon action. They have gotten all the way to the final, and make no mistake, the World Championship final means just as much to these juniors and seniors as it does to the Masters. And of course, let's not forget, we have some notable players who have done very well at juniors, or even won juniors, who are now well-known players in the seniors and masters division. The rules seem to hold pretty well. The good junior players become good senior players, and the good senior players become good masters players, and there is generally no time there. There's no drop-off, there's no adjustment period. These players are the top-level players, just go through the whole time.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday, you interview players, you ask them, what is your secret? How did you get so well? And they almost all of them give you the same answer: just play, play, play. And these junior players, they started playing very early on in their life. They're just completely used to it. And then once they age up, they can show all the, I would say, like veterans of the game also what the new generation can show. This is also something we love to see. Junior players, of course. Unfortunately, we cannot show them so much. You know, they are not as old, not so used to, so it feels like a little bit problematic to stream them, to put so much pressure on only individuals from the tournament. But of course, this championship match is something we really want to show the world.
Yeah, we need to see these junior players, and I'm not even going to think about the fact that I never got to be a junior player because Pokemon didn't exist when I was that age. I'm not even going to think about it. What we are going to think about is the format we've been playing this weekend long. So let's take a look at the format we've been playing in all weekend so far.
The 2023 Pokémon World Championships event has been showcasing the best Pokémon TCG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion, over $1 million in prizing, and return invitations for next year's Worlds. On Friday, our trainers faced off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who met the required number of match points advanced to Saturday. Trainers who advanced on Friday met those who earned direct Day 2 invites in a fresh set of Swiss rounds, playing until top 8 was determined. Trainers then competed in a single elimination bracket until only the final 2 players remained. Today on Championship Sunday, we crown our champions in each division, and all matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokemon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out, and follow the action at pokemon.com/play.
Always a big fan of Championship Sunday. Now we do have our junior top 8 bracket here, and we can see that we had heavy Japan representation with Hiyashi, Haruku, and Kazusa all making up into the top 8. Unfortunately, no Japanese players made it all the way to the finals, but we did have Xiao Tong, Gabrielle, Kingsley, Yunwon, and Hatsuto.
Yeah, this was a very difficult top 8 to navigate. Amazing players from all around the world. Yeah, we had in top 8 2 Japanese players facing each other, and the decks lists are also very interesting. If you compare to Masters, the metagame look completely different. This is often the case for juniors. They have a different way of playing, a different way to think about the metagame. So looking at the decks is also super interesting. We had a Chimpao, for example, in top 4 for juniors, a deck that didn't do too well in the Masters division. Also a Arceus Duraludon is now in the finals. So just amazing games then.
Yeah, absolutely. Worth noting that both the top 4s ended 2-0. So Gabrielle and Xiao Tong both went through their top 4 without losing a game. So they are both going to be full of confidence coming into this final. They 2-0'd their top 4. They're in the final. And I was lucky enough, I went to introduce myself and wish good luck to both of the players before this final. And Gabrielle said, well, I've been playing since 2019. Their goal this weekend, play at Worlds. Yeah. That was their goal. They just wanted to play at Worlds. Now they're in the final. I spoke to Xiao Tong. been playing for 1.5 years and already in the World Championships final. And you know, they said they really wanted to make day 2. Their big goal was get that day 2 finish. And so both of these players have already well surpassed their expectations coming into this event. And you know, making a World Championship final after a 1.5 years of play, that is an impressive feat to accomplish, David.
Yeah, the only thing that's more impressive is to become the world champion, and this is definitely something that Xiaotong is looking forward to. Gabriel, if you look at like junior players, they're not as old, so if you play since like 2000, what did you say?
2019.
Yeah, if you play since 2019, that's like a big percentage part of just like your whole life that you have been spending going to Pokemon tournaments, practicing, becoming better and better and better, and now showing the whole world what you're made of.
Yeah, I am very much looking forward to this final. That video at the start got me hyped. I've hopefully got some future junior division players in my house, and when that video came on, they were so hyped. They asked me, are we going to have those floating islands in the venue this weekend? I wish we did. That would be amazing, but I'm not sure that's how the laws of physics work. But today we are focusing on Gabriel, we're focusing on Xiaotong, and I believe, David, you know what decks they're playing.
Yes, so we have a very interesting story. Gabriel is playing the Arceus V-Star Duraludon deck. He played a lot of tournaments this season, and he had very good finishes with the Lugia Single Strike deck, a deck that was very, very popular in the Masters division in day 1, the most popular deck, and then I think the 4th popular, still with like 15%, so very noticeable deck still in the Masters division. But Gabriel decided to go for the Arceus V-Star Duraludon deck that we saw the 2nd place at the NAIC in the Masters division, for example. So definitely a deck that has already proven itself. Gabriel is facing Xiaotong, who is a very experienced player with the deck that he is playing. The Lost Zone deck, the one without Giratina, where you just play a lot of exactly a lot of like smaller Pokemon to attack with. You have a lot of options. It's a difficult deck to play. A lot of the masters were like a little bit too afraid even to bring it to day 1 because they were, well, you have to make so many decisions. I don't know if I can like finish in time all the time. But Xiaotong has been playing this one deck for the whole season, and like you said, he started playing just the last season. So basically, all of the Pokemon decks that he played are this deck that he's now brought to the World Championship. So we definitely have a complete expert in this match.
Yeah, we absolutely do. I mean, it's interesting, of course, because these junior players, they haven't had as much time playing as a lot of the Masters players. Like, I started playing Pokemon proper. I mean, I've been playing since base set came out, but I started playing properly competitively in 2009.
Me too.
That's 14 years ago.
Yes.
That is longer than somebody can be alive before they're out of the junior division.
Yes.
So it is interesting, and you know, that does inform the deck check of some junior players, because a lot of the players we see excelling with decks like this Rapid Strike deck, like Lost Zone, these decks that have a lot of decisions constantly, they are real veterans of the game, players that have been playing 5, 10, 15 years at this stage. They are the players that are excelling with these decks. You know, players like Tord Reklev, Saul Garcia Griego, I think Alex Creckley yesterday was on the Rapid Strike deck. These players have been playing a ridiculous amount of time, and you've built up your skills over years, I mean at this point pretty much decades, and then you're really prepared for these kind of decks. Whereas these junior players that have been playing kind of 1 to 4 years, being able to have, you know, that level of experience and still be able to pilot these decks like Lost Zone, which are incredibly difficult decks to pilot, that is very, very impressive. Because we talked about Lost Zone a lot this weekend. You have Flower Selecting on the Comfey. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. One goes in your hand, it's available to use. One goes in the Lost Zone, it's gone for the rest of the game. You aren't getting it back. If you put the wrong card in the Lost Zone on turn 1 or 2, then on turn 6 or 7, you could be like, oh, I'm 1 energy short. I shouldn't have lost that energy 6 turns ago. Now I lose the game. For these junior players that don't have that level of experience, to be confident and competent and, you know, really skilled with these decks, that is really impressive.
Yeah, also we talked about this yesterday. You start collecting championship points for a whole season, but you don't start practicing for the season. The Masters Division players, they have been practicing for years and years and years. And when a new deck comes out, most of the Masters players usually go like, oh, this plays a little bit like that deck. For example, you see the Excalibur Chien-Pao. A lot of people, oh, this is like Ember Rayquaza, or this is like Keldeo Blastoise from back in the day. For Todd, for example, Refinement, oh, this is like Zorak. So you already have a lot of practice with like similar concepts. Or for example, the Losslon box deck now, you can go, oh, this is a little bit like the SP deck from like 13 years ago, or like the Zapdos Jirachi box that we had. But the junior players, some of them, yeah, weren't even alive, so it's like basically impossible to fall back on this like past experience that some of the Masters player had, yeah, 5, 10, 15 years ago sometimes. So of course, yeah, you just have to start from scratch basically, and this is why it's so amazing to see these journeys of the junior players, because they are starting fresh with like a fresh mind, unfazed from like past experiences, and they are eager to show us what they learned so far.
Yeah, I love seeing the juniors and seniors players. I love seeing how they play and what deck choices they make. And I want to hear from you guys. I want to know what you're seeing this weekend. I want to know what you're loving. I want to hear from you. We got that hashtag Pokémon World across all your social media platforms. And of course, /Pokemon and @PlayPokemon. Tell us what you like. You know, make me feel better about the Kyogre I drew on stream yesterday. Use that hashtag Pokémon World. We want to hear from you. Give us some predictions. Which of these juniors, which of these decks do you think is going to take down this final? And then, of course, tell us what you think about the Masters final coming up later as well.
Yeah, we would like to hear about what your opinion is about the game in the junior division, who you're rooting for, or maybe if there were some players that you were rooting for that already got kicked out, who also did well, especially for the junior division. Yeah, we don't hear about so often. These are the matches that usually are not posted or collected for data. It's like kind of difficult to get to. And then also a lot of Masters players, they don't respect the results too much because they say, well, junior players, they don't play like optimally, so using this data is not really useful for us as Master players. But it is very, very interesting to see what the junior players come up with, and just seeing how well you can play at such a young age, in my opinion, always amazing.
It's always amazing. You know what else is amazing, David? Gold Charizard EX. That's amazing. And you can get one of them on Pokemon TCG Live right now using that code Celebrate WCS23 World Championship Series. Make sure you do it by August the 21st, and make sure you are one of the first 100,000 people that go and claim that, because that is a very cool card, and I have it on very good authority, maybe the best authority, that this is a powerful card that is going to make a very good deck.
Yeah, we already saw, like in Japan, most of cards released a little bit earlier, and we also have the rule here that you can usually play cards the moment they're released. So we already saw Charizard EX win some tournaments, or the Japanese players have already built their decks. I'm also looking forward to that.
It's going to be fun, but you know what else is going to be fun, David? The Junior World Championship Final. So let's take it down to the stage and get this ball rolling.
That's right, we are here for the TCG Junior Finals. Let's welcome our players first. Let's give a big round of applause for Xiao Tong Yen. Now, many of these people might not have seen you play before. What is the coolest thing they should watch for in your deck?
这里有很多人没有看过你，所以你现在牌组里面，要留意有注意什么？
后羿放逐期。
Oh, it's saying first turn 270 damage. Yeah.
Great. And are you feeling confident that you will be able to win this match against your opponent?
所以你对赢这个比赛有信心吗？
Yes.
Good answer, yeah. Now, is there anyone here that you want to say hello or thank you to before we start?
这里你想要跟谁打招呼，还是要说 hello？
特别感谢黄火远选手在世界赛前一直帮我练习。
Oh, he wants to thank, I didn't quite get the name, but I'm just saying his coach. Thank you so much for helping him train.
All right, well, we'll get into the match very soon, but first we need to bring out your opponent. Everyone, please welcome Gabriel Fernandez. Hello, Gabriel. Tell us what's the coolest thing that we should look for in your deck.
O que você acha de mais legal no seu baralho? O que você acha de mais legal do seu baralho?
Que você não precisa treinar muito, decorar, você se diverte com ele. Ele é um deck muito legal de se jogar.
It's a deck easier to play. You don't need to practice it too much. It's easy and you have fun when you're playing with.
Great. Having fun and doing well is what we're trying to do here. You are on the main stage. How do you feel? Do you feel confident?
Você está confiante de estar aqui? Você está feliz de estar aqui? O que você está achando de estar aqui no stage, grande, com todo o pessoal vendo você?
Estou feliz e confiante.
I'm happy and confident.
Now, is there anyone before we start that you want to say hello or thank you to here?
Tem alguém que você queira dar oi especial antes de começar a partida?
Pro meu coach que sempre me treina antes dos campeonatos, o Dalton.
For my coach Dalton, who always train me before the events.
We have some amazing supportive fans and we have two amazing competitors. Let's get right into this match, casters. Players, go ahead and shake hands and head over to your stations. Casters, over to you.
Okay, David, I think Gabriel might have heard me because one of my caster picks this weekend was Umbreon VMAX. I said that card was going to do well, and I think I can admit that in Masters I was wrong. We haven't seen Umbreon all weekend. We're seeing it now.
Yeah, but seeing how many Mew we had in Masters Division, maybe the Masters also have something to learn from the Junior Division.
Maybe.
Who knows? We have, in Masters, we have two Pokemon with Darkness Weakness in the finals, right?
We do. I mean, yeah, so it seems like, we've got Mew against Gardevoir. It seems like it'd be a good idea to have some Umbreon running around. I mean, we saw Aggron on stream,
Yes.
and we didn't see Umbreon. That
Should
was,
have put that on your list, right?
I should have put Aggron on my list. That would have been completely out of left field and would have gone well. So, we can say now, so Gabriel is going to be playing an Arceus Duraludon Umbreon deck, the kind we saw do pretty well at North American Internationals. That deck was all over the upper reaches of the top cut. And Xiao Tong is going to be playing a Lost Zone deck, the kind of one we've seen before, going for Kyogre, obviously for that big game-ending attack at the end. And then we've got things like Dragonite V and Raikou V are in there as well. So it's the kind of one we've seen before. Some of the counts are a little bit different. We do have an Echoing Horn in there, which obviously these Lost Box decks like to play nowadays. So two decks we're familiar with and we've seen before.
Yeah, in the Masters Division, the Kyogre version is not the most popular. I think the one without the Kyogre is the most popular, then the Kyogre, and then you have people like Pedro Torres who play Charizard in their deck. Very interesting to see the junior players also playing these, like, actually kind of complicated decks. I personally don't like the Kyogre deck because it's complicated and I don't have the nerves to be so
Yes.
careful with my energy cards. Yeah, Xiaotong might have the upper hand compared to me, definitely, as he has shown already in the finals of the World Championships in the junior division. Now trying to go for the victory here.
Yeah, this Lost Zone deck with Kyogre is complicated. You basically have to engineer a late game state where your deck is entirely energy. So when you're discarding cards on the top of your deck to do big damage with Kyogre, you are guaranteed to hit energy because that's all that's in your deck. So what you tend to see these players do is run through their deck entirely, then use Energy Recycler to put energy back into their deck. So their deck is literally just energy. And then, you know, after several turns of setup, you get this big smash with Kyogre at the end. It's not the only way the deck plays. Sometimes you'll be able to go through the whole game just using Sableye and Cramorant and cards like Dragonite and Raikou and never even need the Kyogre, but Kyogre is there for the big fancy ending, and when it works, it is a spectacular way to end the game. Arceus Duraludon, little more straightforward. You get your Arceus, you evolve up. Oh, but we can talk about that in a minute, David. We've got some accomplishments here.
Yeah, Xiaotong had a very amazing season, was top 8 at the Taiwan Championships, also top 16 at the Regional League in Kaohsiung. This is basically like the old state championships we had in the USA, for example. Also top 4 at the regional league in Tainan, and top 8 in Taipei, and like I mentioned already, all with this same deck. Sable Eye, Comfey, Lost Vacuum, you have the whole crew together trying to get as many cards into the Lost Zone, and then use Sable Eye Cramorant to use that to your advantage. Facing against Gabriel, who, of course, plays in the same part of the world that all the Europeans, the Americas, and Australia plays. So these names should be familiar to you. Regional champion, Sao Paulo. Everyone knows how difficult it is to win a regional championship.
yes.
This is the same for Masters, this is the same for Juniors. Also top 4 at the Chile Regional Championship, both of these tournaments with Lugia single strike. So Gabriel changed his deck for World Championship, trying to make a great meta call, which he definitely did, as we see the Lugia here on the table, which was the Pokemon that got him the invitation.
I mean, it's still represented pretty well on the table. When I went to introduce myself to the junior players, Gabriel was holding a Mew plush, and then I went to speak to Xiao Tong, who told me that his favorite Pokemon was Mew.
Oh.
And yet neither player is playing Mew in the final, which is obviously one of the top decks at the moment.
Yeah, there seems to be a pattern there that people that love Mew end up actually not playing it at day 2 of the World Championship, as we see the prize cards coming down. Gabriel,
both.
both.
Arceus V-Star and an Arceus V. There's only 3 Arceus V-Star in the deck. That is actually extremely relevant. The only Radiant Greninja being prized to Xiao Tong is also a very big deal, and the only Kyogre. But do bear in mind, that is a late game play, and that will be one of the first prizes taken. But then there's also 2 Mirage Gate prize, and sure, you're going to play 4 Mirage Gate. I don't even need to look at the list. Of course you're playing 4 Mirage Gate. But yeah, these prizes are not great for either player. 2 out of 3 Arceus V-Star on one side, and 2 Mirage Gate and your only Radiant Greninja on the other. If either player knew what their prizes were, they would not be terribly happy about it. So there's going to be some challenges to navigate for both of these junior division players as they go through this matchup. But it does look like we're ready to start. There is a fist bump. We got Xiao Tong Yen against Gabriel Torres, and we are off in the Juniors Division World Championship Final.
Yeah, the crowd is going wild. You see here. Oh!
That is not what you want to see. And there was a big ooh from the crowd. Now, I don't think there's really a turn 1 option for Gabriel to get the KO here, but this is still not good. Attaching the wrong energy to Sable Eye and passing, that's a bad turn 1.
Yeah, Xiao Tong at the beginning, when we were asking what is the coolest thing your deck can do, he said, yeah, a lot of damage very early on. Yeah, this is not a lot of damage very early on. This is like more of a desperation play. Let's hope that maybe there is a supporter card in Xiao Tong's hand that he just wasn't able to play, as we see Gabriel's turn here. The great thing about the Arceus deck is that the one thing that you basically need is just Arceus V energy, and this is basically the best turn 1 you can have. Yeah, like I said earlier, the Masters player, they always like to compare the decks to older decks. This is something reminding me a little bit of the version Genesect deck that we had almost 10 years ago now, as Gabriel just opens this game with a Trinity Charge, attaching energies, and if Xiao Tong doesn't find anything useful here, this might be game over. But yeah, like we were hoping for, there was a Choruses experiment in Xiao Tong's hand, and because there is an energy attached to the active Pokemon, if we see a Comfey now, we will have a retreat and a proper game.
Yeah, I did spy that in his hand a second ago. Now, he has actually got Pokestop off of the Choruses experiment. This is a little bit risky, but it might be able to, get him where he needs to go. So this is quite nice. We've got 2 cards on the Lost Zone. That turn 1 was terrible, no way around that. But now we've got Pokestop. You discard the top 3 cards of your deck. You get any item cards. Losing an energy, not ideal, but getting 2 item cards is not too bad. Now, we do see the Manaphy hitting the bench, not hugely important in this matchup. And that's a bad thing, because you don't want Manaphy down, and we just retreat into the Manaphy. Xiao Tong's turn 2 was not that much better than his turn 1, David.
Oh yeah, this is looking, this is a very dire situation here, especially if Gabriel is able to find a Arceus V Star, which would then allow him to,
Lost his orders onto the Sable Eye. But yeah, we just see the KO. There's no Arceus V-Star, but you can do enough to get the KO there. We've got energy on the Umbreon. Now we do see another Pokestop coming down. So we got an Echoing Horn. We lose a Comfey. We get a Battle VIP pass, but that's no good, because unfortunately it's not turn 1 anymore. So there's a lot of cards in Xiaotong's hand, but there really isn't much to go with. It's going to be Clara for a Comfey and an Energy, but you're going to have to attach to Manaphy and retreat, and then you've got 1 flower selecting. That's pretty much the entire play here.
Yeah, this is not the best way to use Clara, but at least you're able to keep the game going. Even if this is not turning out to be a win for Xiaotong, he can still just look at some cards, get a better feeling of what the opponent is doing, and you have enough time. We already mentioned this yesterday at the top 8 matches that 75 minutes is enough. We see an escape rope.
It was Super Odd and Energy Recycler. They are both recovery cards. Xiaotong's hand is full of cards he can't play right now. Recovery cards and Battle VIP Pass and Echoing Horn. These are great cards in the mid to late game or on turn 1 in the case of Battle VIP Pass. None of these cards are good right now. Xiaotong needs Pokemon Search. He needs a way to get rolling, and he's not getting anything. So Gabriel is going 2 prizes up here.
Yeah, the only thing keeping Xiaotong here in this game is the fact that Gabriel's only supporter card is a Judge, which you definitely do not want to play in a situation like this, as Xiaotong finds himself the second Chorus's Experiment, now hopefully for some better cards, as we see, yeah, Comfey, Battle VIP Pass, very easy choices. There was another Comfey there. So, yeah, the Lost Zone, there was a Lost City play to put the Sableye into the Lost Zone. Very good play, because Sableye is a very difficult Pokemon to deal with for every deck. And yeah, removing one completely from the game is a very strong play. Unfortunately, it does put your opponent 1 extra card into the Lost Zone, making Mirage Gate a little bit faster, giving your opponent the option to attack with Sableye faster, as this is definitely not decided yet, but a very difficult situation.
Oh, we see Raikou V coming down with a Forest Seal Stone. May well actually go for that Mirage Gate you just mentioned here, David. There are 2 prized. Now, it looks like we're going Dragonite instead. There are 2 Mirage Gate prized, but they are now they're online, so to speak. There are 7 cards in the Lost Zone. I don't know if he's got one in his hand right now, but that's what I'd be looking for. We see the attachment. Yes, there is one in hand. There had to be, otherwise he would have grabbed it from the Forest Seal Stone. And he is actually going to be able to use Dragonite to get a KO onto the Umbreon and even up the prizes here, as long as we've got a pivoting option. Actually, has he got an escape rope in hand?
There was an escape rope. I think it was played last turn. There should still be one left. So in theory, that is on the table. An escape rope would be completely devastating in this situation here.
Yes, he's got one in hand. He can take out the Arceus here.
If you take out the Arceus here, then the whole game basically completely turns around. Like for Gabriel's situation, he knew, well, I have a supporter card. In theory, I could start drawing cards. But if I do that, then I give my opponent just a chance to completely get back to this game, as we saw a very important draw from Xiaotong, who is now at 9 cards in the Lost Zone, I think.
Yes.
With the Lost Vacuum, as we see the escape rope, an amazing play.
This is huge.
Here.
I love this. Dragonite can use Dragon Gale for 250. And it does 20 to each of your bench Pokemon. You really don't care about that right now. Now we see the KO on Umbreon. And not only has Xiaotong gone and evened up the prizes, but he's taken out Gabriel's biggest attacking threat. And now, actually, the best attacker on the board is that Dragonite. And Gabriel, he's got the Arceus V-Star in hand, but it's too late now.
Yeah, he got it from the prize cards after taking that last knockout last turn. Just 1 turn too late. Last turn with the Arceus V-Star, could have used V-Star power, get Professor's Research, attack, get more energy cards going, but because he wanted to apply pressure, just tried to attack, didn't want to play the Judge, had no way to attach more energy cards in play. So now it is very, very crucial for Gabriel to get another Arceus V, another energy card in play. You can get some damage with Moonlight Blade. Gabriel opting to go for the Radiant Alakazam, which here can kind of like outplay, make some use of the damage that you put on yourself when you attack with Dragonite V.
Yeah, and that Judge is being played, and it's such an awkward situation. I've been on both sides of this. Sometimes you've got something like a Judge, you don't play it, your opponent continues to draw nothing, and you win the game, and it's brilliant. But sometimes, like we saw in this game, You don't play the judge because you don't want to give your opponent a new hand because you know they've got nothing. But then all of a sudden they draw one card, which makes such a difference. And now they're in the lead and you're sitting there thinking, I could have played judge a couple of turns ago and I would be in a much better position right now. It's very hard to know without the benefit of hindsight what the decision is. You're owing David, you're not loving the hand.
No, there is no basic Pokemon, just the double turbo energy, which you can't really use. We see a boss's order energy card, Arceus V. None of these cards bring you closer to victory. Now you're just kind of stuck a little bit with your Umbreon active here. All you can do is just get a little bit of damage there. Not really too helpful. Moonlight Blade in theory can deal more damage if you have damage yourself, which is not the case right here. So we just see 80 damage, passing the turn to Xiaotong, who now can just attack with Dragonite, take out everything on Gabriel's board, and maybe even seal up the game in this turn.
And whiffing the Umbreon VMAX is pretty big there. Umbreon VMAX can tank a hit from Dragon Gale. Dragon Gale would not KO the VMAX, but it does KO the V right here. Xiaotong wasting no time, going up by 4 prizes to 2 taken, and actually gets 2 Mirage Gate, which are going to be great to see. Power up any Pokemon he wants at this stage, and Gabriel has very little on the board.
Yeah, even if Gabriel would have gotten the Umbreon VMAX, could have even taken a knockout here, together with the ability from Alakazam. You could have just taken the the Raikou on the bench. But now this is not an option anymore. There is no real Pokemon to use in play. Now all Xiaotong here needs is even just a boss's order to take out any Pokemon that Gabriel puts on his bench. If he doesn't put anything down, the game is over already. As we see Gabriel realizing this as well, and just taking up the game.
And Xiaotong goes 1 game up in a Juniors Division final. Sorry to cut you off there, David. And yeah, Dragonite. Turns out Dragonite V is good. At Oceania International Championships, I kept seeing this deck being called Dragonite Lost Box, and I casted like 3 games of it, and no one ever used Dragonite, and it made me sad. So being here at the World Championships, watching the Juniors final, and seeing Dragonite take every single prize all by itself, I feel like it's come full circle.
Yeah, Dragonite is an amazing card in this deck. Like the core strategy of the deck, you have your Radiant Greninja to get more cards, and then you use your Comfy to get cards in the Lost Zone, and you try to use Sableye, Lost Mine attack to outplay your opponent, and you have option with the Cramorant. And then you have a lot of energies that you can theoretically attach with Mirage Gate, so you're looking for like some Pokemon to abuse this. Dragonite V is the one single, easy to use basic Pokemon that deals the most damage, which also needs Water Energy cards, which is a great synergy together with Radiant Greninja. It also needs Lightning Energy, which is a great synergy with Raikou V, the other very easy to use, easy to put down, easy to charge up Pokemon V that can deal a lot of damage. And if you play some Pokemon V, it allows you to use the Forest Seal Stone, an easy way to get even more cards in the Lost Zone together with Lost Vacuum. All cards in Xiaotong's deck are just working together perfectly.
Yeah, great explanation there, David, of the deck and how it works, and you're absolutely right. It's a deck that lost favor a little bit with some of the Masters. They've moved on to kind of other things we saw. We did see some Lost Zone, generally not this kind of build with Kyogre, although it was out there in the field this weekend. We did see it around. But we saw an awful lot of Giratina. That seemed to be, well, especially in day 1, and then day 2, the traditional Lost Box was a little more popular. But this is one of those decks that's got a lot of tricks and a lot of things that you can pull off. And we saw that the first 2 turns for Xiaotong was so bad, and yet being able to come through and win, only giving up 2 prizes, that is a remarkable recovery. So we're into game 2 here, and Gabriel starts off with that perfect turn 1, Arceus double turbo.
And also this game is already looking completely different. Last game, Gabriel's only supporter option was a Judge, which I think actually agree that you should not play it in a situation like this. It's obvious your opponent is not drawing well. Why take the big risk, give your opponent 4 random cards when you know just the 1 random card on top of the deck? As long as that is not a good one, I can win. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in this situation, but here we have Gabriel going strong, Arceus, Energy. There are 2 great supporter options to draw more cards in the hand. I'm looking forward to a long and interesting game.
Yeah, it would be nice. Unfortunately, last game was a little bit weird. Xiaotong didn't really do anything for the first couple of turns, but then he got rolling, and Gabriel basically just sat there while all his Pokemon were KO'd. But here, we got a Comfey in the active for Xiaotong. That is your preferred starting Pokemon in this game. You've got a turn 1 Chorus's Experiment. looks like, I think, yeah, we're just making sure the correct number of cards are being put out there. And this is what players tend to do. Rather than actually drawing 5 cards, you put 5 cards down, you make sure you've got the right number, and then you can make that decision. Which 3 are going to go into your hand, which 2 are going to go into the lost zone.
Yeah, a very simple mistake there can always like cost you the whole tournament. We saw even this situation come up in the Master Division yesterday. If you're especially at the World stage, you got your time. Don't take any risks, just count your cards out perfectly. As we see a very, very different turn 1 from Xiaotong, just going Chorus Experiment first. There is a Battle VIP pass that is already, I think, in the optional cards that he is trying to put into his hand. Comfei active, Battle VIP pass for another Comfei, another card, probably a Radiant Greninja, which was unfortunately priced last game, but did we see the prize cards yet?
I don't know if we've seen the prize cards yet. Maybe we can have a little bit of a reminder in a moment. But yeah, that Radiant Greninja has been eyed up straight away here. No surprises here. It's coming out, and that is absolutely what we want to be looking. There we see the prizes. Thank you very much. Ooh! 2 Arceus V prizes, not ideal, but we do know that the Arceus V is on the board. Now, I'm looking to see there are 2 Forest Seal Stone in Xiaotong's deck. Once again, that one of Kyogre is prized, but once again, it's at the bottom and it should be coming out pretty quickly. So, not ideal that Gabrielle's got 2 Arceus prized, and not ideal that Xiaotong's got a Forest Seal Stone prize, but this is not like it was in game 1. It looks like the prizes are going to be okay this game.
Yeah, it looks like a completely fine distribution, also especially considering the matchup. You don't really want to use more than 2 Arceus V in this game because the V-Star is a strong Pokemon, you can deal a lot of damage, but you really want to have a lot of HP, and this is where the V-Max Pokemon come into play. So yeah, putting down a 3rd Arceus V is not necessarily necessary at all, as we see Xiaotong going for not a Comfei, because there was already Comfei in hand, as we see the concealed cards, draw 2 cards. Using Greninja first is a good play because you really need your information first. You know you will use Radiant Greninja anyways, you know you will use Flower Selecting anyways, but if you use Flower Selecting, you have to get rid of one of those 2 cards, and you want to make the best choice, and because of that you want to know which cards you draw with Radiant Greninja first. So then you have more information to deal with, and you can make the better choice on your Flower Selecting. As you see, even the junior players are completely aware of these very, very small sequencing rules. Xiaotong is really showing his experience with this deck.
Yeah, he's playing this deck absolutely beautifully. He does have a switch card here and an escape rope. Choosing to put the Cramorant active. Now, you've got the attack with Cramorant. I would have been tempted here to use escape rope and try and get a hit on one of the Pokemon V, but then again, we did see in the previous game that Dragonite was so good at knocking out those Pokemon V, and you can always, that Radiant Alakazam, the first time Xiaotong uses a Lost Mine on Sableye, that Radiant Alakazam is definitely going down. So it's not KO'd yet, but Sableye's going to finish it.
Yeah, also having the Radiant Alakazam stay active creates a extra annoyance for Gabriel, because usually you don't have so many switching options in the Arceus deck. So there is a small chance that maybe Xiaotong doesn't get it. On the other hand, as long as you get your Arceus V-Star, you can use Starburst to just search for the one switching option. As we see, no Arceus V-Star in Gabriel's hand. This is, again, looking very problematic here.
I mean, he's got Luminion, so he can use Luminion to go and get a supporter card.
And there were also already the research plates.
Ah, yes. But I mean, for next to kind of bail him out. But you're right, he needs the Arceus now. But the Luminion is very, very fragile when you're facing down a Raikou V. So it's not a card you really want to put down for such an easy 2 prizes. So whiffing that Arceus V-Star is not a good idea. We're set up for next turn. But yeah, not getting Arceus V-Star turn 2, when you're 1 game down and you're facing down this kind of setup, Xiaotong managed to pull it back in game 1 with a very subpar setup in the first couple of turns. And that's putting it lightly. That is not the case here in game 2. Xiaotong is setting up absolutely beautifully. We had the turn 1 Cramorant. We've now got 6 cards in the Lost Zone. A single Flower Selecting is going to turn Mirage Gate on. And, could we even... I'm trying to think whether Sableye could work this turn. I think that might be a bit too much of an extension. But Sableye this turn would be absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it is not completely impossible, especially because these lost box decks compared to the Giratina have the option to use the for a seal stone to search for a lost vacuum, which is then able to just get rid of that one for a seal stone that you used to look for the vacuum, and then you can use those cards to put 2 extra cards into your lost zone. So in theory, if Shorthong really wants to go for it, this is an option that is on the table. But we see here, Pocket Stop, discarding a Comfey and the Dragonite V that put in so much work last game.
And there's only one Dragonite V in the deck here, David. You do not want to see Dragonite V hitting the discard pile. I mean, yeah, there's going to be a way to get it back. There's 2 Super on in the deck, but you don't want to have to Super on it back and then find it again. So having it in the discard pile is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, and also now we see the escape rope. Our Shorthong knows exactly, well, if my opponent gets the Arceus V, then there is Starburst. The Alakazam can just move out of the active spot. But taking the knockout here would put Alakazam to 220 damage. That is way more than you actually need. And it kind of is in the way of a later Sableye play, where you can just put 20 damage on Radiant Alakazam, and then you have still 100 damage left if you can take completely somewhere else. So using this play just has a complete better damage distribution, and these big Duraludon, Arceus, Umbreon, VMAX decks, the space is a little bit tight. Not all of them play a way to heal their Pokemon, and I think Gabriel also has no way to get rid of this damage. So this is just a big opportunity for Shorthong to just take a good knockout very late in the game to seal it up and just leave the Radiant Alakazam there.
Yeah, you don't want a 2-hit KO on Radiant Alakazam. That is not a good plan, especially when you've got something like Sableye that can, you know, just take those cheeky prizes later on in the game. So hitting that Umbreon, and then of course when you hit the Umbreon, you kind of put your opponent on a clock. You say, look mate, you got 1 turn. If you do not VMAX this Umbreon right now, I'm going to KO it with Cramorant. And we've seen this time and again. If you can get a 2-hit KO on a 2-prize Pokemon with a Cramorant before you lose a prize, you know, that's the kind of game that Lost Zone decks very rarely lose. If you can start pulling that off, it is going to be huge. Now we do at least, Gabriel has a double Arceus V-Star here, got the Starbirth off. So, you know, we did see that Luminion come down in the end. So we've got a much better setup here. And it looks like we are going to see Arceus V-Star using that Trinity Nova, taking a KO on the Cramorant, and then accelerating energy. But the problem is that the Pokemon you accelerating, you know, you put the energy on the Umbreon here. That Umbreon has got a lot lower HP. It is very much in Dragonite V range now, even if it V-maxes.
Yeah, also it only has 90 HP left, so it's even possible to just take a knockout on the bench with a Sableye. So it's very difficult for Gabriel to decide where to actually attach the energy cards to. Yeah, very good choice to go for the Arceus V-Star, a Pokemon that is not, well, in theory, theoretically is probably able to take a knockout, but that would be asking for so much. Just make the safe play, and the Umbreon, if you have a double turbo energy, you can still attack with it later on in the game if you really want to. But here, just trying to play around potential, lost mine plays. As now Shorthong's turn, we see a Mirage Gate coming down, putting some energy cards in play. There is also a Sableye on the bench, and it seems like Shorthong is eyeing up those easy prize cards on the bench Umbreon V.
I mean, when you've got a chance to take, and obviously you can get the Radiant Alakazam as well, because that's not got much HP left, I don't believe.
Yes.
I believe you can get both of them in one Lost Mine here from Sableye. And you know, when you can pop Sableye for a single energy and take 3 prizes, while also really hurting your opponent's setup, like, those Pokemon aren't played for nothing. Radiant Alakazam moves damage counters, that's really good. Umbreon, when you evolve into the V-Max, you get a free Gust, and it's a pretty good attacker. That's pretty good. Losing those Pokemon, as well as actually giving up those 3 prizes, I think it's fair to say a less than ideal situation.
Yeah, less than ideal indeed. Chorus's experiment now putting the Lost Zone counter over the edge that is needed to use the Lost Mine attack after the flower selecting, which we will definitely see, I think. It becomes, 2 escape ropes. Seems like a very difficult choice for Shorthong. Like, one card you already put down was like, yeah, I'm 100% taking that one. And then there was a consideration about the other 4 cards. Yeah, I think using escape rope here, completely fine. We already saw a lot of value coming out of the early escape rope. Later on in the game, it sometimes even stands in your way if you just want to take a knockout on the active, strong attacker, and your only switching option is the one that just allows your opponent to basically run away from you. As we see Another Mirage Gate, just attaching some energy cards, preparing a second Sableye, just trying to outplay any potential Judge, any potential Iono plays. The second energy also going to the Comfey, that's, yeah, always
so you can
funny to
retreat it
see.
twice.
Yes, exactly. You could attach it to the bench one, it doesn't really make a difference, but it kind of shows a little bit of the personality from the players, right?
Yeah.
Do I have like one lovely Comfey that I just want to use multiple times, or do I change it a little bit? As we saw, oh, I think they forgot to use flower selecting.
Only got 9 cards in the
Oh,
lost zone.
no.
Sableye's Lost Mine means you have to have 10 cards in the lost zone in order to drop those damage counters, and there aren't at the moment. We've got a 9 on the screen, we've got a 9 on the dice on the table. I think that's pretty conclusive. There are only 9 cards in the lost zone. There was a flower selecting potentially available, and then try and pivot into the Sableye after that. That would have allowed it. I mean, as far as I am aware, essentially, once you've entered the attack phase, you have to attack. So I believe we would be able to use whatever that first attack is. It for 20 damage?
It is.
But I don't...
Let's see once the final decision of the judge comes down. Yeah, you could see, we all knew it. Using flower selecting was definitely part of Xiaotong's turn. He had everything perfectly planned out, and just sometimes in your head you already have the play completely in your head, and then sometimes you forgot, like, you already did something. This is a very high pressure situation, and as Ross is correct, this is different, I think, outside of the of our play region in the Asian countries. They have a different rule for this, actually, so it kind of becomes a little bit weird at the World Championship, where some of these like very small rules are a little bit different. Here at the World Championship, at least, if you say an attack name and you cannot use it, this still means you're using an attack. You can choose another one or not attack, but you're not allowed to play any cards anymore. As we see this great, yeah, very small mistake, completely understandable, everyone can make it, but Gabriel now knows I have to make use of this small slip up from my opponent. This is the World Championship. If you want to win, you have to play everything perfectly.
And, you know, let's be clear here, you know, we've taken the junior division players, we're putting them on the stream, and that's not something we usually do, of course, only in the finals of big tournaments. You've got the big headphones with your white noise in, you're on the stage, you've got the lights, you've got the cameras. It's a very nerve-wracking situation to be up there on the stage. Now, we do see a Clara coming down from Xiaotong here. That's going to get that Sableye straight back. And a Psychic Energy and a Water Energy, you know, really basically saying, look, I know Sableye is still a very good play. And of course, that Dragonite comes down. Didn't even need Super Rod in the end. Clara did it nicely.
Yeah, the big problem is that Gabriel was able to find that Umbreon VMAX, evolving the Umbreon on the bench, which was, yeah, a big liability until now. Now it has a lot more HP than it had before. 310 if I'm not mistaken, so 200 HP left. These are 2 attacks that you need to use for Sableye, but a Dragonite V could take the one-hit knockout.
Yeah, you're right, it is 310, and yeah, I'm eyeing it down with a Dragonite. So I still love the Sableye play here, but I'm not sure if you necessarily want to go after the Umbreon here. So what we're doing here, we're setting it up. So we've got 5 on the Luminium, and then we looks like we've got 1 on the active as well, and we've still got some left over, so it looks like we're going to have some...
Should be 4, right? Yeah.
Yes, let's go for that. So yeah, there's 4 on the bench, Arceus, spreading it round, and basically going, that Umbreon, I'm not going to get it with Lost Mine. Lost Mine is not going to kill the Umbreon.
Yes.
I can get that with Dragonite later. For now, let's spread some damage around. And you'll notice, like, everything is now in Dragonite range. So Dragonite, absolutely the star of game 1. And Xiaotong is setting up for maybe that being the case again here. And actually, Arceus does not naturally get a KO on Dragonite. But Dragonite now can KO any of those Pokemon on Gabriel's side of the field.
Yeah, and the 50 damage on the Luminion, very nice. This puts it at 120 HP remaining. Just a single Lost Mine to take the easy knockout on the bench.
Yep.
And then the moment Gabriel decides to put the Umbreon VMAX active, a single knockout draws you 3 prize cards, together with the 1 prize card taken from Radiant Alakazam. This would seal up the game. Alternatively, there is, I think, a boss is not available, right?
Boss's orders?
Yes.
Not seeing it in the deck list.
Yeah, so
no.
some people choose a single boss's orders for their Lost Zone decks. Especially with the Kyogre, you can deal a lot of like bench damage. You can take potentially Manaphy out with Sableye, so it's not too important to use. but a boss's orders would be amazing. Shaotong knows, well, I have to win somehow with Lost Mine and also attacking into active Pokemon here.
Yeah, that Umbreon has just become a gigantic liability. I mean, essentially, if we follow it through, so we are seeing Lost Mine coming down here. Are we just going after the Luminion? Is it just a straight KO on the Luminion?
Yes, and also very important for Gabriel, he was able to use a Lost City, which is a very interesting card in this matchup because it puts the opponent's Pokemon into the Lost Zone, which gets them faster to the amount of cards they need in the Lost Zone. But as you saw already game 1 and yesterday all the time, Super Rod, Clara, those are very important cards in the deck because you sometimes have to put cards into the Lost Zone that you don't really want to put there, and then you can just outplay your opponent. Well, Lost City put the last attacker into the Lost Zone. As we see now, Sableye is not even an option for Shaotong anymore in the future as this game goes down to the wire. Shaotong just needs to take 3 prize cards. In theory, that is a single knockout, but getting the Umbreon VMAX active is very difficult. We see Dragonite V, only 3 cards left in the deck. This might be like an amazing setup for a future Kyogre play, as we know the Kyogre is available, and this might be it. If there is enough, if there is a way to get enough energy cards into the deck to use Mirage Gate and then to attack with Kyogre, you can deal 200 damage on the benched Umbreon.
So
Shaotong, it looks like it is definitely a possibility. Just don't mess up. Count your cards first. Make sure that you play everything in exactly the right order.
So there's the energy recycler. That is making sure your entire deck is just energy cards and nothing else. Then we're going to see, I'm probably going to need to see a double energy recycler here. There we go. You need to make sure, sorry, there's a Mirage Gate on there. And now you can just attack with, Are we there? Are we there? There's a second energy recycler we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiaotong N is your Junior Division World Champion.
Amazing game right here. We saw some, very little hiccup in the game. But Xiaotong, this did not destroy his mental state. He knew, I have to pull through as long as I play correctly. From now onward, I can just pick up an easy win. Xiaotong practiced so much with this deck, played it the whole season, got to be a master with it, and now showing everyone here that he is the world champion of the junior division.
Oh, I like the end of that game, David. I love a good Aqua Storm. I love seeing a game end on an Aqua Storm. This is not the first time I've seen it. It is the first time I've seen it in the Junior World Championships, and that was wonderful. Of course, there may well have been some people at home when we said there's no Boss's Orders in the deck going, hang on a second, Boss's Orders is a great card. That's why. Because actually, as much as it was set up for a big Boss's Orders KO, and it was also set up for a giant Aqua Storm with Kyogre, and that was, I think it actually KO'd the Arceus as well.
Yes, Xiaotong with that one Lost Mine in the middle of the game put both of these Arceus Vs to 250 damage to make this play possible. He actually drew 5 prize cards. In theory, he could have taken 5 prize cards with that one attack.
Didn't even need 5 prize
Exactly,
cards.
it was completely unnecessary. The game was already over so hard as we see the emotions, realizing, that's me, I made it. I am the Pokemon World Champion. This must be such an amazing feeling.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I've never been there myself, but whenever I see the players and, just the emotion coming out there, imagine starting the Pokemon trading card game, getting a year and a half into your journey, and then being like, oh wait, I'm literally the best in the world at this.
Yeah, and he already said in the interview, he practiced with some other players. He had like a teacher who taught him a lot about the game, a lot of friends in the local community. Everyone goes to the World Championship together. Everyone is cheering for each other. At the end, everyone is cheering for you. And then you win and you come back with the trophy.
Yeah, it's got to be just the absolute best feeling in the world. You can see how much it means to these players to, come out and actually play these and get that win. Commiserations to Gabriel, a fantastic player, second at the World Championships, a monumental achievement. We're going to see some replays here of some of the best plays of the game. I think the Kyogre play might be in this replay, David.
It definitely is. This was such a great series. We see the Radiant Alakazam on the bench. being damaged, there was a big decision. Do I play Escape Rope? Do I play the switching card here? Xiaotong made the right decision to set up set up plays for later. Clara recycle the Sableye, take the one knockout on Alakazam, take the knockout on Leminion. Here we have 2 Pokemon, actually 3 Pokemon with 250 and less HP remaining. All the cards needed, the big knockout. I love Kyogre, it's such a great card, and now you probably know how it looks like.
Yeah, there is. I had noticed, you know, after my terrible Picture Me Kyogre yesterday, I get to sit here and cast Kyogre winning the World Championships. But, you know, we've all been to the Pokemon Center in Yokohama this weekend and seen that giant Kyogre statue coming out of the ceiling. And, you know, I've got a son called Archie, so I've got a lot of love for Kyogre personally. Several Kyogre plushies in my house. Very cool Pokemon. And that Aqua Storm is exactly the kind of attack I love seeing winning these World Championships, winning these games. It's a very difficult play to pull off. It is an exceedingly complicated play. We saw at the end that it had to be perfect.
Yes.
0 cards in deck, double energy recycler to put all those energy back, Mirage Gate to get the energy on Kyogre, but you also need an energy in your hand,
Yes.
because it won't do it, or you could double Mirage Gate, I suppose.
Yeah.
And then you attack with the Aqua Storm after pivoting Kyogre into the active. There's like 6, 7 different things you've got to make sure all line up perfectly. I have seen more than enough players try and set that up, and then they don't have the energy recycler, or they don't have the pivoting option. And it's not, of course, just that, because Kyogre doesn't actually KO Arceus or Umbreon. So we had to have that Sableye using Lost Mine a couple turns earlier, dropping the perfect amount of damage to put these Pokemon into range to set up the super complicated combo at the end. I just want everyone watching at home to realize quite how hard that ending is to pull off, because you have got to basically play your entire game to set up that on the last turn, or else you cannot win.
Yeah, more so than in any other game, this Lost Zone Kyogre deck, you have to plan every turn ahead already. From the very first time you use flower selecting, you have to think about what happens, how is this game changed by which card I put into the Lost Zone. You have to always keep in mind what happens if my opponent plays Iono, what happens if my opponent plays Judge, what happens if I put the wrong card in the Lost Zone with this chorus, with this flower selecting. You have to plan the whole game around where to put the damage counters. It is a very complicated deck to play in the Masters division, and seeing a junior player piloting it for the whole season, piloting it at the World Championship, and showing everyone that you are smart enough to just plan out this, like, basically 10 turns ahead from the very beginning in a game that is also dependent a lot of luck, which makes it even more difficult to plan ahead. Just an amazing display of skill here.
And we have got to shout out the composure of Xiaotong there. There was a silly mistake in the middle of that game.
Yes.
You went to use Lost Mine, didn't realize there were only 9 cards in the Lost Zone, not 10. There are so many players playing this game where you make that mistake, you do 20 damage rather than get the big KO, and then you go, you're just completely on tilt, you lose the game, your mistakes start rolling. Xiaotong went, oh, that's kind of annoying. Never mind, let's set up this really complicated endgame, because of course that Umbreon V was actually going to be the target of the Lost Mine, we imagine, along with the Radiant Alakazam, but instead just going, okay, well I've still got my Kyogre play, let's go and set that up instead. And to be able to maintain that level of composure after making that mistake, to then come back and, you know, pull off not just a win, but a very complicated, difficult win. I'm not sure I would have that level of composure in the World Championship Finals. So, you know, to not get flustered and just to keep that confidence and keep rolling is a very, very impressive trait you see in anyone.
Yeah, being so able to still play correctly under pressure, this is a very important skill. In Pokemon trading card game, the cards you draw are random, you have some coin flips, there are so many things where every game looks completely different. You really have to know what to do with the cards that you're dealt with, and if something like that happens, you don't have to think about it, oh no, I messed up. It's just, oh, I got like a weird, very weird situation. It's just a new situation that you have to deal with somehow, and as long as you can keep your composure, you can pull through. And Xiaotong showed us that even at this kind of age, you can be so like mentally strong to just play it out. And then we saw at the end of the game, the realization sets in, and that's, yeah, amazing.
That was impressive. That was very impressive. Well, we have a Junior Division World Champion, so now we need a Junior Division World Champion interview. So let's go and hear from Xiaotong Yun and see how it feels to be crowned the Junior Division World Champion.
That's right. Now, Xiaotong, you are the world champion. How does it feel to hear that?
现在是世界赛冠军，现在感情如何？
我非常兴奋，我非常兴奋，然后真的就是台下的朋友帮我加油，真的很感谢。
So he's very excited and he wants to give thanks to all his fans for cheering on for him during the match.
We did cheer, and we were watching that game so interested. Tell us, if there were a highlight reel, what was the coolest moment that you would pick to be your highlight moment?
所以刚刚那场比赛就有哪一刻你是想就放在你的 highlight 里面？
Use your mic.
我用阿克罗马找到了快龙跟幻想门，在第一场比赛的时候直接击杀他的阿尔宙斯。
So he said he used a Mirage Gate to attach it to the Dragon Knight V to get the knockout on the RCSVs.
Wow, you must be full of emotion, but I'm looking at your future. What comes after this? Will you keep playing Pokemon? Will we see you on this stage again?
Of course.
I think he understood that and he said, of course.
Of course. All right. Is there anything you want to say to this huge crowd who's here clapping for you now?
所以有什么想跟他们说呢？现场观众。
我太紧张了，我不知道说什么。
He's too excited. He doesn't even know what to say right now.
That's good. We'll give you a moment to compose yourself because we have the trophy ceremony coming up. But right now, casters, back to you.
Wow, what a crazy end to that juniors division final. And that's 1/3 of the way through our Pokemon TCG Championship Sunday. Whether you just got through that incredible match or are just joining in, welcome to Championship Sunday. The best trainers from around the world are competing here in the final day of competition. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Kyle Pukasukovic. And as tradition, we're here for our final matches now with the Seniors Division Finals.
Yeah, what an excellent match to kick things off here on Championship Sunday for the Pokemon TCG. Congratulations again to our junior champion. I mean, what better way to do it than in style with the Kyogre Aqua Storm for 4 prize cards. That's just the kind of thing you dream of.
If you had to draw it up any other way, it wouldn't have been that way. Aqua Storm, such a great way, a celebration to end, the biggest celebration of the year in the
Card
Pokemon.
from Celebrations.
Exactly. You see, things work out that way for a reason. Well, the juniors division is concluded. We now have a new world champion, but there's 2 more divisions to play some Pokemon with. Next up, the seniors division. Let's take a look at how that bracket has played out so far to get us to this position. As you see, our 2 finalists, Sydney DeBrown up against Gabrielle Fernandez. 2 decks we haven't featured a lot on stream. 2 players we don't get to feature a lot, but they have accomplishments and accolades of their own in their own right.
Yeah, I think one of the cool things you'll see throughout the 3 age divisions is we actually have 6 different decks represented between the 3 different finals matches. But yeah, you can see the path that each player had to take to get here. Sydney and now Gabrielle going head-to-head here in the finals to determine the senior division world champion.
Wow, it's going to be so exciting. So many different decks. Of course, Rune was a player who won the North American, the European International Championships earlier this year, has been playing very, very solidly and actually helped Sydney with preparation. He said acted a little bit as his coach advising him, and must have been some good coaching if the person you helped get there is now in the finals of the World Championships.
Yeah, perhaps an opportunity for to avenge Rune in this finals matchup to take out the player who eliminated Rune from the tournament. So this will be an interesting one for sure. I mean, there's nothing that matches the excitement of the finals of the World Championships. I can't wait to get this one started.
So much to talk about, so much on the line to set the stage here. These players have been battling it out through the first day of competition if they haven't already gotten that auto qualification for day 2. Played so much Pokemon yesterday, multiple Swiss rounds, top 8, and that wasn't even it. They had to go to bed getting ahead of their top 4 match, which they played this morning. And now, the final match of the Seniors Division Finals coming up soon.
Yeah, that's true. This is the only H division where the matches went too late last night, and they actually had to play top 4 this morning. So these players are already kind of amped up, ready to go, and maybe prepared to just get right into it and play the finals. Yeah, Sydney actually did start in day 1 of competition and had to battle through to day 2, and now is here in the finals. So a great story going up against Gabrielle. I don't know what else to say. We'll talk about the decks as we get closer to the match, but it should be a fun matchup.
Yeah, very different players. Sydney has not really had an accolade of this level at a major event. This is the first top 8 at something like an IC or higher, essentially. Getting top 8 here. Gabriel Fernandez, on the other hand, very different story. Played a lot during the online era of Pokemon. I remember seeing his name in some of the tournament series that I ran back at that point. Has a regional championship win, actually a 2nd place at the same regional his brother was able to take down. So talked to them a little bit before. I know he's been working with his brother, getting support. I mean, when your best friend, your brother, is the one who's helping you prepare for Pokemon, getting you ready, you feel like you've got all the support in the world that you need.
Yeah, and as we just saw in the junior division, just because these players are not in the Masters division does not mean that they are not capable of being some of the best players in the world. We're going to see world-class competitors here. We're going to see players who know exactly what they're doing. They knew what it took to get here, and now we're just going to see one more excellent match from these senior division players, and it could give us a look into the future of what our Masters division could look like a few years from now.
I mean, we talk about it. I mean, if we look even at examples in the Masters like Reagan Retzloff, these are players that had high accolades at seniors, juniors division, now making it into the Masters division. So, I mean, our new world champions, we could be seeing them have success in future years to come, and that's what's so great about Pokemon. Seeing the young rising talent come to fruition throughout years of Pokemon TCG, such a pleasant sight to see.
Yeah, it's just, you can feel the energy in the room. It's Championship Sunday here in Yokohama. This is the moment you dream about as a Pokemon player. Making it to the World Championships, getting into the finals, and being one step away from being able to always be remembered as a world champion.
Everybody's dream, everybody's goals, and these players are waiting, getting prepared, hyping themselves up for one final match. You win, you're cemented in Pokemon TCG history. You're part of an elite group of players who showed that they have what it takes this specific year to become a world champion. Of course, that beautiful Pikachu trophy and that #1 trainer card, all those stakes on the line here today.
Absolutely, those are things, these are memories you'll carry with you forever. No matter what happens after this moment, you'll always have this. You'll either be, champion or finalist. Those are both excellent accomplishments to hang your hat on. And, this is, a moment you'll remember for the rest of your life. Of course, you're hoping that it will be a truly legendary moment where you become champion. But, at the end of the day, only one player can win. And we'll see which one it'll be.
So much to talk about. Again, we'll give our predictions maybe as we can talk about these decks a little bit more. Different backstories, different region. We've got a clash of Europe versus Latin America.
Yep.
Gabriel did get that day 2 qualification, so placed well enough in their division to secure themselves a spot in day 2. Has played a variety of different decks, adapted to play a very interesting deck that we'll talk about more. And wow, getting excited, getting hyped up. Seniors Division Finals. One match will determine the course of history for the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, and I know we have people in our audience here who are rooting for these players. I can feel the energy building up in anticipation, and I'm sure we're going to have a lively crowd for this one once we get going. You mentioned it a little bit, but Sydney actually does not have a whole lot of big accomplishments yet. Even mentioned that perhaps hasn't even made top 8 at like a major event. Always has had bad luck, bubbled out of top 8, things like that. And so to have your first major accomplishment be finalist at the World Championships and maybe even be world champion would be an incredible story.
Well, we've set the stage plenty enough. We are ready to hop into things in our seniors finals. Let's throw it down to the stage and meet our players.
That's right. Are you ready for the TCG Senior Finals? Good. Because it's time to welcome our players. First, please welcome Sydney De Bruin. welcome Sydney. Tell us a little bit about your history as a player in Pokemon.
Like, I started in 2019, and my first regional was in Germany, and then I got top 16, but I bubbled out of top 8. And like, I bubbled multiple times out of top 8 already. So like, my highest accomplishment is like top 16. So I'm really happy to be here.
We're happy you're here as well. What should people look for in your deck? What's the coolest thing about the way you play?
Judge Buff.
Sounds good. Great. Now let's bring out your challenger. Everyone, please welcome to the stage, Gabriel Fernandez. Welcome to the stage. Same question to you, Gabriel. Tell us about your history as a Pokemon player.
I started playing 5 years ago. My brother went to a local store and he taught me.
That's awesome. And your deck, what's it like? How should we watch your play?
I mean, I'll try to stop him from V-Star with my path and try to KO his Arceus in one shot.
That sounds good to me. We're very excited to watch you play. Please go ahead, shake hands, and then head to your stations. For now, casters, back to you.
So much excitement building up between both of these players. Seniors Division Finals as we hop into these matches. We'll wait till our players get their headphones on and talk about these decks. You sort of got a little bit of a sneak peek, Gabriel, talking about that path to the peak, trying to shut off that V-Star power. And both of these decks looking to use those powerful V-Stars to get their strategies up and rolling.
Yep, and we see the Lugia plushie there. Got the mascot going for Gabrielle. And yeah, I mean, Sydney said it perfectly. A tried and true strategy, path to the peak, judge, hope my opponent doesn't draw anything. Hey, that's worked a lot.
It was a World Championship strategy last year.
Yep.
Won the Masters division with that flying Pikachu Arceus. And this time, there will be no flying Pikachu, but it will be Sydney playing that Arceus Giratina deck that we've seen featured throughout time, especially as of recent with the release of the newer expansions, up against Gabriel Fernandez playing Lugia, but a variant we don't talk a lot about, colorless Lugia. Talk me through this, Kyle.
Yeah, in the standard format, we've mostly seen the single strike variant of Lugia. I think we'll talk about this a bit more, but this is the colorless version, using cards like Snorlax, Slacking V, and Weirdeer V, cards that we may see some of as we go along, but you can see some of the accomplishments here from Sydney de Bruin. Like you said, top 16s all over the place, bubbled out of top 8, and this is his first major accomplishment, and now one match stands between him and being called world champion forever.
Arceus Giratina, the powerful consistency of Starbirth paired with the hard-hitting power of Lost Impact. It's a hard strategy to take down, but if there's any player who can do it, it is Gabriel Fernandez. Played so much during the online era, had so much practice, grinded in events all over the place, and is now his competitor. Let's take a look at Sydney's opponent as we talked about, Gabriel Fernandez. A regional champion this year, multiple finals accomplishments. Brother finished at second place at LAIC. Great minds think alike, so you know that if his brother's been successful in the game, he has too. Looking to add world champion to that list of already impressive accomplishments.
Yeah, his brother also got 9th place at the World Championships, so was so close to joining Gabriel in the top 8, but just missed out. And this will be a matchup between two of the strongest cards from the Sword and Shield series. Arceus V-Star, Lugia V-Star. Which one will come out on top?
An interesting thing we just saw on screen. Looks like Gabriel lost the coin flip. As I was talking to him before the match, one thing he said to me is, I said, how are you feeling about this matchup? Are you feeling pretty good about it? He said, yeah, it's good if I win the coin flip. And looks like proceeded to not win that coin flip. But it's anybody's game here as we get into things, as we talk about both of these decks. Both decks playing Path to the Peak, but more so looking at Gabriel's strategy, of course, that Summoning Star V-Star power on Lugia V-Star. Is Path the best option that Sydney has to give himself an advantage in this matchup?
Can't wait to get this one started. Both players are shuffling up, getting ready to draw their opening hands. As you said, we've already had the opening coin flip. You can feel the anticipation. Both of these players just want to get started and get into the action. This is it, Ethan. The biggest stage of them all, the finals of the World Championships.
It doesn't get any bigger than this. Opening hands drawn for both players. 7 cards. Look, if there's any stage for your deck to draw the best it can, it's here, it's right now, it's in this final match. And let's keep our eye out on these 6 prize cards. Things to avoid, things like lots of energy cards for both players. As we mentioned, Path to the Peak, another card that I'm definitely making sure that is maybe not in the prize cards for either of these players. And yeah, looks like just considering what starting Pokemon to go for. And here we go. Let's have a look as we get underway into this game number 1. What are these prize cards going to look like? We do see the Spiritomb in the prize cards. That could be a pretty crucial piece in shutting off Lumineon V for Gabrielle.
Yeah, that is a big one, but otherwise nothing too important here. Looks like we're going to have a good, clean game here to start off the finals here in the senior division.
We're building up to it, and it's finally here. Players are ready, they're shuffled up, and this is it, the biggest match of the year for these senior division players. Here we go, World Championship Seniors Division Finals. Let's get into this action.
Look at that. Arceus versus Lugia, preferred starters for both players. All right, let's talk about strategies for both of these players. The Arceus Giratina deck, relatively straightforward strategy. Just trying to attack with Arceus V-Star, use that Trinity Nova, get a bunch of energy cards into play, and disrupt your opponent with Path to the Peak and Judge. You're trying to knock your opponent off of their game. Arceus V-Star just has a very straightforward, consistent attack, doesn't do anything really flashy, but with the disruption from Path to the Peak and Judge, if you can make your opponent stumble a little bit, the constant pressure from Trinity Nova backed up by Giratina V-Star can be enough to close out games.
And on Gabrielle's side, it will really come down to that Summoning Star V-Star power. If you can get Arceops out in this matchup, it hit hard, you sort of have a better chance. You can trade in pretty favorably with things like the Snorlax. You've got that one-hit potential with Slacking V and the Weirdeer as well. First deck search will be done for Sydney. Playing Nest Ball, you see all those Pokemon coming to the top of the deck, making sure they're all available. We know that they are, but Sydney's just gonna double check, and I think I even saw a double Turbo Energy in that hand. So, I mean, there's a very different strategies. Lugia's trying to get all these Arceops in the discard pile, go for all this, but as the Arceus player, all you really need is just the energy attachment, getting some of these Arceus V down, basic Pokemon down, and that's all you need on turn 1.
And we do see Bidoof returning to the final stage here at the World Championships just 1 year ago. Was in the Masters division winning deck and back once again. This time around, coming with an ability that Carefree Countenance that doesn't do a whole lot in this particular matchup. But that Industrious Incisors from Bibarel is very important as the game progresses. Allows you to constantly play cards like Judge to disrupt your opponent, but then you'll have that Bibarel to draw back up to 5 cards and not be affected as badly.
Action on Gabrielle's side. We'll play Nest Ball first to search out the deck. We see a lot more of these energy cards. Of course, not playing the single strike package, so no Urn of Vitality. Both players actually playing Slacking V. Don't think I could have predicted to see Slacking V as a mirror matchup in this Seniors Division Finals, but that's the way Pokemon works out sometimes.
I think just Gabrielle's playing the Slacking V in this one. Just the Arceus Giratina on Sydney's side. But yeah, we will talk about some of these kind of interesting choices in this colorless Lugia deck. We have seen a lot of single strike Lugia, you know, using the Tyranitar V, sometimes the single strike Urshifu V, Stonejourner, Yveltal, those kinds of cards. Nope, this is all colorless. All of the energy cards in this deck are special energy cards, as is usual for a Lugia deck, but they all only provide colorless energy. Your only attackers are colorless Pokemon. You have things like the Slacking V, Weirdeer V, and Snorlax as your main attackers, along with, of course, the Lugia V-Star. But excellent start here from Gabrielle is going to go ahead and put the 2 Archeops into the discard pile with that Professor Burnett. It's really all you can ask for. Maybe we'll see a Read the Wind or something like that.
And a great time to do it on turn 1. This is before something like Spiritomb comes down into play to make it so Lumineon can't be used, or Path to the Peak as well, making it even more difficult. And that's all you really need. No energy attachment, though, so it will just be a pass back over. And oh no, there's not a lot going on in this hand. Lots of clunky, unplayable cards, things like Raihan, Energy. I think there might be a Bibarel, though. Is this just going to have to be a Bibarel for 1? I don't think there's any other way? I mean, you could play Boss's Orders, but...
Oh, no.
I think you might have to play the boss here just to try and give yourself one more card to find Ultra Ball. Or, of course, the Arceus V-Star itself.
Sydney, already faced with a very difficult decision, is going to go after the Lumineon V, and off of this needs to draw an Ultra Ball or an Arceus V-Star.
No! Wow, 2 more supporter cards. No way to get this Arceus out, and your opponent just had an insane start. Burnett discarding both Archeops. There's no even path to the peak. It's just going to be a power edge for 110 damage. Tempo immediately in Gabriel's side of the court.
This is not how this deck is supposed to work. It's supposed to be very consistent. And there we see the Lugia V-Star.
2 Lugia.
Summoning Star. And, Sydney is in a lot of trouble.
Immediately putting those 2 Pokemon into play. Summoning Star, summoning out Archeops onto the grandest stage. Primal Turbo, the ability that makes this deck run, allowing you to search your deck for 2 special energy cards and put them onto your board. So with the way the math works out, if Gabriel can find a way to retreat this Lumineon and put 4 special energy onto this Lugia V-Star that are not double turbo energy, then it will be able to attack for 220 damage with Tempest Dive and take the knockout. And as long as there's an energy in hand, this is very much possible. 220 damage online, both Primal Turbos being used. And this is how powerful this deck is. Lugia V-Star immediately powered up, ready to deal 220 damage.
We'll see what else Gabriel has. Did not attach an energy on the first turn, but there it is, the retreat into Lugia V-Star. And we might be seeing a pretty quick first game here in the finals. Down goes Arceus V-Star. Gabriel takes the first 2 prize cards, and Sydney is on the back foot immediately.
And no pressure attacking whatsoever. Arceus V, the only attacking Pokemon. The barrel can draw cards, but there's nothing else it could do. Sydney left with absolutely nothing in play. How do you even come back from a situation like this?
I don't know that you do. This Arceus Giratina deck is all about a very linear game plan. You need to get Arceus V-Star out, start using Trinity Nova. When you're in this situation, all you can do is play down another Pokemon V. You have to wait a turn to evolve it into the V-Star, and you're just going to be so far behind. I don't know how you can possibly make up this deficit.
It does find Arceus, but there's no energy cards in his hand, so that's also a piece missing to even have a chance.
Yep.
You've got to threaten a Trinity Nova at least on the following turn.
Sydney going to battle back, though. Try to figure out some way to come back in this first game. One of the important cards in this matchup on Gabriel's side is also the V-Guard energy. All of the attackers in Sydney's deck are Pokemon V, and this special energy card reduces the damage taken by 30 from your opponent's Pokemon V. It makes it so Giratina V-Star's Lost Impact does not get a one-hit knockout on Lugia V-Star. Every little thing like this that makes it more difficult for your opponent to get a knockout is extremely important.
Was there an energy card off that Industrious Incisors?
Nope.
I don't think so. Wow. No energy card found, so unless there's something like a Raihan next turn, there's going to be no way for this Arceus V or V-Star to deal any damage, even more advantage here for Gabriel in game number 1.
Yeah, if Gabriel finds a boss's orders this turn, I think it's all but over.
It has Lumineon V in hand. There's no path to the peak. First going to use Primal Turbo, just make sure there is a boss's orders. We did see that one of the boss's orders was in the prize card, so that is unavailable. And I see it there, that beautiful full art boss's orders from the Paldea Evolved expansion. Seems like it's got to be what you do. Go after this Arceus V, take another 2 prize cards, and you've got so much tempo, so much energy on board, and threatened so much in the following turns, and your opponent has still done no damage and taken 0 prize cards.
Yep, and every turn you get to use both of those Primal Turbo abilities, search your deck for up to 2 special energy cards and attach them to your Pokemon. And there we do see the boss's orders, Lysander coming out. I believe it'll probably go after the Giratina V in this situation, but you know, it doesn't really matter. As long as you're taking a 2 prize knockout here, you're getting 1 step closer to victory.
Both Lugia V-Star powered up. Boss's orders found off the Luminous Sign ability from Lumineon. Boss's orders will bring up the Giratina. Smart choice is the thing that can deal the most damage to you in this board. And there it is. Boom, Giratina goes down. Tempest Dive, 2 more prizes. Gabrielle in a commanding lead so far.
All right, this is the turn for Sydney to finally do something. Arceus V-Star in hand, or at least an Ultra Ball for it, and can use that Starbirth ability. Once per game, you can use this. Search your deck for any 2 cards and put them into your hand. The question is, we should have a basic energy card in the discard pile. Yep, so if you want to attack this turn, you're going to have to go for the Raihan, and you won't be able to play a disruptive supporter card like Judge or Iono. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to attack. You can't play both Raihan and a disruptive supporter card in this turn, so Gabrielle's hand is going to go unchecked once again.
Can thin the hand out, search the deck for another V-Star Pokemon, and we'll just try to put some of these V-Star Pokemon in play, make it a little harder. The way the game works out right now, Gabrielle can't necessarily put a powerful Pokemon into play right now since the bench is full, and Lugia V-Star does cap out now that powerful energy is rotated at 220 damage with that Tempest Dive. An interesting tech card coming down there, that Radiant Alakazam, able to use that Painful Spoons ability, move 2 damage counters around, and that could actually be pretty relevant. There is some damage on that Lumineon. You are going to be dealing damage to these Lugia V-Star if you're not taking one-hit knockouts. Maybe, if this game gets to that point, you can set up a way so that a Trinity Nova or a Lost Impact can take some knockouts, as Starbirth will be used. So, didn't look like there was any Raihan off of the Industrious Incisors. So what will be the choice here off these 2 selected cards from the deck?
Yeah, obviously you need a double turbo to attack with Arceus V-Star this turn. I mean, it's kind of funny. You can get Raihan, which gets any card. So it's almost like you're searching for any 3 cards this turn. There's a Path to the Peak in hand already. This is a situation where you might be trying to figure out, okay, I have what I need for this turn. What can I put into my hand for the following turn that's going to be useful? Maybe prepare by putting an Iono in your hand and try to, play Path to the Peak, disrupt your opponent, put them down to 2 cards in hand, and maybe, just maybe, this is what you need to start making a comeback.
Raihan, the supporter of choice for the turn, accelerating the Psychic Energy from the discard pile to Arceus V-Star, and grabbing double turbo energy, Arceus V-Star. Better late than never, but it is finally online. Trinity Nova, 150 damage because of the V-Guard energy, so still is getting a 2-hit knockout. At this point, Kyle, it's still the question, is it too late? Is there a reasonable way that Sydney can take 6 prize cards before Gabrielle is able to just take these final 2? I mean, the damage is guaranteed into this active. Sydney's not playing any way to pick Pokemon up with something like Sharon's Care, so as long as there's one more Boss's Orders, the game will end at some point.
Yep, the Painful Spoons from Radiant Alakazam going to be used to move 2 damage counters from Lumineon V over to that Lugia V on the bench. The V-Guard energy doesn't really mess with the math on Trinity Nova. Still going to be a 2-hit knockout either way. So I actually don't think those 2 damage counters will be particularly relevant, but they're also not doing much on the Lumineon, so I guess may as well move them somewhere.
Fair enough. Move some damage counters around, spread things out. There it is. Trinity Nova finally putting this into play, getting some more Pokemon powered up. And they did see Gabrielle drew Boss's Orders off the prize cards. Now that won't be able to close the game out now, but maybe you just deal some damage into this active Arceus V-Star, put the pressure on your opponent, and even sort of some mind games here. Make a bluff, show that your hand is maybe dead, that you don't have anything going on, and your opponent may not be very inclined to disrupt it if you're not doing anything in the first place. We will still see Capturing Remote played, so can maybe search out some of these Pokemon. Of course, none can be benched, none can be evolved, but it is still a good way to thin those cards out so that you don't draw into those in case your opponent plays something like an Iono to disrupt your hand.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot. Obviously, Gabrielle is very far ahead in this game, and when you're in that kind of a situation, you just want to figure out, how could I possibly lose this game? What is the best way for me to maximize my position and make sure that my opponent is unable to make some kind of crazy comeback? So Gabrielle gonna go ahead and Primal Turbo once again, get extra energy into play. I think maybe prepping for that Weirdeer V to come out in the late game and come in for one final blow. But it is a little bit tricky because no bench spots available at the moment.
Okay, okay.
It will be a weird situation where he's unable to get a knockout here and unable to really prep another attacker. So is a little bit susceptible to path to the peak plus hand disruption. It's not guaranteed that this game is over quite yet. It's still looking very likely that Gabriel will win, but it's not over yet.
We see that choice belt come down, a card we haven't really seen in Lugia since the D block, able to let the Pokemon deal 30 more damage to those V Pokemon, which is great. This is the exact matchup you're going for, and already having boss's orders, the game plan's very clear here. Attack this Arceus, deal 220 damage, and then next turn, boss's orders can bring it up. And this is essentially Sydney's turn to do something. How do you give yourself momentum? There's a few good cards in the hand. Path the Peak plus Iono. I mean, Path is not really doing much, though, at this point, as both V Pokemon, I guess it does shut off something like the Weirdeer V from using that Frontier Road ability, but that's really the only usage it has at this point.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one. One of the unfortunate things for Sydney is that there is the gift energy on Gabriel's active Lugia V-Star. So when it is knocked out, Gabriel will be able to draw until he has 7 cards in hand, almost nullifying the hand disruption from this Iono would otherwise be an extremely disruptive card, but you have this safeguard with the gift energy. Just taking advantage of all these different special energy cards, these little minor effects, they add up to solidify your position.
What else can you do here for your Sydney? Now, it seems fairly straightforward. You're going to want to attack with this other Arceus V-Star. Don't put this Arceus V-Star that has the damage on it in play, but maybe setting up a second Giratina somewhere in Sydney's future, and does have the Ultra Ball, so deciding to get rid of the Lost City and Judge. There's no real main purpose that Lost City has in this matchup besides, I guess, being a stadium counter, but it's not too relevant as we do see the second copy of Giratina V coming into play, threatening potentially a lost impact on the following turn. But I even have to wonder, are there enough energy left? We do see an interesting thing in Sydney's list. There are no copies of things like V-Guard energy, so by having more basic energy in the deck, it may allow him in positions like this later on to find more of those energies, power up Pokemon even this late into the game.
Yep, we'll see an attachment onto the bench, and then Industrious Incisors for 3 cards. Just trying to do anything possible to prepare for the next few turns of this game. Now, for being honest, if Sydney's going to come back in this game, it would involve Gabriel drawing all of the worst cards in his deck for the rest of the game. It is technically possible for that to happen, but Gabriel is just so far ahead in this game. He has several turns of buffer here where he can even miss once or twice and still be in a position to win, but it's not over until he gets that final knockout.
Gift energy, okay?
Looks like we're going to see gift energy be played. I think maybe reaching over to the right. Players are sort of used to having decks on the right side of their hand. And what do these 5 cards look like? Now, Boss's Orders was on the bottom, so there was no chance of that being drawn off of something like the gift energy. Sydney taking the first 2 prizes of this game, so finding a way to slowly claw back.
And that hand's not good.
No, definitely not good at all. Does, of course, still have Lugia V.
Those are some of the worst cards in his deck.
Lots of searching cards. I'm thinking about the energy counts, if there's a way to attack with Weirdeer this turn.
If there's still 4 special energy in the deck that are not, double turbo, we could see the Slacking V with a Choice Belt finish off this game. But there's a lot of energy that there's 3 in the deck. Oh, might be 1 short of winning the game this turn, the Slacking V. The double turbo, of course, reducing the damage by 20. So if you use that in heavy impact, you would only do 270 with the Choice Belt. So can't quite get the win yet.
So close, just not there. 1 piece fewer than needed to take this final knockout. So how does Gabriel adjust in this position? We'll still play the Nest Ball, so it will actually be the Weirdeer V coming out into play. It does have a double turbo in the Choice Belt, so I mean, you need 7 energy on paper, but things get a little bit more complicated when you're dealing with double turbo energy. So double turbo energy essentially acts as 50 damage, right? Or 60 damage, because it acts as 2 double energies here. So if you have 4 double turbo on, you're dealing 120. And then if you have an additional 4 energy cards, you're getting there essentially. So 2 double turbo and 4 additional energy will be there. But I think the last piece that's missing is just that jet energy. Is there a world where you just bench this, put the choice belt on it, play Iono, and hope to find one of those copies? I think if that's there, plus the counter stadium, but those are big 2 cards to ask for. You need that to be the exact 2 cards you find off this Iono.
Yeah, you could also just start loading energy onto the Weird Ear V and hope your opponent doesn't play Boss's Orders or something like that. But I think Gabriel did somehow manage to find a lot of bad cards off of the gift energy, drawing all the way back up to 7 cards. And just gonna Iono and go down to 2 cards.
So there is still a way to win this game. It is very much not there. And oh wow, was that the Boss's Orders found off the Iono to 2? Oh no, it's Research still. A good card to work with next turn. Now, of course, there is the gift energy still on this active Lugia V-Star. And Primal Turbo hasn't been used yet. So I think the question for Gabriel is, you're most likely just going to have access to Primal Turbo next turn, so do you even put energy on this Weird Ear and take that option of it away from you by just essentially limiting resources? If your opponent's going to knock it out, whether it has energies on it or not, it's going to happen.
And Tempest Dive was used, but I don't think the stadium was discarded. Didn't discard the Path to the Peak. So that's going to stay in play.
I wonder if it's just because Frontier Road is the only ability, since there's none other that Gabriel can use.
That's a good one.
Oh, I think I understand. With the Path to Peak in play, you can use Slacking V to ignore the Slacking V's ability to maybe deal some more damage.
It's possible, but is there even enough energy left to use the Slacking V effectively? As Sydney found a way to claw back into this game. There's 2 heavily damaged Pokemon V-Star, but they are not knocked out. If Sydney's able to find a Giratina V-Star this turn, can start using Lost Impact to take another 2-prize knockout, and then Gabriel is going to have to win on the next turn.
Did find Ultra Ball, Athlet, Industrious, and Scissors, so that can grab the Giratina V-Star out of the deck. Wow. There is also a Judge, but I mean, your opponent has 2 cards in hand. They didn't play anything after, so it may very likely just be retreating into this, getting these energies slowly off of the Arceus V. And with the way this works too, the Choice Belt means if there's a V-Guard energy, Lost Impact can still take the knockout. Now in this case, there is none, so it doesn't make a huge deal, but it is still there, adding more damage. Nothing will stand in the way of Giratina V and its plans to take down any Pokemon that stands in its way.
I think if you're in Sydney's position here, you may try to find a Boss's Orders this turn. Then you don't have to attack into the gift energy for the knockout. It looks like we'll just retreat and just has to knock out the Lugia V-Star, and once again, Gabriel will be able to draw up to 7 cards in hand and potentially find that game-winning Boss's Orders. There we go, Lost Impact. We are tied at 2 prize cards each, but now this is the turn. Gabriel needs to close out this game.
It only has 1 copy of Boss's Orders yet. These are a big 5 cards off gift energy. Is it there? It is! Has the Boss's Orders. I think it's the final card in hand, and Gabriel's playing quickly. I think the piece is there. It is that full art Boss's Orders. Primal Turbo can be used, accelerating these jet energy and double turbos left in the deck, and Boss's Orders can close out the game and knocking out one of these benched Arceus, just for safe measure, throwing all the energy on the active and finding the final copy of Boss's Orders. Gabriel Fernandez clinching up game 1.
What a way to kick off our finals here in the senior division. That looked like Sydney was going to make a comeback for the ages, but the gift energy indeed providing that final gift to Gabriel, the Boss's Orders, to close out that game. Those are, kind of the scary games where you're ahead by so much, and all of a sudden, I can't win this turn. Uh-oh, I can't win this turn either. Am I about to blow a 4 prize card lead? But nope, at the last moment, finds the Boss's Orders to close out game number 1.
And you see, Lugia has that super strong aggression out the gate, but when it's unable to find those gusting cards, or in this case, when you use so many of them early on to push your aggression, if your opponent is able to slowly combat it, put themselves back in a position, you've only got the 3 boss to gust. If your opponent can keep putting energy to play with things like Trinity Nova, they can play this little dancing game around where they keep pivoting into Pokemon that they've taken damage with and attacked with, and slowly get into that position with the Giratina V-Star. But wow, so much to take in on this first game. An incredible start there from Gabriel, put on so much pressure, Tempest Dive after Tempest Dive. But it was Sydney coming back in with a lot of late game aggression, plenty of energy cards to spare, and that Giratina V-Star could have been unchecked if Gabriel did not find that boss's orders.
Wow, I mean, that was a close game, and Sydney had one of the worst starts possible. I'm interested to see what's going to happen in game number 2. Hopefully we get an excellent match here in the finals of the World Championships. If that was any indication, we're in for a good series.
Absolutely. So much to take in after that first game. I mean, it feels like both decks have their pretty streamlined strategies. For Lugia, it's put energy to play, get attackers going. I mean, looking at the resource management, and I mean, Gabriel's plan was pretty simple there. Had both Lugia in play, had to bench both those Luminions, so there was no option to bench things. But is there maybe a Pokemon you think if both players set up, that is maybe the MVP or key card for Gabriel to deal with Arceus V-Star and Giratina V-Star?
The slacking V can be really important. The issue is it needs 4 energy that are not double turbo energy plus the choice belt. If you're able to pull that off, it can get a one-hit knockout on Arceus V-Star and Giratina V-Star. So that may be a card to keep an eye on in this second game.
Both players having starting Pokemon. We'll see the prize cards come out for game number 2. See if there's anything interesting in there. You see a Snorlax, Pumpkaboo, one of those Path to the Peak. Pumpkaboo is, of course, that Pumpkin Pit ability to discard stadium cards.
3!
Oh my.
What?
That double Bibarel as well!
Oh no.
Are you kidding me?
That's a full house, Ethan. 3 Judge, 2 Bibarel?
But usually when you have a full house, it's a winning scenario, but it's a losing one here for Sydney.
Unbelievable. Okay, well, let's kick things off. In game number 2, Sydney will be going first this time. There is an energy attachment, but
there's nothing else in this hand. Boss's orders, choice belt, escape rope.
Oh no. Well, at least there's an energy attachment.
That's exact. So,
and no Path to the Peak, no Spiritomb to block Luminion V. 2 terrible starts in a row for Sydney. What does Gabriel have?
Does have Professor's Research, but I'm not sure there's any Archeops to pitch away into the discard pile. I think the choice here for Gabriel, do you want to commit Snorlax to the bench? There's no information, the other one is prized, so for the time being, both Snorlax unavailable. This one going to the discard pile along with one of those boss's orders, so important to keep track of these resources. Oh no, what is his hand? 5 energy cards, Professor Burnett and Boss?
We're gonna read the wind, and hopefully something good blows your way. All right, here's a huge top deck. Do we find Arceus V-Star?
Or supporter card, Iono. I mean, I was gonna say Judge, but 3 of those are unavailable.
It's just a Giratina V.
Is there anything else? I mean, you could play the escape rope, at least put up something like this one prize Bibarel. I feel like you've got to at least try to swing the prize straight somehow, but no, it's just going to get this Arceus V into the active spot. And
yeah, if he knew both Bibarel were prized, he would throw the Bidoof out there right away.
Passing over, and the Professor Burnett found the Lugia V-Star off the Read the Wind. Gonna get a turn to Lugia V-Star again, and able to take a 2-prize knockout with this Tempest Dive.
Here comes Lugia V-Star, the summoning star, putting the 2 Archeops onto the bench, Primal Turbo. Are we gonna see 2 games in a row, a Lugia V-Star taking down an Arceus V?
Even has Jet Energy in hand, so can push this bench Lugia V-Star up into the active, as well as powering up this second Lugia V in the active spot. Excellent start, textbook to the T for Gabriel, and again, a tough break for Sydney on his second turn of the game.
It's all gonna come down to the next draw for Sydney. It's gotta be something. And here comes the Lugia V-Star.
And back to the peak as well. There's no way for Sydney to counter the stadium cards at all. Plays the 1 Lost City, I guess, but I mean, you've got to find just that one copy. Down goes Arceus V. Gabriel again, 2 prizes right away. And the game comes down to this. I mean, what do you even promote here? If you promote the Beep Doof, you now have to find one more resource. It's going to take the risk. Put the Giratina V-Star. That's another boss.
Another boss's orders.
Oh, no. So, I mean, at least for the time being, you can evolve this Giratina V into a V-Star. Buy yourself some time, but...
I mean, boss's orders doesn't even buy you any time.
I mean, it's more so just evolving this. Boss is going to bring up the Archeops. It's going to be one more energy needed to discard, and that's it. The turn is passed back over.
See, another Jet energy in hand could simply play that or just, attach and retreat. Is there a boss's orders? No, here comes the Jet energy. Lugia now with 5 and the boss's orders
again. Boss's orders bringing up Arceus V into the active spot, going the same way as game 1. 4 prize cards taken in 3 turns here for Gabriel.
Gabriel trying to get this over with and speed run his way to a world championship. This is a huge top deck. Will Cindy finally find something? We know there's 3 judge in the prize cards, so there's...
It's another Arceus.
Oh, no.
What a crazy game 2 this has been. After such a tough start in game number 1, you shuffle up. You're hoping to play a good game of Pokemon, and then this terrible way to play out game 2 in terms of draws. It's out of your control, but you can't have it happen here on the world stage in your last game of the tournament. It's going to be another boss bringing up Archeops, and now the question is, does Gabriel potentially have access to one more piece? There is the boss's orders, and hold on, is there the pieces available? Is there a Pumpkin Pit? Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders, bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division world champion here in Yokohama, Japan. Wow.
Congratulations, Gabriel Fernandez. You are a world champion.
Incredible to see the emotions, the sparks in the background. And that was such a crazy finals. Definitely not a back and forth game, but still one filled with excitement, energy, draws, everything we love, and great sportsmanship between both of our competitors, the love for the game, the love for competition. Your new world champion, Gabriel Fernandez from Latin America.
Incredible. That's how you draw it up. Turn 2 Lugia V-Star, get the 2 Archeops in play, soar to victory.
Fly high, man. Fly high. Lugia flew high today. It will be your senior division world champion deck. And congratulations as well to Sydney. Fought valiantly throughout this tournament. For your first top 8, a second place at the World Championships. Nothing to scoff at all.
Yeah, I think you can pretty confidently say as well, nothing you could do in that situation. Just terrible starts, things didn't go your way. Hey, sometimes it's just not your match to win. But congratulations to both players on excellent accomplishments. Sydney, a finalist here at the World Championships, will go home with a trophy, tons of prizes. But congratulations to our new world champion, Gabriel.
Lugia, after such a dominating season, comes home with at least 1 gold trophy to end it out. Lugia has been the deck since we saw that card released in November. Take the world by storm, and it's taken the World Championships by storm here, blasting its way into a World Championship victory. Congratulations again with Gabriel, bringing a deck that not a lot of people expected for this event. Lugia, of course, on people's radars with this single strike variant, but you see maybe the more linear, straightforward approach using these colorless attackers worked out well for here. The world champion now in the seniors division.
Incredible. And has holding on tight to that Lugia plush, the mascot. That's a good team right there, Gabriel and Lugia.
One that will be very successful, I'm sure, for the time to come. Lugia is not going anywhere, and now I feel like you found your true Pokemon love, one that you could stand by and be your support. And Lugia's a great one for sure. A world champion now. Congratulations once again to Gabrielle.
Yeah, so 2 exciting matches so far. We saw the Lost Box deck with Pokemon V winning in the junior division. Now Lugia V-Star winning in the senior division. And then in the Masters division finals, it'll be a battle between VMAX and EX. So we'll see which is the last one that takes home the crown.
I'm getting excited for that match. You got any predictions? Who do you think's got it?
I don't know, we'll have to see.
All right, taking the neutral stance.
Yeah.
I like it, I like it. It's been an incredible weekend so far. One more match of TCG action. We've had a blast so far, covering action all across Yokohama, Japan. And this is what Worlds is about. That excitement, that rush. It only happens once a year here at the World Championships.
Yeah, what an incredible way to go. I mean, you want your deck to run perfectly in the biggest match of your life, and it did for Gabrielle. Lugia V-Star, he didn't even need all the other tricks, the slacking V, Snorlax, all that stuff. At the end of the day, it was just Lugia V-Star soaring in for the victory.
And a clean victory at that, a 2-0 dominating fashion. Lugia, the MVP in this tournament for Gabrielle. Now coming home a world champion, and all of his friends and family you saw support the crowd erupting here in Yokohama, Japan. I mean, as your brother, if you're Gabriel's brother, right, Vinny Fernandez, you missed Top Cut, but if there's anybody you want to see win the tournament that you were just so short, so close to making it in, it's your brother, somebody who you've practiced and prepared with. I know he's elated over the moon right now to see that success be. It's almost like your own success at that point. You've put in all that time, you've practiced all that. When your friends are winning, when the people you care about are winning, it's a win for you too.
Yeah, but also now in a sibling rivalry, you got the one up over your brother.
I'm sure he'll be holding that above his head for a long time to come.
It's like, yeah, when are you going to win a world championship?
I'm sorry, I have a world win, you don't?
Yeah, just an amazing match between our 2 senior division players. What more can you say? Lugia V-Star taking home the crown here. And we can walk through this once again. The jet energy soaring, propelling Lugia V-Star and that key card path to the peak, limiting Sydney's options, but it didn't even matter. There was nothing that could be done. And the classic play that we've seen be a world championship winner time and time again. Boss's orders for the win.
The most powerful gusting card in the format, bringing up these Pokemon V, and that's what it took. Boss's orders, constant aggression, bringing it up.
Pumpkin Pit.
Pumpkin Pit Luminion just off screen, finding the last Boss's orders. And that last minute of pure elation, pure joy to become a world champion. Can't even dream it up that way. I'm sure it's just a wave of emotions going over Gabrielle's head right now. Great ones at that, though.
Yeah, at the start of this, if you told me that Weird Ear V was going to be a world champion, I don't know if I would have believed you, but here we are. The colorless Lugia deck taking home the crown. Man, what an exciting way to cap off the finals here in the senior division. Of course, we are 2/3 of the way done with our TCG action, so stay tuned. We still do have the Masters division finals coming up between Tord Reklev and Vance Kelly. Should be one for the ages as well. 2 players looking to, start their legacy or solidify their legacy, depending on which player comes out on top there. I'm sure Chip and Kyle will talk all about that when we get to that match, but hey, that's going to be an awesome one.
That match is going to be exciting, but for now, our senior division world champion is ready on stage for an interview. Let's throw it down and hear from our new senior division world champion.
Gabrielle, did you hear that? They just called you world champion. How does that feel?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited, feeling happy, feeling good.
I would be happy too. Now, if you look back on that match, what was your favorite highlight moment? What would you pick for our instant replay?
I think the moment that I won, just became a world champion.
That's a pretty good moment to pick, I would say. Any particular move or card that you want to say that was the best part?
I mean, the whole tournament, I used Weird Ear a lot, and the deck just didn't break, so.
It sure didn't. Now you're looking at a bright future in Pokemon. What are your plans for the next thing?
Yeah, I still have 2 years in seniors, and my brother is going to be a master next year, but I'm excited, just playing Pokemon.
It's fun.
Yeah.
You're good at it.
it's a thing that I like the most to do.
Yes, absolutely. And it looks like there are a lot of people out here supporting you in doing that. Who's out here?
My brother, my family, my friends, they all supported me throughout this journey.
Do you want to say anything to them before we go?
Thanks.
Thanks indeed. All right, casters, back to you.
Congratulations to our Senior Division World Champion. And we are just moments away from getting into our Masters final match. An incredible 2 games we have seen thus far for the TCG, but more yet to come. Chip Ritchie here on the desk with Kyle Sablehouse. And what a better player could we have picked to feature here in the World's Finals match?
I think that this is just how it has to go from this point forward. Every major event, you need to go through Tord Reklev or be Tord Reklev if you want to win.
Seems like that is the story. Of course, Tord Reklev, one of the best players in the history of the Pokemon TCG, finds himself now in the finals. The one last crown he has been unable to claim. One match separates him from that title. But Vance Kelly, his opponent from America, is going to do absolutely everything in his power to make sure that does not happen, that he brings home the trophy, that he becomes our world champion.
Yeah, we've seen Vance has had so much success with Mew VMAX throughout the course of this season, and this is the best one as it comes down to the World Championships, making it through day 1 and then now in day 2, all the way through to the finals, where he has to face off against Tord Reklev, the Gardevoir King.
Yes.
It doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, Tord has really kind of been on the cutting edge of innovating with this Gardevoir deck. Everyone kind of copied his list after EUIC. He got that 2nd place finish against Alex Szymanski at that international event, was unable to reclaim that title that he has had in the past, but Gardevoir kind of became the norm. You know, his list became the norm after that tournament. The format has changed quite a bit. We've got the new Paldea Evolved expansion that's added cards like Iono, Reversal Energy that have really boosted Gardevoir to Tier 1 status.
Yeah, there's so much that you can see with this deck now, and you can go with this slower approach that we've seen, adding in the Mirage step once more. This was an iteration that we saw at the beginning. We chose not to go with that at EUIC, and now it's back, and it makes so much sense, as we've seen time and time again. Give up those early prize cards, let your opponent think they're winning, boom, Reversal Energies, all these Pokemon in play, you're ready to roll.
Yeah, the Mirage Step inclusion is super interesting in Tord's list. You know, Japan gets the cards a little bit earlier than us. We were looking at some of the Japanese Gardevoir lists once Scarlet and Violet base set came out, and we saw a mix. Some playing just for Refinement Curlias, some of them including that one Mirage Step. When we got the cards in the western part of the world, players were testing both versions of the deck, and for Refinement Curlia kind of became the norm. Everyone kind of wrote off Mirage Step, but Tord, for this meta, has found a way to bring it back to that option, to be able to get multiple Curlia in play and still have the option to rare candy your Ralts up into one of your 2 powerful Gardevoir. Why do you think it is that this meta made for Mirage Step to be better when in the past Tord and many other players have chosen not to play it?
Yeah, I think we just have an opportunity here where you can give up those initial prize cards, and you understand that you're playing in a meta where people like to take the first prize card or so, and then you just walk right into those Reversal Energies, get those big knockouts that you're looking for on those Pokemon V on the other side, and you can really surprise your opponent with how many energies you can get down in those early games.
And of course, Vance Kelly is going to be piloting the Mew VMAX deck, one of the most powerful decks in our entire format. Ever since that card originally came out a couple years ago, it has been atop the metagame consistently. It's evolved, it's changed. We've had double turbo builds, we've had things with you know, Peony, we've had Latios being played in these decks. But we circle back to this version with the Meloettas, with those Fusion Strike energies. Pure Aggression is really the name of the game for Vance Kelly.
Yeah, it's a great addition to the deck to bring back into the mix. You have the potential for the turn 1 knockout going second, and of course, a little additional firepower when you're trying to knock out big Pokemon like that Gardevoir EX.
Well, let's look at our players' journey to get to this point. We see them facing off now in the finals. We did feature Tord twice yesterday, once in top 8 and once in top 4. He was able to take down Victor in that Gardevoir mirror match and then faced off against one of the great players from North America, Michael Pramawat. A pretty convincing 2-0 victory in that one.
Yeah, look at that top 4. Vance Kelly, Azul GG, Tord Reklev, and Michael Pramawat. We're certainly blessed at this stage to see such amazing players, and it's going to be a finals for the ages here.
Vance was able to take down Peng Kai Hing in top 8 and then had an electric 3-game set against Azul GG in top 4. It was a Fusion Mew mirror match. Cards were flying back and forth, power tablets soaring, boosting damage, but ultimately it was Vance's decision to include Oricorio that I think gave him the edge in that mirror match. It made it more difficult for Azul GG to take KOs on Pokemon like Genesect, forcing a damage modifier, forcing the find of the Choice Belt and the Power Tablet, and ultimately that's what led Vance to victory in that top 4 match.
Yeah, Vance was able to find the 4 Power Tablets to get the job done, take one giant knockout like we saw Pablo Meza do against Tord Reklev in the top 4 of EUIC, so a little reminiscent there, and maybe we'll see that one more time.
Let's see a bit about this matchup. Our 2 players, their 2 decks, how they've gotten to this point, and what's going through those minds heading into this finals match.
My name is Tord Reklev, and I am from Norway.
The psychic energy's in hand. Greninja can retreat out of the active spot, and Tord Reklev advances to the World Championship final match.
My name's Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. My strategy was to play the deck I'm comfortable with. I played Mew VMAX all year, so I just stuck with it for this tournament.
My role strategy for this tournament was to just focus more on the basics of the game. So preparations, I didn't do anything crazy deck choice-wise. Playing Gardevoir, I recognized as being probably the strongest deck in format, but I spent a lot of time and effort trying to perfect the plays and lines available and trying to figure out the best list for the event as well. My deck plays 2 reversal energies, which is 1 more than the norm, but it means that my Shining Arcana Gardevoir can do a lot of damage quickly. So hopefully I can knock out a Mew VMAX a little bit earlier than normal.
My opponent has some tech cards that deal with a couple of my own tech cards, so that's something to look out for. It would feel really cool to win Worlds. You know, that's something as a kid, you see the World stacks in the stores, you hope you can get your deck printed one day. So it'd be really amazing to win Worlds.
Winning Worlds would be incredible. I can't believe I'm so close right now. It is the only tournament really left for me, so I don't really dare have my hopes too high, even if I'm so close, but it would mean everything.
Tord's a great player. It's an honor to play against him. I wish him good luck, and we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
I hope we have a great match and play some great Pokemon for everyone to see tomorrow.
This is the TCG Masters Finals! You look ready, so let's bring out our players right now. First, please welcome to the stage, Vance Kelly! Welcome, Vance. There has been a lot that has led up to this moment. Tell us about your preparation that brought you here.
For the most part, it was just playing a lot of games with my friends the week leading up to the tournament. They were a big help, and I'm really grateful that they came with me here, and we had a lot of fun.
Now that you're here on the big stage, what are you going to have to do to make sure that you come out the world champion?
I mean, there's a lot of different ways it could unfold. I do have kind of some lines of play mapped out, but it doesn't always go that way, so we'll just kind of have to see.
Is there anything you want the audience to keep an eye out for while you play?
Ooh, I don't want to give any spoilers. I think me and Tord both have some tech cards that have some interesting interaction, so we'll see if that happens in our match.
Great. And before we move on, just is there anything you want to say to those people who have been supporting you, like you mentioned?
Yeah, I just want to give some shout outs. Shout out to everybody who came with me here. Shout out to Greg for playing a lot of games. Shout out to Jesper. Shout out to Pete Grixby.
Thank you so much. All right, now let's bring out your challenger. Everyone, please welcome to the stage, Tord Reklev. Welcome to the stage, Tord. You've been on this stage before, but what is it that brought you here to this World Championship? What was the determining factor this season?
Well, I was planning to play a lot of Pokemon, and then somehow we ended up here.
All right, that works. Now, as you go into this final match, what are you trying to keep in mind? What are you going to have to do to play your best right now?
I have to set up a lot of Gardevoirs. I'm thinking 4, 5, 6, all of them. We're setting up all the Gardevoirs.
And are there any people here that you want to say hello to, thanks to, anything before we start the match?
Thanks to my friends, my family, my girlfriend, like everyone that reaches out to me and supports me. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you so much.
And what do you want them to watch for in this match? Anything in particular?
I just hope my opening hand is good. That's it.
All right, we'll hope that for you too as well. Thank you both so much. We look forward to watching you play. Go ahead and shake hands. Head over to your stations. And casters, back over to you. Thank you.
Anna and Kyle, can't wait to see what is going to happen here. You can feel the tension, the emotion from both of these players, but at the same time, a feeling of mutual respect.
Yeah, I mean, this is an accomplishment in and of itself to get to this stage. And of course, you're playing against we have two incredible players on both sides of the table. So going to be looking out for that to see if we see those opening hands like Tord was talking about. It's going to be a big deal. Battle VIP Pass wins games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the opening hand's so important for both of these players. Both of them really relying on Battle VIP Pass to get their set up rolling, to get their optimal strategies up into play. In that video, we saw Tord talking about, this almost feels like one last step, one last stone for him. The only tournament he has been unable to take down. And, we talk about the GOATs in the Pokemon TCG. Tord is always up there, but there's one person people always compare him to, and that's Jason Klaczynski, 3-time world champion. Tord and Jason are from 2 different eras. Jason won 3 worlds back in 2006, 2008, and 2013. Tord has won 4 international championships. He's gotten the finals twice. He's gotten top 4 at Worlds, and now finds himself here in the finals of the World Championships. If he gets this win, do we get to call it the undisputed best player of all time?
I mean, I think we're always going to do the LeBron and Jordan over and over again between these players, but I think that this is the one. If you win the World Championships here with the caliber of play that we've seen with all of the players throughout, I mean, you speak about how many people are in those international events that he was winning. That doesn't compare to the size that we saw with Jason's tournaments. They were much smaller back then. So winning those, even though it was a great accomplishment at the time, Tord's doing it on a whole nother level.
Different game, different era. Both players, of course, playing it at the top level. Vance Kelly going to do everything he can to take down Goliath at this point, and that is what this feels like. We see Vance's accomplishments, has had some solid tournament runs, but without a doubt, adding this world's finalist or champion record to this accolades list will be, a big bolster to this resume.
Yeah, this is definitely the one that you want to add to your resume. Even day 1 performance, adding that in and getting through is such a tough feat. So to add to now another Mew VMAX victory would be incredible for Vance. And he's been relying on this deck all year now. Would love to see one more go at it to get through Tord Reklev on the other side.
And his opponent, of course, Tord Reklev, the man who needs no further introduction. 2019 World's Top 4, LAIC champion, NAIC champion, EUIC champion. I think there's an OCIC to throw in there as well.
I think this just speaks to Tord, though. He would rather show that top 4 world championship because that's what's important to him. Yes. That is so big for him. And to get back to this stage, it's everything. He's going to be reliant on that Gardevoir EX. Zacian's cool, but we're going to be looking at Kirlia. It's trade.
It is effectively trade, a card that Tord had plenty of success with back then as well. The Zork GX, of course. Kirlia very reminiscent there, and you can see Tord kind of has strategies over the years that he has liked to come back to. He wants to see a lot of cards. Yes. He wants to build up a large hand size so that he has plenty of options. Vance's deck will do similar things. It's not going to be reliant on hand size as much as it is turbo. Get through the deck, discard cards, draw more cards with Genesect, discard more, draw more, put cards into play, and find the pieces you need for the various combos. Yep. I'm so excited, Kyle. Moments away from kicking off this Masters final match.
Tord, of course, has all the cards in his hands at all times, just drawing, and can make all of those decisions. Maybe 1 or 2 steps in advance. Vance always has the reach to go for those cards, using Genesect to draw up the hand, and then you have to make those in-turn decisions, those minute choices, and that really can be the difference each turn.
The ever-important coin flip, and it looks like Vance has won. Will be choosing to go first. Absolutely an advantage. Even though his deck can attack on the first turn when going second, you know, Tord can't do much on turn 1 going second, so going first, absolutely the strategy Vance wants to go for.
Right, if you're able to attack with the VMAX on the second turn, having those hit points in play, a little nicer than Meloetta or Psychic Leap.
A couple key tech cards we should mention in this matchup. Vance playing the 1 copy of Box of Disaster, absolutely something that can come up. It is teched for this matchup specifically. And Tord Reklev having 2 reversal energy in this list will make it much easier to reach for one-hit knockouts. And that Lost Vacuum is also something for Tord that could come into play.
Yeah, we've seen players, they saw at NAIC, there was a lot of back and forth, Box of Disasters sneaking into the mix. And if you can remove that card, you're not going to see your Gardevoir knocked out. In return, your Zacian V may be able to stick around. So you've got to be looking out for that card specifically, as it is, it's pretty interesting to see in Gardevoir.
Prize cards going out, an ever-important moment here of the game. Vance Kelly has prized that 1 path to the peak and an Alessa Sparkle, not ideal. Tord prizing a Ralts, not the best, but Mirage Step can make up for it.
Historically, Tord prizing Palpad is never good as well, but I don't think it's going to be as big here.
All in all, feels like a fair fight. Vance with that Power Tablet prized could definitely matter. You do need to play a bunch of those in order to get a one-hit knockout on a Gardevoir EX that doesn't have any damage counters on it. So much math that's going to have to be tracked here. Power Tablets being played on Vance's end. We're going to have Tord Reklev with extra energy cards in play. We're counting by our 3s and 2s here. And it is time. The Masters Finals underway. Vance Kelly with the start.
And what a start it will be. Genesect V there starting things off, the Nest Ball in hand, but we did see the Forest Seal Stone, so a good look into what could be a very great start at the World Championships Finals.
Vance going to take a moment to check the prize cards. We see our best players doing this very often, moving all the Pokemon to the front, all the energy cards to the back, try to get as best of a count as you can, figure out what those 6 cards are. What are the important things for Vance to be checking in general, but also just this matchup specifically?
Yeah, when I think about this matchup, of course, you're going to be looking to knock out those Curlias. You want to limit the draw power from Tord, so Boss's Orders is going to be a big one to look out for. If you're able to find those cards back-to-back, chain them together, maybe you can slow down Tord, and he won't burn through his deck in 3 turns.
We see the note-taking, Vance wanting to make sure on the biggest stage, no mistakes are made. You got to take your time. You got to figure things out. No reason to rush at this point. 75 minutes for this 3-game potential set that we have lined up. Vance having that Forest Seal Stone in hand will ensure that he's able to make something happen this turn, but having to use it early always feels a little unfortunate, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you have it in the deck so that you have the opportunity to reach for that, but you'd love to hold on to this resource for maybe that mid-game potential or finding that key Boss's Orders that you need. If it's going to lead to, 2 Pokemon added to your bench on turn 1, that's still fine.
We actually do see Vance shuffling the deck here. It makes me wonder if he feels like he can get a Fusion Strike system for 1, maybe 2 cards in before having to commit to the Forest Seal Stone. If 1 or 2 cards drawn does lead to something like a Battle VIP pass, and you can save this Forest Seal, that would be excellent. And I think that is what we're lining up for. 1 single card drawn. Here we go. Fusion Strike system, drawing a number of cards equal to the number of Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play. Another Seal Stone.
All right, 1 more try here as we see that Forest Seal Stone played down. Fusion Strike system for 1.
Looking for that VIP pass, unable to find it. Iono is decent on the next turn, potentially, depending on what Tord is able to do. And Vance actually choosing to pass the turn. Value's holding on to this Forest Seal. What do you make of it? And hold on for a second. Tord Reklev, 2 VIP in this opening hand.
Yep, added one right off the top there, and that's going to be a bench filler. That is exactly what Tord wants to see. But yeah, as you mentioned, for Vance, not adding that card in, that means that all 4 Battle VIP Pass in the deck are going to be dead cards. You can maybe get some use out of them with Chromatic, but could be some choppy draws.
Now the interesting thing here for Tord is if he wants to make use of that Mirage Step Kirlia, even though he's got 2 Battle VIP Pass, you can't overfill the bench really, right? So how should Tord navigate this position? How many Pokemon do you expect to see off the option of 4 that he has?
Yeah, potentially 3 here. You could go with the double Ralts and the Radiant Greninja if you're thinking that you can work in the Mirage Step, but it doesn't always hurt to have that other Ralts down. You don't know if you're going to be holding onto this hand. Your opponent could disrupt you, and maybe you draw into all those Kirlias, so having Ralts down, never a bad thing.
Starting the Cresselia is also kind of annoying for Tord. It's not really that good in this matchup. It could come in and maybe, if you get a bunch of damage counters in play, take a knockout on a Meloetta potentially, or an Oricorio to close out the game, but you don't really want to have this in play early. He'd much rather it be pretty much any other basic in his deck besides save for that Zacian.
Yeah, perhaps you work in the Lunar Blast to chip down on a Mew VMAX, but this is not the ideal starter here.
The choice off VIP Pass will be that Radiant Greninja and the Ralts. And Tord going with the shuffle here makes me anticipate a potential concealed cards. Wait to see what you draw before you commit to this next VIP.
We'll see what is added from here. You could always just draw into an additional Pokemon, and that may mean that we see a full bench as adding an additional Pokemon and then Battle VIP Pass. You get your 2 more. You've got all 5.
There will be concealed cards, ditching that Psychic Energy, allowing Tord to draw 2 off the top, Fog Crystal and a Gardevoir EX. Do see, it looks like a Refinement Kirlia in this hand. There is no supporter card here for Tord Reklev at the moment.
Not the draws you're looking for. Of course, Fog Crystal could lead to additional energy down the line. You could draw more cards with Radiant Greninja on a later turn, Refinement for an additional 2, but this turn would be a little slower unless you work this Mew into the mix.
And we do see that Mew brought to the front of the deck. Its excellent Mysterious Tail ability would allow Tord to look at the top 6 cards of the deck and try to find an item card, maybe looking for an opportunity to get a turn 2 Gardevoir EX into play through a rare candy. That is something that there is the potential for. And with a Refinement Kirlia in hand, does Tord almost feel like he needs to ditch that option of the Mirage Step? Is it better to not go for that in this line, or with the way this hand has played out?
Yeah, I think you need to just commit to the draws at this point and focus on the refinements, get these Ralts down into play. If you retreat this Cresselia and even don't find the rare candy, finding level ball here would be pretty solid. Fog Crystal as well. You could just get the final Ralts down into play, and you'll be able to draw plenty next turn.
Unfortunately, though, for Tord, Mew is only able to find item cards. So something like Level Ball definitely seems great for the next turn, but it would not be able to find him something like that Professor's Research there. I'm sure he would love to potentially grab something to just see him more cards this turn. He's not going to have that option, though. It's going to be stuck with whatever this hand holds for him.
Considering the Ultra Ball, but likely it would be the Fog Crystal here. Would lose a lot of cards in this hand if you go for it, but this does open up potential for searching through for a different Pokemon. Maybe you could find that Lumineon if we don't already have that.
Yeah, looks like Ultra Ball will be the take. Lumineon V is certainly an option. Its Luminous Sign ability allows you to search the deck for any supporter card, but filling the bench with a Lumineon at this point would be pretty bad. You know, Tord's got 2 support Pokemon in play already in the Mew and Greninja, started the Cresselia. If you only have 2 Ralts in play, that's really not the strategy you want to go for.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely not the following turn. You're just trying to get all these Ralts down to play. You know that your opponent's going to open up a bench space for you on the next turn. They like taking knockouts on the other side.
Absolutely. Tord crossing the fingers that the knockout will be on something that is not a Ralts. Vance not playing something like that block slider Ice Cube that we've seen in these Mew lists, so it wouldn't be an option to target down Ralts. That would be really nice in a spot like this. Be able to take that pretty easy KO on something. You don't really mind leaving this Mew in play too much, but now it will be the pass. Vance Kelly draws return. It is an Ultra Ball. Could allow him to thin the hand down potentially. It looks like he's holding on to a Mew VMAX, Fusion Strike Energy, and Iono as well.
I think this lines up pretty nicely. You have your energy ready to go. You can evolve this Pokemon, and you're ready to take some knockouts. But you could work in the Iono there. And although Tord's hand isn't the best, you need to get your own setup rolling here.
Vance kind of hinted in our pre-game interview at some potential lines, some potential options that he has in this matchup. You can tell he's prepared. He's thought through the different opportunities that he could have and maybe would take a strategy that's not normal. Do you have any idea what Vance could be keying into? Could it be something like a Psychic Leap play leaving up a one-prizer?
Potentially. It really depends on what you want to go with here. Leaving the prize cards out now doesn't seem like the worst strategy. It's so unlikely that Tord's able to work in anything this early in the game.
Vance is forced to commit this Forest Seal Stone, uses that Star Alchemy V-Star power, and now can search the deck for any single card and add it to the hand. It looked like he drew a couple of VIP pass, maybe wishing those were in the previous hand on the first turn, but for now I feel like they will likely just be some Ultra Ball fodder.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want those cards to be at this point in time. Just get rid of them, thin this hand down, and continue to draw. Looks like a little more needs to be done if Genesect V is going to assist in drawing up. It's wild to see on the second turn here. Still just 3 Pokemon in play on the side for Vance.
On Vance's end, is it worth respecting a potential turn 2 knockout from Tord? Do you want to go for that Box of Disaster, or are you trying to save that for later on? That to me is a big question here. When does Box of Disaster come into play?
Yeah, I think you have to find the perfect turn for it later in the late stages of the game. If you can get this down onto the Mew VMAX and combine this with perhaps Path to the Peak and Iono, then you have this spot that Tord's in where he not only needs to draw out of a low hand size, but then find the counterplay with that final Lost Vacuum.
Vance attaching another Forest Seal Stone to this Genesect V, not because it's able to be used, but because he no longer wants it in his hand. Just get that out. He does have a Choice Belt in this hand. He could put that on the Mew VMAX. Choice Belt's not really a great card in this matchup. You can use it to KO a Zacian V potentially, but Zacian V is pretty much always going to have a lot of damage on it anyway. And I think Vance is holding off on putting the Choice Belt in play because he wants to leave that tool slot open for the Box of Disasters, potentially.
Yeah, if this Pokemon isn't attacked into, if you see Tord go for an Ultron strategy and targeting down Genesect Vs, then no damage is going to be on this Pokemon.
Not a great draw here. Lost City and a VIP pass. You could see the Lost City come into play, but Lost Zoning the Mew doesn't really do too much at this stage. And Vance also pretty badly needs to find another Mew V.
He's going to play it down anyways because
forced to.
The draw is that important. All 4 Pokemon accessorizing here as we continue to draw up.
Cramomatic could be solid here. A big coin flip incoming. Heads, Vance can search for any card he wants, and tails means he gets nothing. He does thin a card out of his hand, so can draw 2 more with this Genesect. Really hoping to find an out to another Mew V at a minimum. And there it is, Mew V, that 4th card.
Thankfully adding that down. It was going to be a long shot to see this Mew VMAX removed, but you're playing against Tord Reckless on the other side. You got to be worried about everything.
Mew VMAX able to use Max Miracle, taking the KO on Tord's own Mew. Vance has taken the first prize of this Masters Finals, sending Mew to the Lost Zone thanks to Lost City being in play.
Yeah, Lost City is a great card for this matchup if you're able to target down pieces of the Gardevoir line. If you can remove those Ralts early or the Corellia, then maybe the Super Rod is not going to be nearly as effective finding some late key pieces to continue drawing.
Tord's hand is not that good. He does have a Corellia here to refinement, and he has a Fog Crystal and a Psychic Energy, it looks like. So has the option to shuffle the deck, but probably doesn't want to at this point since he knows there's no supporter on the bottom. We do see the ditch of a VIP pass, finding another Corellia. And this is exactly what Tord wants to do, chain these Corellias together, refinement after refinement, and hopefully find something like an Iono this turn.
Yep, Shining Arcana Gardevoir also added to the hand, so Rare Candy gets a little more important to find. Could continue to draw even more here.
Also having that Mirage Step Corellia. Could we see the interesting play of Mirage Step just for 1 Corellia this turn? He's definitely considering it, and if he's going to do this play, I don't expect to see this other refinement be utilized because he wouldn't want to risk drawing into the other Corellia.
Yep, it's
he knows it's on the bottom of the deck, right?
Yes,
so he actually
you're
could
right.
safely use refinement here.
Yeah.
It was Iono to the bottom on the last turn.
Yeah, you see the Fog Crystal in hand, would like to do that and use the Radiant Greninja, but doesn't want to shuffle the deck.
Right.
So really stuck here, considering how to go about this.
Considering all the options, Tord is, if nothing else, meticulous with this game. We will see Mirage Step being utilized, and now we'll search the deck for that final Kirlia. Probably one of the weaker Mirage Steps you could ever see.
Yeah,
I guess literally the weakest Mirage Step you could see.
I mean, you could try and go for 0.
It is a legal attack to announce. And it will be Kirlia found, placing it directly onto the bench. Not having to worry about Ralts at all. Kirlia is just in play, and that will mean that Pokemon has been in play for a turn, so it can even evolve into one of Tord's pair of Gardevoir on the next turn.
Tord just hiring his replacement there. One Kirlia in, one Kirlia likely going to be out, and with the Lost City not being countered, that means that this Pokemon will be removed from play completely. If you are going to lose one Kirlia, though, at least it wasn't refinement.
Yeah, absolutely. It will send that Ralts to the Lost Zone as well, which can definitely have an impact in the late game if you need to super odd one back and then try to play a Rare Candy into a Gardevoir. A late game play like that is totally something you could line up. Vance now starting off the turn, looks like another Choice Belt in the hand. Really doesn't want to play that, since you want to save one of these Mew V to be able to have that Box of Disaster. And while Vance does have Cramomatic in hand, you actually can no longer discard tool cards to Cramomatic. There's been an errata. All tool cards are their own classification. You can no longer ditch that for a Cram.
If thinning is that important, you could still play this card. You have those copies of Lost Vacuum, which you could eventually remove one of these, but it looks like that is going to be the line there.
Yeah, Vance feeling like his hand is kind of clogged. He needs to draw as much as possible. It will just be a Fusion Strike system for only 2 cards, another Cramomatic, and it looks like that Crystal Cave. Not a super good stadium in this matchup. A pretty interesting tech choice for Vance this weekend. Lost Box was very popular. We are going to see Cram getting rid of another Cramomatic. There's the flip, and it's another Tails. 2 Tails for Vance so far in this final match.
Yep, Cram for Cram really hurts when you see the Tails. 2 more cards, hopefully something to get the ball rolling.
Vance has really not had a very powerful start here. He's drawn a decent bit of cards, but nowhere near what you expect to see from the high-octane Mew VMAX deck.
Yeah, you're just looking to burn through the deck at this point. You want to make sure that in the late stages of the game, when your opponent is using Iono, you have the resources available to close out. And it's just clogged right now. The hand is clogged, the deck is clogged, and you're not burning through at this stage.
Vance did draw a Nest Ball. This can get one more Pokemon in play. It does a couple things here. Thins a card out of the hand, but also gets a Pokemon out of the deck and puts another Fusion Strike Pokemon in play, making your Fusion Strike system all the more powerful, effectively playing 1 card, allowing you to draw 2 more.
We'll see this Mew V added. This could be the recipient of the Box of Disasters eventually, if we see that, as all of these Pokemon have found tools.
Of course, that's an option. The Lost Vacuum play you mentioned is pretty solid, as well as it thins your hand down in addition to getting rid of the tools that really are not useful in this specific matchup. Vance thinking about maybe some other cards to potentially play from this hand. It will just be the draw on the Genesect. Looks like 2 cards added to this hand once again. It is a Lost Vacuum, so that's a way we could see some cards thinned out on the next turn, but Vance has used all his Fusion Strike systems at this point. There's really nothing else you need to draw.
Yep, Ultra Ball in the hand as well, too, so could find that final Mew VMAX if you'd like to. But this is a great hand to work with on the next turn. You have the boss's orders. The only real thing missing was that double turbo energy, so if Vance can find that next turn, we'll have multiple Pokemon that could start attacking here.
Max Miracle utilized once again, taking the KO, sending Kirlia and Ralts to the Lost Zone. Toward Reklev draws for turn. I believe has that Zacian V now. That's something that can pretty easily come in and one-hit KO a Mew VMAX. You got to work a little harder if you want to use the Gardevoir, the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, to get the KO. We'll see which way Tord wants to go with it. Drawing 2 off refinement. It's a Rare Candy and a Level Ball, neither of those being much help at this point. Rare Candy only does you any good if there's a Ralts in play.
Yeah, we need to see a lot more Psychic Energies in the discard pile if you want to see a one-hit knockout on a Mew VMAX this time around.
True.
Looks like 1 card was found, the Psychic Energy off the Shining Arcana, but chose not to take it as you would like to continue to use this to burn. Could draw some additional cards with the Radiant Greninja at this stage, and every card matters here.
Toward just thinning at this point, I think hoping to draw into one of the 2 copies of Professor's Research, more than likely in this stage. Just ditch the hand, draw a bunch of cards, and get some psychic energies into the discard pile. Now, as Tord, you've got a couple of attackers. The Gardevoir with Shining Arcana and the Brainwave attack, and then you've also got Zacian with its powerful Storm Slash. They're effectively the same attack. They cost the same amount of energy, they both deal 60 base damage, and then 30 more for each psychic energy you have attached to the Pokemon. How do you decide which one you want to attack with at any given time? When is it correct to go with the 2 prize Pokemon, and when is it correct to put your potential draw power at risk?
Yeah, occasionally it's about the hit points, but most of the time it's about that reversal energy. If you're able to work that into the mix with the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, it really is that additional reach that you're looking for. With the Zacian, it's going to have to be all those basic psychic energies, and you usually don't see that until the late stage of a game.
Tord will need 9 energy on one of those 2 Pokemon in order to pick up the 1-hit knockout on a Mew VMAX. Using that Gardevoir, it could be that reversal energy plus 6 more basic psychics, and we're getting to the point where he's kind of close to having at least 6 in the discard pile. It looks like 4 there, maybe 5.
Yeah, I see 4 so far, but of course we've got a little bit off the side there. Probably not going to be in reach this turn unless we see an incredible supporter being played and all the cards thrown down. It probably is going to be the Cresselia having to work in the chip damage at this stage of the game, which is not bad. It's some prize cards you're certainly willing to give up at this point. If you can soften this Pokemon up, then it makes it a lot easier to work in the Gardevoir next turn.
Yeah, the thing about this matchup, Vance has to attack a lot. Tord has 1 prize Pokemon and 2 prize Pokemon. Tord actually only has to attack 2 times to win the game. KO 1 Mew VMAX, KO another Mew VMAX. So there is options as well to maybe take some Genesect KOs, something like that, but really if you can go all in on just 2 big VMAX knockouts, I feel like that's the normal strategy.
Especially when you look at what's prized and you see the PAL pad there, is you may not have the reach for boss's orders to continue to chain those together. So leave it upon yourself to just reach for the 2 big knockouts, continue to throw away those psychic energies, and you will have the resources there to close out at the end.
Tord ditching another rare candy, finding another psychic energy, also that Artisan as a counter stadium. There is an important card in this hand that I think Tord is wanting to be mindful of not discarding. He has that Lost Vacuum. He does have Professor's Research in hand, but is Lost Vacuum really something he can afford to discard?
I think that is a key card here. You need to hold on to that, even though you see Vance has all of these Pokemon with tools attached. It easily could be replaced for the Box of Disasters, and that would be a disaster for you.
Tord finding a Psychic Energy off of this Fog Crystal. Could even just line up for the Lunar Blast on Cresselia this turn, dealing 110 damage, set up for that 2-hit knockout. You can attack 3 times, 2-hit KOing 1 Mew, and that's okay still. You do open yourself up to being Psychic Leaped, however.
I was worried you were saying attack with Cresselia 3 times. I don't think it's going to be around that long.
Not quite, not quite. Cresselia not going to be around quite that long. Shining
MVP.
Arcana number 2 coming into play, can draw 2 more cards, adding them directly to the hand. If either of them are a Psychic Energy, Tord would be able to get that extra attachment in play somewhere if he would like.
Yeah, seeing the commitment here of the Shining Arcana Gardevoir almost guarantees we're going to see the Gardevoir EX this turn on that other Kirlia. You can't leave a single Kirlia out there. It would easily get knocked out by a boss's orders. Then you have no reach to get these energies into play in the later turns.
Tord ditching 2 Psychic Energy off this Ultra Ball, thinning out a Gardevoir EX. Needs to add that to hand, of course, needing to use that powerful Psychic Embrace ability. Really the namesake of this deck. Using this Gardevoir in order to get those extra energy cards into play. It is what makes it so powerful.
Well, Chip, we somehow got here. There's 6 energies in the discard pile. If the reversal energy is found, it's an easy retreat sequence here. If you don't find it off of the draw here, it is going to have to be that Lost Vacuum that's lost to the Professor's Research, but maybe at this stage of the game, you go for it.
Is he going to go for this play? Does Tord feel like even if he loses this vacuum, he's at a point in the game where it may not matter quite as much? That could be the situation, and it seems like it is. Professor's Research will draw 7 cards.
Giddy up, looking for the reversal energy here to get the job done. Line up a big knockout on that Mew VMAX.
He's
not there,
no
triple
reversal.
Iono.
2 cards still to come, however. Does have Gardevoir's Shining Arcana still, and it could come down to that. Tord playing 2 copies of this reversal energy, one count higher than we're used to seeing in these Gardevoir lists. Does he find it here? The odds are not too bad. He's drawn 7, effectively 9 with this ability. There's a research and a boss's orders.
Missed here.
Unable to get the reversal.
It's going to have to be the 3 attacks this time around. Cresselia still can work in that chip damage, but that is a huge miss here. Throwing away the Lost Vacuum. And Chip, he's looking at his deck saying, there's like 7 cards left. How'd I miss?
Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder, on this turn, he's seen so many cards, he's discarded so many cards. It was probably pretty decent odds to see either 1 reversal energy or even get 9 psychic energy in the discard pile. It seemed kind of hard with only 3 at the start of this turn, but this deck can see so many cards. Or maybe even hitting a psychic energy off Shining Arcana, that was another option. I think it's gonna have to be a 2-hit KO line with this Lunar Blast, Cresselia, maybe even retreating. What does he hit with here?
I mean, you can work in a lot of damage here now with this Gardevoir. I mean, you might as well throw all the energies on there, right?
I mean, if you throw too many, you make it pretty easy for your opponent to Psychic Leap, and that's kind of what I'd be worried about at this point. Take all this damage out of play, effectively erasing a full turn.
That's a great point, Chip. Yeah, we'll see if that comes into play there for Vance on the following turn. Of course, can always copy that attack with the Mew VMAX. We're seeing 7 energies right here. Gonna be short.
Gonna be 270 damage into this Mew VMAX, the colossal 310 hit points, able to allow this Pokemon to hang on. Vance can actually breathe a pretty big sigh of relief here, and that is a massive miss on Tord Reklev's end, and that is gonna make Vance feel pretty decent about his position in this game.
Oh, you're using red, okay.
Especially with that Zacian being in play now. That is a big piece. The fact that that 2-prize Pokemon that's pretty easy to KO is now down.
Right, you can remove some big threats here. You can also just easily steal those 2 prize cards at any point in the game with a boss's orders. It is just very tempting to just knock out the active here, though.
Vance does have that Box of Disasters as the draw for turn. We'll see if that gets worked in this game, but we might actually be in a situation where it doesn't even matter. If Vance can Psychic Leap and KO this Gardevoir, he goes to 3 prizes. He just needs to take another 1-prize KO, and then he can close out the game on the Zacian V on the bench. Tord does have Collapsed Stadium hanging around, so Vance does need to be a little bit mindful of that. That's an option for Tord to potentially just discard that liability at the end of the game, take away Vance's potential win condition. So should he try to capitalize now, go after the 2 prizes? That is the question, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, those prize cards, if you can take those now, sure, you're going to be 2 prizes away from winning the game, but you still need to have the reach to potentially knock out a Gardevoir EX or just deal with the 2 threats at hand that you'll see Tord bringing up.
The interesting thing, however, is, I mean, Vance would effectively force Tord to find Reversal Energy, which I guess he should assume is pretty likely. It was kind of unlucky for Tord to not get it in the last turn, so you should probably assume that Tord needs the Reversal Energy or like a hit on the Shining Arcana. Because there's so much damage on the Gardevoir, it can't easily have more energy cards added to it.
Yeah, with the Box of Disasters added to the Mew VMAX, maybe there's a line here where if you can find 1 amplifier, bosses up the Zacian V, take the knockout, then you're just watching Tord have to knock out his own Pokemon there with the Gardevoir into the Box of Disasters.
Vance also could go for a 1-hit knockout on a Gardevoir EX to potentially close out the game. So there is a world where Vance could take out Zacian here and then try to take out Gardevoir EX next turn. That is really difficult to do. You have to play a lot of damage modifiers in one single turn, all 4 of your power tablets if there are no damage counters on the Gardevoir EX. And Vance does know he has prized a power tablet, so something risky. I mean, there's a 50-50 chance if he takes 2 prizes this turn, he would take 1 off of the prize cards, right? And I don't believe he has played one thus far this game.
We'll see if Genesect can give us a little more information here as 5 cards are going to be added to the hand. If we see all the amplifiers, maybe we see this switch and there's 2 tablets added, it looks like.
That is 3 tablets right there. Full hand of tablets, all of them available. Having double turbo energy as well does open up plays to maybe attack with this Mew VMAX on the bench. Plenty of lines of play for Vance here. Psychic Leap an option, boss's orders potentially if the draw is there. It looks like the find was a Mew VMAX. So Vance really not able to do too much this turn. It will be the Psychic Leap. The question here becomes, now that this Mew VMAX is shuffled in, 270 damage effectively removed from play, what does Vance promote?
Well, You have a free retreat there in the Mew V, but you also have another Mew V Max ready to go in the hand. I don't know if you're going to be holding on to that hand as Tord is sitting up 6 cards and Iono is starting to look pretty good. So I don't mind just bringing up a Genesect V and letting those 2 prize cards fall.
Is there a world where you put the VMAX up there with the Box of Disaster on it? If your opponent hits into it, I mean, you get a prize card there, right? And then you go down to just 2 prizes if they attack with a Gardevoir.
Yeah, but I guess losing your only attacker is pretty scary at this stage of the game.
Sure.
So the Iono counterplay in there would really leave this as a tough call.
Vance taking stock of Tord's resources, what has been utilized. Vacuum is in the discard pile. That, I mean, I honestly would not hate the Box of Disaster. Mew VMAX coming up into the active. I think if you were going to do that, maybe Vance should have put the double turbo energy on this Mew V. That actually would have been a pretty decent line of play. Force Tord to really commit to take the KO or find a boss's orders, something like that, to get around that box.
Right, you'd force the boss's orders from Tord, and that means you get to hold on to the hand that you have, which has all of the gas you need to close out in a match like this.
Tord draws for turn, finding the Super Rod can put back some of these evolution pieces that have hit the discard pile. Thankfully for Tord, they did not get sent to the Lost Zone. No Lost City in play for Vance. It does look like Tord has plenty of Iono in the hand as well. That is something that could be really strong, using that Iono, putting Vance down to just 3 cards.
Yeah, I don't even know if we have time. You see the board state where it's at now. Super Rod may just end up being a great way to add some additional energies back in without damaging yourself. We could see that with the Shining Arcana to continue to draw up. There's some really interesting lines here to play around Box of Disaster.
Concealed card, discarding a Psychic Energy in order to draw 2 cards, does finally find that reversal energy. Lots of plays lined up for Tord. I think, is there one rare candy? The rare candy is in the prizes for Tord, actually. See, I know he's discarded 2. He has one in the prize cards. So, I mean, if he puts back Ralts this turn, takes a rare candy off the prizes, he could get value next turn by rare candying into that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Let's see what he goes for.
He is eyeing that up there. And even the Curlia, too. This could just be a potential way to draw out of an awkward situation later on if your opponent does use Iono. We did see that Vance shuffled one of those back in with the Pal Pad earlier on.
Pretty solid synergy here for Tord, using Super Rod to place those 3 Pokemon directly back into the deck, and then instantly using Artisan to grab that Ralts, putting it back into play. Still has that Iono. Tord taking a moment to look at the cards that were available in the deck. He knows if he plays Iono, those are the cards he's going to have to work with in his hand. Wasn't too much going on there. We will see the Psychic Embrace placing in damage counter on the Cresselia, retreating it to the bench. And Gardevoir coming to the active, Brainwave incoming. This is a pretty easy knockout, but it is only 2 prizes for Tord. He may still have to get through 2 VMAX Pokemon.
Yep, has the reversal energy. He's going to go for it with the boss's orders.
So he's committing to this play. Box of Disaster will yield a knockout here. Tord holding on to Collapse Stadium. I think we're going to see the Zacian V hit the discard pile.
Yep, that is a prize card you cannot give up at this stage of the game. You're going to lose one of your prizes here with the Gardevoir attacking into the Box of Disaster. Hopefully the hit points of this Gardevoir EX hold up.
He's thinking through it. Artisan was put into play last turn. Debating if it is worthwhile. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me. Get rid of the easy win condition for your opponent. Force them to find a way to KO this Gardevoir. But no, we will see this knockout. Gardevoir goes down. Tord promoting the Cresselia, and Vance Kelly is going to take a prize card here and will be able to potentially win the game this turn.
Yeah, we know the amplifiers are in hand. You only need 1 if you want to knock out the Zacian V. Mew V is going to evolve into the Mew V Max.
Looks like we are having a discussion at the table with our judges. Maybe just the order of operations here of who promotes a Pokemon first and who gets to take their prize card first. All these things could matter.
I haven't looked at the compendium in a minute. I'll trust the judges to get the job done there.
Very unique situations. Vance promoting this Genesect, having an escape rope in hand. He does take his prize card. Now drawing for turn. Vance Kelly can go up a game here in the World's Finals if he finds the pieces this turn. All four power tablets in this hand. He also has an Ultra Ball as well that can guarantee the Mew VMAX. Vance is going to be able to draw a lot of cards this turn.
Yeah, I mean, with the Oricorio, you can also just play that down onto the board. You can Ultra Ball. You can basically fill the board and draw every card that you have in your deck. We'll just have to see if the ordering's there. Love seeing the Artisan played here. You're not going to search out any Pokemon unless we see Meloetta hanging out in there. But just to see what's going on in there and where the boss's orders are,
yeah, it's
nice to get an eye on.
It could be okay to just grab the Meloetta, draw a few more cards. I think it depends on if Vance has another Genesect still in the deck, and it is prized, right? So maybe filling the bench here. You know, you've got Oricorio in hand, you've got Meloetta in the deck. Put those two Pokemon in play. You're going to draw a bunch with the Fusion Strike system.
Yeah, I mean, that's a full burn of the hand.
Let's see how many bosses are in the deck.
I think it's go time.
I think there are 2 bosses orders in the deck, so 2 outs immediately for Vance Kelly to try to close this game out. Does still need an energy card, however, let's not forget, and it needs to be double turbo energy. Fusion Strike energy not helping in this stage.
Well, throwing away the Oricorio means that you could just go and find that Mew V. I
Thinning
believe
as
the
much
Mew
as
VMAX
possible
was
here.
in hand.
Yes, yes.
So
Mew VMAX in the hand, and this discard of the Oricorio does thin a card out of the hand and also a card out of the deck.
Yeah, this is beautiful. You can play every single card here and draw 6. Any one of those will, if they are the boss's orders, would be fantastic. And even just find that energy too. You need both those pieces if you want to close out.
It's a 2-card combo at this stage, boss's orders and double turbo energy. Toward having a think about what to promote here. You could send up the Gardevoir, it's got the most HP, but it would force your opponent to no longer need boss's orders if they found all 4 power tablets. And there they are, laying them on the table. 4 power tablets, and now 6 cards drawn with Fusion Strike system.
Yep,
needing boss and double turbo energy. There's the DT and the boss's orders. I think Vance Kelly has it. Boss's orders, KO Zacian V, and 2 prizes, taking the win in Game 1 of our Master Division Finals.
What a way to close out in game number 1 here, Vance Kelly. 4 power tablet. You could have knocked out that Gardevoir EX if you wanted to.
Yeah, it would have worked out. So Tord can maybe be thankful that it wouldn't have mattered if Collapse Stadium had come into play or not. Maybe it would have limited Vance a little bit. It's 1 less Pokemon put into play. But at this stage, Vance finding himself advantaged in this final game up against one of the absolute best to ever even touch a Pokemon card in Tord Reklev.
35 minutes that game took, and we didn't see that many turns, Chip. That's really just goes to show what these players have to do each and every turn to get the job done. You got a lot to think about there, and I think Tord missing on that reversal energy, that might haunt him if he doesn't see a good game too.
That was a really tough turn because it was pretty high odds. He saw a bunch of cards, and he didn't even have to necessarily find reversal energy. He also could have found 9 Psychics. A little harder to do, but certainly possible. And if you're not drawing reversal energy, you got to be drawing something else, right?
There's got to be good cards in the deck. We did see the Ultra Ball with the double Psychic on that turn, so a lot of resources used there. But sometimes it just doesn't work out, even though you took a pretty solid calculated risk.
This was a big decision here from Tord Reklev, taking the knockout, but also allowing his own Gardevoir to be KO'd. He knew Vance had a win condition that turn, but he just had to hope. He had to cross his fingers, and the Genesect was too strong, finding the boss's orders to take that knockout. Here we go. Player shuffling up. Game number 2 underway. You expect this high-level play from both of these players. They've done so much to get to this point, Tord being one of the best, and Tord being who he is, and Vance making it all the way from day 1, battling tons of excellent opponents through day 2, including Azul Garcia Griego in the top 4. You don't expect to see many mistakes at this stage, but do you think there's any other strategies these players could try to utilize as we move into a Game 2?
I mean, we saw already from Tord, he valued that lost vacuum, really wanted to hold on to that for the right time, but then pulled the trigger when he needed to. Saw an opportunity where he could get ahead and not have to worry about sneaking in an additional attack. If you can win this game in 2 attacks, clearly you'd love to go for that. We have seen counterplay back and forth in this matchup before with boss's orders. If we can see those early, then maybe you do get some great play. Vance has those Lost City where you can target down those Curlias. So it really just depends on when you find those cards and if it's at the right time. If you do, maybe you switch it up.
Here we go. Opening hands being found, both of our competitors. Looks like Tord did take a mulligan, so Vance will have one more card to work with, and a second mulligan actually for Tord Reklev. The last thing you want to do is be giving Mew VMAX extra cards.
Yep, and those usually end up being Battle VIP Pass or something good. Cramomatics, we've seen you don't want to give Vance any additional help. The deck is already pretty strong, and I mean, we saw that opening from game 1. It wasn't great.
It really wasn't. That's what's impressive to me about game number 1. It was pretty clunky, honestly, for Vance. The early game was a lot of Fusion Strike System for 1, Fusion Strike System for 2, and even in the mid and late game, it was not that good. All the way till that last turn. It looks like a third mulligan now for Tord Reklev. It was only on that last turn that we finally saw a Fusion Strike System for more than 3 or 4 cards, I believe.
Well, you talk about alternate strategies. Maybe Tord going for the deck out plan here on Vance. It's already going to have 3 additional cards in hand.
I mean, it is optional how many mulligans you want to draw.
And maybe you just don't play the Iono and you deck yourself.
3 additional cards being able to be added to Vance's hand. Of course, in the Pokemon TCG, when you draw your opening hand of 7, you must find a basic Pokemon. You have to start with a basic. If you are unable to do so, got to shuffle that hand back in and draw what we call a mulligan. And it looks like for Tord, once again, that Cresselia will be the starter.
Yep, rest of the hand, pretty good. But Cresselia is not the one you want to see. These prize cards are going to mean so much here. Double Force Sealstone on one side, Ralts again on the other side for Tord Reklev.
That Meloetta being in the prizes for Vance is going to eliminate any potential for striking first, going second, you know, taking the turn 1 Melodious Echo KO. No longer on the table. We could see a Psychic Leap come out, maybe KO of Ralts, but a little less likely. Tord prizing that Mew, that is really not ideal.
Well, on this side, for Tord has that Battle VIP Pass. Just look through. We've seen this time and time again. Take your time, figure out what all those prize cards are. It's going to get the bad news that 1 Ralts is down, but it's not nearly as bad when you are playing the Mirage deck.
Not too bad at all. Same thing we saw in game 1. 1 Ralts being prized. It's not going to stop Tord. If he's got any energy cards in his hand, Radiant Greninja could also be a nice card to get into play. Try to see a few more options, a few more pieces. For now, it will just be a pair of Ralts hitting the bench. Once again, a little unfortunate to start that Cresselia. Not the best in this matchup. It's not terrible by any means. You'd certainly rather start it than Zacian or Luminion V, which Tord also plays. And there actually is no energy cards at all in this hand. He does have that Forest Sealstone, however.
Do you really want a Forest Sealstone to retreat?
I don't think so.
Me neither.
So it will just be a pair of Ralts grabbed, placing them directly onto the bench from this powerful item card. Really a card that has totally shaped our standard format. So many decks playing it. I think if we counted all the cards and all 8 of our top 8 competitors' decks, I mean, was there anyone that didn't have 4 Battle VIP Pass in their list?
They'd be a fool not to.
Draw for turn now for Vance. Does find a Nest Ball. Looks like an Ultra Ball in hand. Cramomatic waiting in tow, but no Battle VIP Pass at this moment. A few Power Tablet as well. That's an awkward card to find early.
Well, we'll see finally the first heads of the game there for Vance Kelly as that switch card is going to turn into a Battle VIP Pass.
Absolutely. Definitely the card that you expect to see grabbed. If you're able to search for any one card, thanks to flipping heads, you got to get the best card in your list on turn number 1, and it will be that VIP.
Yeah, we saw in the hand, looked like there was Nest Ball, a couple other ways to get some Pokemon down into play. But thinning this opening hand could be tricky.
And that is a bit of a worry as Mew VMAX when your opponent takes a bunch of mulligans. Whenever you get a bunch of additional cards in your hand, it can actually be kind of awkward to get to a low hand size so that you can actually draw through your deck with Fusion Strike System.
Calculated by Tord?
No. I do think Vance did have at least an Ultra Ball, so that'll be something that'll work, get you a few cards down. I also did see some Power Tablet in this opening hand here from Vance. Really a card that you want to save in this matchup. Give yourself that option to get the big KO on a Gardevoir EX. Having it in this opening hand is pretty awkward. Actually, 3 in this opening hand.
Yeah, if Forest Sealstone was around, maybe you could try to solidify Iono at some stage. Just get these cards out of the hand because it's unfortunate to see them so early. Usually, if you see you have to play 1 early, you're probably going to throw away at least 2 or 3 more because they really work together.
Vance adding a card to the hand. I actually believe It is the escape rope, choosing not to go for the battle VIP pass. We could see an escape rope KO on a Ralts this turn with an Alessa Sparkle play. I think this is what Vance is going to go for, just pure aggression. This could get punished by Tord if he's able to find the Mirage Step on the next turn.
This is very risky. I like it.
You're up a game in the finals of our TCG Championship. Try to push that advantage. Go with the aggression.
I mean, you think about the punish on the other side. If Mirage Step is waiting, you just walk right into triple Curlia, and sure, you're going to take some prize cards to begin, but you'll end up in the same spot, the clunky hand, the clunky deck.
Yeah. It's going to be a pretty big commitment here from Vance for this play. He's going to have to use his Forest Sealstone to go fetch out a Fusion Strike Energy. He's going to have to probably play this Ultra Ball if he wants to draw any cards this turn. He may have to play all 3 of these Power Tablets, or at least lose them all this turn.
You either play all of them or none of them. It's going to be the Forest Sealstone.
And let's see if this is the Fusion Strike Energy being grabbed here. He does, if he goes for a Psychic Leap play, I mean, I think he definitely needs to find another Mew V. He's not going to necessarily be shuffling this one back into the deck. He can choose to leave it in play. But getting another Mew V would protect against Tord finding something crazy like Rare Candy, Gardevoir, and, you know, just 3 Psychic Energy. Vance might be saying that's pretty unlikely, though. I mean, Tord played a VIP pass, and that's it turn 1.
I mean, Candy, Shiny Arcana, get 1 energy from the Arcana, and then Reversal Energy is a knockout here. Like,
yeah, that works,
You have to be very worried about Tord having the reach.
If it was Gardevoir EX as well, and you're burning all these Power Tablets, even if it takes some damage from Psychic Embrace, it's going to have a lot of hit points. Ultra Ball will find a second Mew V, prepping for that potential worst-case scenario outcome, and Alessa Sparkle targeting both Mew V, grabbing out those Fusion Strike Energy cards.
I mean, energy's not guaranteed, right?
No, he forced Sealstone for it.
Okay, I was
But
worried.
it's a big commitment to do this. Yeah, he's used that 1 V-Star power. You only get 1 a game.
We joked about Tord maybe having to do that. Instead, it is Vance going for the knockout with the Mew V. And 2 cards in hand, control 1 with the Genesect. If you don't play this down, double tablet, we're going for it.
Okay. Drawing 3 cards here, crossing the fingers, hoping to find a VIP pass. Let's see what these 3 cards hold.
No.
Tablet and a Mew V and a double Turbo Energy.
That was, if it was a Genesect, you could continue to draw, but there's only 1 in play. It's just going to have to be the knockout on the Ralts.
Vance still in an advantage. I mean, it's very unlikely for Tord to respond to this Mew V, so I don't necessarily dislike the aggression, but it's maybe a line most players would not have gone for. We do see Tord promoting the Ralts right away, however. He does have Forest Sealstone in hand. That can guarantee him 1 piece, potentially. Iono. You see the Luminion was the draw as well. A couple of Ultra Ball in this hand. Tord has plenty of options laid out before him.
Yeah, I mean, clearly with the Forest Sealstone, the reach with the supporters, you could go very aggressive and go for the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir. I don't think that's the line you want to go for here. Play it safe, get the Mirage Step rolling. And yeah, you're going to give up some prize cards, but Vance needs a lot going for him to continue.
Things are going to be a little scary here for Tord, though. He's got to play this Iono. He does not have a Psychic Energy in hand yet, so he is pretty forced into that line. He also, actually, you know, he knows his opponent's hand is not that good, so Tord not wanting to play Iono. I mean, his opponent did not do much. I kind of like this as well. You do put Luminion in play. It is a bit of a liability, but you really do not want to refresh your opponent's hand.
Yeah, the one risk, of course, is you don't want to draw into those Curlias here. That would be unfortunate. But you have the Forest Sealstone that you can play onto the Luminion, and then you can always guarantee that you find that Psychic Energy, just in case things go really awry.
Yep, pretty nice to get used to that Sealstone. Of course, for a while, Tord was the one popularizing the Sky Sealstone, and that's a card that can be really big in this Mew VMAX matchup.
Talk about 2 attacks.
He played it in his NAIC list, but for this tournament, it appears we've moved to the more consistent power that Forest Sealstone provides. Attach of that Sealstone to that Pokemon V on the bench. Professor's Research will discard that Iono. Now 7 cards being drawn. Really all Tord is looking for is a Psychic Energy and hoping not to draw any Curlias, and that is exactly what he's been able to do.
Yeah, that is perfect there. Found exactly what he was looking for. You don't even need to use Forest Sealstone. Just hold on to that. Get all of these Curlia into play. think Tord's going to be drawing cards next turn.
Plenty of refinements incoming. Let's get the coins ready, place them on those Pokemon. Thinking through the rest of the hands, the rest of the options. Don't really think there's much else you want to play here. Definitely don't want to put Collapse down. It would mean you couldn't get a Curlia.
Next turn.
Next turn. Get rid of the Luminion after using Forest Sealstone. Pretty solid. And Tord is actually going to use this Forest Sealstone right now. Can get any one card out of the deck. What is the piece that he would like to see?
Yeah, maybe just, honestly.
I think what Tord's doing here is he's using this assuming that Vance would have the option to Boss's Orders KO.
Boss's Orders, yeah, in combination with like a path. Would
Get
also
value from the Sealstone right now before your opponent has an opportunity to take it out of play. Also, of course, Vance playing multiple copies of Lost Vacuum could just discard this. So really smart from Tord, even though he doesn't need anything right now, get some value now before your opponent has the opportunity to disrupt you.
Yeah, even though you're going to have all of these Curlia in play, have 6 guaranteed draws. Once that guarantee the Professor's Research to really burn through the deck, you need to have all those Psychic Energies in the discard pile if you want to get relevant attacks off in this game. Like the strategy.
And what we were unable to see in Game 1, Tord has found in Game number 2, Mirage Step, placing 3 Curlia directly into play. A near ideal setup at this juncture. Vance now drawing for turn, finding a Cramomatic. That could become just about anything. Not before playing this Nest Ball, however. Searching the deck for any basic Pokemon. It will be another Genesect added to this field.
Yep, finally another Genesect added. You'd love to see the draw there with Fusion Strike system start to build up, start to burn through the deck here. Plenty of energies in play. However, we don't see Mew VMAX just yet. If you want to start taking some relevant knockouts, I'm thinking Boss's Orders. We're talking about the Lost City as well. Just these cards eventually start to really do some work.
Vance now drawing 3 with this Fusion Strike system. Looking for a VMAX as well. That is another piece that is missing. Ultra Ball can fetch it from the deck, and also Lost City could be pretty decent at this spot. It becomes a question though, do you want to try to Lost Zone a Curlia and a Ralts in the active spot, or are we going for Boss's Orders this turn?
The prize cards are there if you wanted to target the Luminion. I don't think you ever really want to go after the Refinement in a stage like this.
There's already 2 other ones in play.
Yeah, taking the knockout on the active seems like a pretty solid play. It also conserves the resources of the Boss's Orders for later on. And it really puts Tord on a clock with that Collapse Stadium play. We'd like to work that into the mix next turn.
Ultra Ball ditching 2 not so useful cards here, Alessa Sparkle and Cramomatic that may have flipped tails anyway, just to fetch out another Genesect, drawing more with Fusion Strike system, a full board, tons of draw power available. There is that Mew VMAX. Guaranteed attack lined up here for Vance.
After seeing all of the power tablets, the play you're speaking about earlier, maybe with attacking with V Pokemon is out the window. That would have been a nice play where you could work in a 2-3-3 strategy with the prize cards, making Tord really have to work for it.
We do see Vance still not having played a supporter card, can go for Iono. Will shuffle both players' hands. They will now place them on the bottom of their deck and then draw a card equal to the number of prize cards they have remaining. Very reminiscent of a very popular old card in something that we've both played with plenty back in the day. A little bit of disruption, but also solid draw power in the early and mid game.
Completely negating the V-Star from Tord.
Now I wonder if Vance is looking for the Box of Disaster this turn. Would this be a good time to play it?
I mean, you look at your opponent's discard pile, there's no Psychic Energies in there, but you also understand with triple Refinement, there's always a way that you could see plenty of energies flooded onto the board. You have to be wary of that.
It will be the KO. Curlia and Ralts going to the Lost Zone thanks to the Lost City. Vance down to just 4 prizes onto Tord Reklev's turn. Draws a level ball, plays it immediately. Eyeing up a Ralts, ready to put that into play, maybe for a rare candy into Gardevoir later on. Did promote this Cresselia, pretty easy to just pivot out once you put a Gardevoir EX into play. Have to imagine that is what Tord is thinking with this. And looks like another level ball coming in to get just that second Ralts, really thinning the deck at this point.
Thinning is winning. We do see Fog Crystal also in the hand, so if you want to continue to burn Psychic Energies with a Refinement, that will be a strategy that we could see Tord work in. Really just need to see all of those Psychic Energies hitting the discard pile. Also, shuffle of the deck, pretty solid, as you need to get that Professor's Research moving.
A big card that was sent to the bottom last turn for Tord was that that collapsed stadium. That would have been a great way to bump the Lost City, get rid of this Luminion, and the draw for turn off that refinement. Did you see what that was? Double rare
It's all
candy?
candies, yeah. Those don't work right now.
No. It's a 2-card. Tord definitely did not want to see too much. Playing this Fog Crystal now to fetch one more Psychic Energy. Such a versatile card in this deck, allowing in the early game for you to get your basic Pokemon, in the mid and late game finding you energy cards. Now Refinement once again does find that Lost Vacuum, but has it been found a little too early?
Yeah, this means finding the Professor's Research ends up being a bad card for you. You don't want to lose the Lost Vacuum again. We saw how important that could be if you can work it in against the Box of Disasters.
Tord does have Iono in the hand, can bench this Ralts and play the Iono, still has one more Refinement to use, and also now, after evolving, can use Shining Arcana on the other end of this 6-card draw. He's debating it, wanting to see if there's anything else to play. No reason to play this Lost Vacuum just yet. Iono coming down.
You're really worried about the rest of the Psychic Energies that would be necessary to get the knockout on this turn. Reversal Energy also basically has to be included in this combination here off the Iono.
We don't see it just yet.
Ooh, there's Ultra Ball double Psychic though.
That is pretty good. That adds 2 more to the discard pile. I think there is just 3 at the moment, so still needs 1 more in the discard pile. Choosing now to discard 1, hoping maybe to draw another. There it is, another Psychic Energy drawn, but still no Reversal Energy.
We have the Ultra Ball that can continue to thin down. We have Shining Arcana Gardevoir to draw 2 more. Going to use that before the Ultra Ball here.
And I like this decision because he knows he puts several cards on the bottom that are not helpful, and that actually could work as well. Double energy hit off this Shining Arcana. He can accelerate both of these to the Gardevoir.
That's 8.
It's just short. He needs 1 more energy card.
It looks so good.
Still worth throwing these in play. And I think this Ultra Ball may have to find the second Shining Arcana Gardevoir. I think that is Tord's out at this point.
Yeah.
Needs to go get the other Shining Arcana. He needs to hit now just a Psychic Energy or Reversal off of it.
Understands the assignment here.
Fog Crystal would work as well. Talked about that being such a versatile card. It does mean you won't have Refinement Curlia on the next turn. I think Tord would have really liked to not have to put this Shining Arcana Gardevoir in play, but Vance has already 2 prizes taken. You have to make something happen this turn.
1 more Psychic Energy in the deck, 2 Reversal Energies. Those are going to be the targets we're looking for here off of these last 2 cards
and
from Shining Arcana.
Just 1 Fog Crystal as well. 4 outs for Tord Reklev, still plenty of cards in deck. This could be the difference of a winner and a loser in this game. What 2 cards does Tord find this turn? Needing an energy card. Any energy will do. He knows the situation. Let's see what happens. 2 cards. What does he hit?
1 at a time.
There's the Psychic Energy! Massive draw. Exactly what Tord needs. And he's going to take a 3-prize KO this turn.
You think about what had to happen in game number 1 for Tord to miss. The odds were so against him to find this knockout here, and this has to be the most excited we've ever seen Tord playing down these energies.
Energy cards added from the discard pile, 3 added from the Shining Arcana. That powerful energy acceleration ability, 12 damage counters now on this active, but that is no problem. A very worthy trade. 3 prize cards taken from just a 1 prize Gardevoir.
What a turn of events. The potential to win a game with 2 attacks is back online for Tord Reklev, taking the knockout here.
Here we go. Half the game done in 1 single attack for Tord Reklev. Vance sends that Mew VMAX and V to the Lost Zone, promoting another Mew V. Now drawing for turn. Has another Mew V to replace the one that was just discarded. Has that key Box of Disasters now. But Tord has not played that Lost Vacuum this game.
I'm really contemplating if there is a way that you can attack with this Mew V, work the 2 prizes into the mix at this time of the game. The Box of Disasters doesn't really work that well if you see the Reversal Energy played, but that's not going to be an issue anymore. Tord has overextended with all of his basic Psychic Energies. They're going to have to come from the discard pile and the Gardevoir EX at this point.
Yeah, there's going to have to be quite a bit of damage placed on a Gardevoir no matter what Tord does. Maybe we see a super odd play and a Shining Arcana, but I think Tord's deck is still a little too thick for a play like that to happen. Vance gearing up for some powerful draws this turn thanks to Genesect V. And where does the Box of Disaster go? It looks like it will be the active, hoping to attack with Psychic Leap this turn. All Vance needs to pull that off is any energy card. Fusion Strike Energy, which there's one of left, and also Double Turbo Energy. Either of those will work, only needing to deal 20 damage, and there is that Double Turbo.
Yeah, off the first draw, finally, a little bit of fortune there for Vance, finding the right card at the right time.
Now, the interesting thing here for Vance is that he, with that Box of Disasters attached, there is a world where Tord could take the knockout without putting enough damage counters on something like a Zacian V, so it's not a return KO potentially. Mew V only having 180 hit points. But this is a decent spot, and I think Vance can also have the option here to not put a 3-prize Pokemon in play. Don't give Tord a win condition next turn.
Definitely, and even in that situation, if the Zacian V is promoted and attacks, you're going to knock that Pokemon out. Maybe you can combine that with an Iono, and then it's really hard for Tord to find the right cards if he hasn't started to burn through the deck already.
There's the Double Turbo Energy. Also, the Path to the Peak. That is a card we have not seen quite yet from Vance. It can be really strong in this matchup for instances exactly like this. Take a knockout on this Gardevoir. Send all those energies to the discard pile. Maybe try to disrupt Tord as well, and put that Path down. Tord has maybe a hard time getting those energies back into play.
Yeah, I can see a turn where that'd be relevant. Maybe next turn you can work that in combination with Iono. You want to...
I mean, this turn seems not bad if you Iono, right? Putting Tord to just 3 plus down the path.
It could be great. Yeah, there's certainly a world for it. We'll see if Vance wants to go very aggressive and go for that play. Cramomatic is going to help out here if that is the case.
Any card being able to be added to the hand now after this flip. Vance taking stock, looking at the hand, figuring out what resource he wants to go for. Has not played a supporter yet this turn. Judge is an option. Iono, I believe, was played already this game, so that is not going to be the play. It would have to be a Judge, which is definitely in a spot like this quite a bit weaker than the Iono. Not sending your opponent's cards to the bottom. They have an opportunity to draw the same ones, and also giving them one additional card to work with.
It's going to be a tough spot to work through. But this is what Vance is built for at this stage. Been playing Mew VMAX in countless tournaments to get to this point where he is potentially 4 prize cards away from becoming the world champion.
We do see that Judge is the option. Still another Fusion Strike system to utilize. 1 card drawn, added to the hand. I think doing this does signify we are going to see this Path play.
Okay.
Using this ability before Path comes down. Always feels a little weird to see Path to the Peak in a Mew VMAX deck, but it is for reasons exactly like this.
Yeah, you think about the prize exchanges that we've seen so far. This is going to lead to a 3-3 prize cards left, which means that we're not going to see reversal energy at this point in the game. To find any attacks, Tord will have to find a counter stadium to get these psychic energies back into play by way of Gardevoir EX.
4 cards drawn for each of these players. Vance does not need much else here at this point. Can go for the Psychic Leap. Choosing not to shuffle in this Mew V.
Good call.
Leaving that Box of Disasters in the active and losing all those energies for Tord Reklev now. What did these 4 cards yield for him?
Well, I got a peek, Chip. It's Professor's Research.
Okay, that's pretty solid. We'll draw plenty of cards here in this spot. Draw for turn is a Ralts. Level Ball can now be played. Grabbing out potentially that Curlia that was put back earlier, I do believe. Or no, it will just be the Manaphy. Just discarding, thinning, getting rid of it, and leaving that Ralts on the bench open as a rare candy target.
We see Artisan in there as well as the Collapse Stadium, so a couple of good finds off of the Professor's Research. It's failed him before. If it can find the right cards here, maybe Tord can continue to put some pressure on.
Does also have Radiant Greninja or a Ralts, 2 options of what Pokemon he would like to put into play. Radiant Greninja loses a lot of value when you've got that many Psychic Energy already in your discard pile, but even if you still have 1 left, it can be utilized.
Yep. Don't believe there is 1 left, and we still see the Path, but obviously big piece here is going to see
that Lost Vacuum and the Collapse Stadium. Huge. Able to use that Collapse, and that is probably the perfect stadium to draw at this point, as you can use it to discard the Lumineon V.
Yep, we're going to see the counterplay here. You can remove some prize cards. That would be very easy for Vance And you have the Lost Vacuum for the Box of Disasters as well.
And this also forces Vance to discard a Pokemon from play. Has to lose either a Genesect or a Mew V potentially. The Lost Vacuum find is massive. The collapsed stadium, Tord hit exactly what he needed off of that research.
This is an interesting choice, as of course, you're only going to have one more knockout available after this. You could attack with Mew VMAX, but you want to also have the ability to switch between that Pokemon if you can't find those resources at the end of the game.
We also could see a world maybe where Tord actually attacks with the Gardevoir EX. Wouldn't be too bad, and he actually finds Rare Candy into the other Gardevoir EX. That would make me feel a bit more comfortable about attacking with one of those 2 prize Pokemon. Could be a decent play here, would take 2 prizes for Tord, and it's a high HP Pokemon that it's really difficult for Vance to deal with, especially with so many Power Tablets already gone, and that is the key card right now in this spot. Lost Vacuum ditching the Box of Disasters.
Has plenty of resources left now. Can accelerate these energies with the Gardevoir EX, and I do like what you're saying there, Chip. You can use this Gardevoir EX as your attacker at this stage of the game, and then maybe you have a big closeout knockout with the Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
Tord debating all the options, does have the reversal energy in hand, but is going for this Gardevoir EX play. I think this is the better option. I like going this route. 3-3 prizes for both of these players.
Ooh, gonna load up onto the Gardevoir here as well. Consideration for maybe additional path that may come down. You want to have an answer to at least knock out a V Pokemon on the bench if you have a boss's orders.
We could even see the commitment of the reversal energy. He did draw it, could hold off on getting that extra attachment right now, but could also commit it into play if he's worried about having it Ionoed back into the deck. Looks like that is not the case. Miracle Force able to take this KO, sending Tord to just 1 single prize card remaining this game. Vance Kelly needing to find a way to navigate back into this. 3 prizes left, no way to take all those prizes this turn.
250 hit points remaining on that Gardevoir EX. All 4 power tablets are gone. There's no way to take a direct knockout on this Pokemon any longer.
Looking through the discard pile here for Vance, checking what resources Tord has utilized, taking notes, making sure he's aware of what is still hanging around. His hand is a little clogged up. He does have a boss's orders. I wonder if Vance is checking for Tord's energy counts. If Vance knows what Tord's energy counts are, there is a world where he could go for a boss stalling play, but I don't, or if he thinks that Tord only has like 9 psychic energy, something like that. These lists are not public yet. If Tord was down too many energy cards, that could be an option, as he did actually prize a basic psychic energy, but Tord actually does still have reversal energy in hand to retreat.
Yeah, I think that's also what Tord's thinking about there while holding that reversal energy on the last turn. Just really have to think about every single way you can win or lose in the TCG if you want to win on the big stage.
Well, it will be an Iono, and it will send Tord to just 1 single card in hand, and the only way he has to draw more is that Shining Arcana Gardevoir on the bench at the moment. 1 single card. Vance has to hope that it's not a helpful one. Let's see what his draw is here for turn. Switch card for Steelstone and an Ultra Ball off of that Iono. I think he has already used Escape Rope this game. Yep, used it in that opening turn, and there is just 1 copy in this list. So Vance pretty much has to try to 2-hit KO through this Gardevoir EX. No option to get the 1-hit knockout.
Gonna look through. See, there is just 1 Pokemon remaining in the deck at this point of the game. It's going to be that Mew VMAX. So we'll have all the attackers necessary to continue to try to take prize cards in this game. But the prizes are not lining up at this state. Just too much hit points on the other side there for Tord. And really, just 1 more draw from Tord Reklev. If he can find that boss's orders, could close out here and bring us to a game 3.
Could be all he needs, really is all he needs at this point. So many energy already on that Gardevoir on the bench.
Oh, there is a power tablet.
Yeah, just 3 played in that first turn, so there is still 1 available, but still not enough to get this KO. It will just be the hit, 210 damage thrown into this Gardevoir in the active. And that means Vance is really 2 turns away from winning, giving Tord a little bit of breathing room. Draw for turn, has the Artisan draw, now is that Super Rod. Plays the Artisan to bump the stadium, can shuffle the deck if he knows there's good cards on the bottom that he wants. And Super Rod can also put back something like Luminion, increasing the odds to find boss's orders for the game.
You can also add that psychic energy back into the mix. If you use Shining Arcana and find that energy, you don't have to attach it. You could draw it and then use Radiant Greninja to continue to draw. So a few more outs here for Tord Reklev as he looks to close out here in game number 2. We will see the Artisan used, but he's just tapping it and moving on.
Tord, being an absolute master, knows exactly how to increase his outs as much as possible. Still a pretty thick deck. Draw return is the Luminion off that Shining Arcana. Exactly what Tord needs. Boss's orders brings up Genesect, taking 2 prizes, and we're going to a game 3 in our Masters TCG Finals.
Tord Reklev. 9 psychic energies out of nowhere to take a 3-prize knockout. Then, with some beautiful counterplay, finds everything necessary to close out there. Vance Kelly had to use a lot of resources early on there, did not have the answers to close out on the Gardevoir EX at a crucial point. And the fish bails him out.
Putting it back off the Super Rod. Turns out the Rod was the perfect draw for turn from Tord Reklev. What a game, what a set. Vance went so aggressive in the early game, using Psychic Leap, taking a KO on a Ralts, but Tord was able to respond with the Mirage Step, filled the board with plenty of Kirlia pieces. And this was the key moment. Tord needing to find an energy card off of Shining Arcana, and it's the first card that he hits. Couldn't even believe it.
I couldn't believe it. No one could believe it. Everyone in the crowd here elated to see an amazing finals there, to take it to game 2, the game 2 there, and move into game number 3. I mean, what are we in store for here, Chip?
Well, it could be interesting, Kyle, as we have less than 7 minutes, around 7 minutes remaining here in our Masters Finals, and we're in a world where the top cut rules could come into play. Of course, in a normal game of the Pokemon TCG, when you get to time, you get +3 turns, 3 additional turns to play things out. And then if you don't have a winner by the end of those 3 turns, the match is a tie. We're in our finals. We have to have a winner. So top cut rules absolutely could be a factor here. We'll get through it here in a moment. In the meantime, let's get down to the table. These players are starting things off here for game 3. Prize cards, 2 boss for Vance Kelly.
Double Ralts on the other side for Tord Reklev at the tippy top, too.
Neither player loving to see that.
Cram-o-matic, big flip to start things off.
This is massive. Does find a Tails. Not what you want to see. Looks like Ultra Ball.
Look at that hand.
Yeah, Ultra Ball is going to have to be the play to thin things down.
He can draw 1, 2?
1 or 2 cards, I do believe, here from Vance Kelly.
Looks like
with only 5 minutes left in this match, time rules are absolutely something that could become a factor here. We'll get to, if we get to those +3 turns after time expires, we play until those +3 turns are ended. And at the end of that, either player who is ahead on prize cards becomes our winner, becomes our world champion. And if our players are tied in prizes when we get to +3 turns, we continue to play turn after turn until someone takes a prize. It could become a situation of first to take a prize becomes the world champion.
Now let's talk a little bit about Tord. He's got those 2 Ralts in the prize cards. If you can get 2 down into play on this opening turn, then you have the option to use that Mirage Step, get the Kirlias into play, and then make it a lot less of an issue. It's still going to be terrifying to go through that opening deck search and not see 2 Ralts.
There's a lot riding on 1 card here for Vance Kelly. He's going to be able to play out a couple cards from the hand. Energy attachment to the Mew, just grabbed off the Ultra Ball. It actually will be a 3-card draw, so plenty to work with. Let's see, can he find a VIP or a Nest Ball? Ultra Ball is at a minimum acceptable, but at the cost of having to lose Box of Disasters, he recognizes. He's thinking, can he lose the Box of Disaster here? It's the tech for this matchup. Possibly one of the most annoying cards to draw. Vance doesn't think he can lose it yet, just chooses to pass.
Such a consistent approach to it. And look at this, Tord immediately finds 2 Pokemon. It's Battle VIP pass, basically.
Battle VIP not needed when you hit the Mew and the Ralts. Level Ball can find the other Ralts. Tord will take a moment to maybe check the prize cards, but he's playing pretty quick here. Turbo Tord potentially activated.
Giddy up.
He's going to get through this deck, try to make this game happen, and try to be the one who's ahead on prize cards. He is aware of the time situation. Vance is aware of the time situation. If you know more about the time rules in the Pokemon TCG than Tord Reklev, he knows what's happening here.
You have to worry. This is not a matchup where you want to have only 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Easily, the first prize cards generally go over to the Mew VMAX player. Tord is going to be zooming through, trying to find the right resources. Finds Battle VIP Pass, but is it even good here?
There's
At this
no
point,
Ralts.
you're just focused on using that level ball for the Mirage Step. Maybe you just go for the Fog Crystal to guarantee the Psychic Energy or the Ultra Ball here now to hold on to maybe a better supporter play with the Lumineon. You just want to have all those options available.
Tord did have Iono, choosing not to play it, of course, knowing Vance didn't do too much. Draw for turn from Vance is the path to the peak. That's an annoying card to have to lose here as well. And it looks like he's going to choose to try to not lose it. Benching the Meloetta, attaching Box of Disaster. Now Genesect being able to draw 2 cards, Fusion Strike system, looking for a Nest Ball or another Genesect, trying to keep things rolling. Vance needs to try to be the first to attack, draws a Cram-O-Matic.
With the Ultra Ball.
It's a little risky. He also has a Mew VMAX in the hand. He is going to actually Ultra Ball away the Mew VMAX, choosing to keep Path to the Peak, really valuing that stadium right now.
I mean, you think about it, Tord didn't show you too much after that that Mew there. You saw the Ultra Ball, which means that could be the Lumineon there, so you easily want to have that Path to the Peak in play to try to block Tord from finding that Mirage Step. That is basically going to be the only way that Tord finds a big win here.
4 cards drawn now for Vance. Off Fusion Strike system, looking for a switching card, possibly a VMAX. Doesn't find too much. Cram-O-Matic cannot ditch that Choice Belt. It is no longer an item card. I think Vance is going to have to go for the Judge.
Yeah, Alyssa Sparkle's found, but you can't retreat this Pokemon too high of a retreat cost. It's going to have to be the Judge, and not going to play the Path to the Peak. Wants to leave the potential for a Genesect V to help out here if the draw is that bad.
Off these 4 cards, Vance is really going to need to find Energy, VMAX, and a switch card if he wants to attack this turn. He can't really even put another Genesect in play because then he doesn't have room for another Mew V.
Yeah, if you find the Fusion Energy, then you don't need the Evolution, but it's certainly not a great place to be at. But you really want this prize card. There is 60 seconds remaining in the World Championships here.
We are definitely going to time in this game. It is going to be big. Who is turn 1? Who is turn 2?
Ooh.
Whose turn is it once time rules go into effect? 4 cards now for each player. What does Vance Kelly have access to? VIP not useful. There is the VMAX and a switch card, but I don't see the energy card.
Yep, he found the wrong pieces there, and I've got bad news for Vance. On the other side, Tord Reklev found just about everything he needs.
Taking stock of the moment, trying to figure it out. If Vance is unable to take a KO this turn, Tord becomes the one who's advantaged in this position.
Yeah, with 2 Psychic Energies already in the discard for Tord, there is the route where you just go very aggressive. Obviously, just prize cards are important at this stage. He's going to get the hit points in the active spot.
Yeah, choosing to send this up, not wanting to lose a Ralts, respecting the potential for Vance to have what he needs to take the KO. I think it makes sense. And just a pass, Tord draws very quickly. 1 second, 0 seconds on the clock. Tord Reklev should now be turn 0 of time.
Not a familiar place for Tord. He is going to be turn 0 now, which means he still has 2 turns. He's going to try to take some prize cards in this space. Of course, it's so awkward when you want to draw with Refinement, but you want to leave the potential to rare candy into a Gardevoir at this state of the game.
The issue here is if Tord does not take a knockout this turn, Vance becomes the first person to take a knockout. And then Tord is really going to be pressured to try to KO a Mew VMAX. And then Tord will be really pressured to KO a Mew VMAX, and then Vance will have the option to try to tie the game up. This is really awkward, a really interesting situation to try to navigate. Can Tord really even afford to go for Mirage Step is another question.
Yeah, I don't think so at this point. I think you're just trying to draw into the best resources you can. Lumineon V is also such a risk, but that is one way that you would really push for that rare candy in a space like this.
It's so difficult, though, with 2 Ralts prized as well. We can't forget, these are all Tord has to work with. If he goes for Mirage Step this turn and Vance takes a 1 prize KO, and then Tord takes a 3 prize KO, I mean, he's needing to hit just about everything to make that happen. And with the send-up of the Radiant Greninja here, it's pretty unlikely Tord is actually even going to be able to pull this off. He needs to attach, retreat, and then he can't attach again. He would need Rare Candy Gardevoir.
This is going to be all in on the fish.
I think so.
Ultra Ball, I'm going to throw away that Psychic Energy. Have 3 of those in the discard pile for the Rare Candy Gardevoir.
And what does Tord grab here? Could get the Zacian V as a potential attacker, but I mean, that's something that can pretty easily be KO'd by Vance.
Yeah.
You don't really want to get a Curlia to put that in play, because then you can't get a Rare Candy Gardevoir.
Well, you think about the exchange here. If you're using the Gardevoir EX to attack in a state like this, you're going to take the knockout. If the return knockout happens, the Zacian V could be your only real attacker to take a knockout on the Mew V Max at that point of the game, because your Curlia that you're going to have played down has to evolve into Gardevoir EX.
Searching through the deck, debating what to thin out here. What does he want to get rid of? Taking a moment to check through the prizes, maybe was playing pretty quickly now, but or was playing pretty quickly previously, but now has a bit more time. We're in +3 turns. The clock is no longer a factor. Luminion, Luminous Sign, searching the deck for any supporter. Have to imagine this is a research.
Research. It's going to get 7 cards in this state of the game. You need to draw that Rare Candy. That Curlia would be also a solid find as it continues to draw up. We see some Psychic Energies in the discard pile. You're going to have enough probably to attack with that Gardevoir EX, but because of the way that the time works, Tord will be turn 2. That means he's going to have one big knockout lined up and have some hit points waiting behind.
Tord is down on Ultra Ball. He also has a Gardevoir EX in the prize cards. He's going to be relying on this draw here. Effectively 9 cards. He does have a Curlia in the hand. He can evolve one of these Ralts, and he's going to research away this hand and draw 7 new cards. Off the 7 and off the refinement, can he find Rare Candy, Gardevoir, and then also a basic energy to retreat this Radiant Greninja? 7 cards coming, emptying the hand out completely. Possibly the biggest Professor's research of Tord Reklev's life. Has the Ultra Ball and the Rare Candy and the Forest Seal Stone. Everything he needs to pull off an attack this turn.
Almost not seeing a way to retreat this Radiant Greninja, which could have been a real issue there, but the Forest Seal Stone could be the big bailout there.
Guaranteeing any piece of the puzzle Tord could need. Will Finn once more also still has refinement to utilize, let us not forget. Such an awkward looking board, but Tord is going to find a way given the situation. And that is what marks a great player, being able to adjust to the situation. Tord could have said, hey, I want to go for my normal game plan. I'm going to Mirage Step. We'll put a bunch of Curlias in play, but he knew in time, with the way Top Cut rules work, he has to take a knockout this turn.
Yep, that Curlia is not going to be relevant there. Need to throw that away. Search out that Gardevoir EX. You have the Rare Candy. Skip the evolution stage. Get this amazing Pokemon into play, which means that you're going to be able to accelerate energies onto your Psychic Pokemon. Still need to see an energy card to move this Radiant Greninja. As we mentioned, we did see the Forest Seal Stone.
This will involve Tord placing 6 damage counters on this Gardevoir EX, making it much easier for Vance to KO, needing less modifiers, and also Meloetta able to come in as a potential option, or a Mew VMAX copying that attack.
Yep, that is going to be an attack to look out for if Vance is able to find some solid cards. It's been all about Tord here in this big turn 0.
Far from over. We're just getting started in time, and
Found
finds the energy
Psychic
card.
Energy.
Gets to save for a Seal Stone. Actually could even concealed cards now to draw extra. He has the backup of Seal Stone if he needs it.
At this point, why not go for it? You get more energies into the discard pile. Continue to draw. You
Another
find another
energy. Tord is hitting everything he needs. Being able to save Seal Stone is massive, as he will likely need some combo pieces on the next turn to piece together another KO. Rare Candy, Gardevoir EX coming out, and the attachment for turn to the active Greninja incoming to move it to the bench.
Of course, take your time here. It's turn 0. You have plenty of time to figure things out. Gonna take a look at what Vance has going on, as Vance has 2 turns to try to figure this out, but it is gonna be Tord who strikes first. Retreat of the Radiant Greninja.
And we actually have enough energy cards in the discard pile for Tord to go with the Zacian V KO. Protect this Gardevoir. If Tord attacked with the Gardevoir, there's a chance Vance could KO it. So let's go with the Zacian, make sure Gardevoir is safe. Even though you're placing a lot of damage, it'll be easy for Vance to respond with a knockout. This is what Tord wants to do. 100 damage being placed, 5 energies accelerated, more than enough to KO this Genesect.
Yeah, this is really smart. This means you can also incorporate that other Kirlia there as a Shiny and Arcana Gardevoir at some point in the game. Could be a huge one-prize attacker when every prize matters here in time.
210 damage. Storm Slash takes the knockout. Tord taking the first 2 prizes here in game number 3. Vance Kelly left to promote this Meloetta. If he can attack with a 1-prizer,
found Alessa Sparkle.
Top deck of Alessa Sparkle will use the switch card here at this moment, however. No Alessa's prized this game. Or sorry, no Fusion Strike energy, I should say. And here comes the Sparkle. If Vance can attack with Meloetta, that would be really strong. And he might be debating, do I even play this or do I just draw 2 cards, increasing my chances to draw Fusion Strike energy?
Yeah, if you do thin those out, you run into that issue. Of course, you could draw into for Sealstone more likely then, and that could find the final Fusion Strike energy. There's a lot to think about here.
Vance is turn 1 of time, meaning he will have the last turn of the official time, the official regulation of this match. And that will mean he's going to be in a position where he is able to, with that last turn, try to find a way to navigate and be ahead on prizes as time expires.
2 cards with
Needs
the lone
Genesect
Genesect. Is that Boss's orders?
Iono, I think, but another Genesect, and we'll just go for the safer Iono play. This means he will be attacking with this Mew VMAX. He does have the Box of Disasters attached to this Pokemon. That is a huge card here for him. Now that that is in play, Tord will have a harder time responding without leaving Vance with a KO. The Lost Vacuum for Tord could be the biggest card in the deck for him right now on this next turn.
Looks like energies were found. I believe that Path to the Peak is also in the hand.
Yeah, I wonder, is Path the thing you need to play? You normally want to save it for the late game, but there's a chance that next turn is Tord's last turn.
This is the late game.
Yeah, on turn 2, the late game. Forest Sealstone able to be found as well. Vance able to potentially draw a bit more with Genesect. Also has a Mew V in hand, debating potentially benching this Pokemon. It would mean he's unable to bench another Genesect if he wants to draw. He does also have Ultra Ball, it looks like.
Yeah, considerations there for thinning down, finding another Mew V, or just playing the one that you have in hand. Looks like you can thin down now and grab that Pokemon.
Yeah, maybe just get another Mew V out of the deck here. Yep. Exactly, thin a card out of the hand and the deck. Exactly what Vance is going to do. Want to make sure you have this Pokemon to replace if Tord pops off and gets a 3-prize KO. But if Tord gets a 3-prize KO, he'll be down to just 1 prize card left. I don't actually think there's a way Vance can make that happen. It could be all on the Box of Disasters.
Big card in the matchup, hanging out right there. Boss of Disaster could be keeping Vance in this.
We do see Fusion Strike system, 5 more cards drawn here for Vance. Doesn't really need much else this turn, does have that Path in the hand, can play it. Maybe looking for a way to bump it on the next turn. Doesn't look like he found it. Of course, Forest Sealstone can still be utilized with that Stadium card in play. Is he going to put the Path down is the question. Vance checking his own discard pile. Wants to know what resources he still has available. Is it time for Path? It might be your only opportunity to do it, Vance Kelly.
Could be regretting this for a long time. It could be so important to potentially locking out, avoiding an attack from Tord Reklev, and sure enough,
yes,
Path to the Peak.
Tord going to be looking for so much this coming turn off the back of just 1 Kirlia, only 4 cards in hand. This is a massive mountain for Tord Reklev to climb. Vance Kelly tying up the game, 4 prizes apiece for our 2 competitors. And Tord actually does have Boss's orders in the hand.
A Battle VIP pass in the hand as well. Looks like really going to need some help here. Starting things off with the Mew in the active spot.
The key card now is needing a Stadium card. I thought that was it, but it's an Iono.
Iono could help draw out.
He also could Mysterious Tail and try to find the Lost Vacuum to just ditch the Stadium. With Boss in hand, he could Lost Vacuum it away. This could be massive. Does he find it? Is that the line he needs? No Lost Vacuum, Ultra Ball, and Level Ball as the choices. Artisan is there, but you cannot take that.
Either way, you can thin out one more card. The rest of these cards will be going to the bottom of the deck with the Iono. So it's just about pulling one more Pokemon out. You could use the Ultra Ball to find the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to help out in drawing two more cards. It's likely going to be your big attacker here.
This could be a big refinement incoming toward looking for a Stadium or that Vacuum or both. Either some combination of these cards could be massive. Choosing not to play the Ultra Ball, however, going to go for refinement first, not thinning that extra Shining Arcana Gardevoir out of the deck just yet.
Two cards to look at there with the refinement.
Here we go, massive incoming draw. Has VIP pass, that's of course a very easy discard. See what he's able to hit. Any pieces to work with. Is there a Stadium card? Draws, it's a Gardevoir and a Research. No Stadium just yet, but that Gardevoir can be evolved from the Kirlia.
It's a better supporter to work with, it looks like.
It's a tough situation. You can see it on Tord's face, trying to find a way to navigate this arena he has found himself in.
Yeah. If you found the Stadium there, it'd be such an easy knockout. You can use the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to try to go for this. In combination with the boss's orders, you can target down a 2-prize Pokemon that doesn't knock you out on the back end with the Box of Disaster.
Ultra Ball being played for Tord, finding any Pokemon, adding it to the hand. Not enough Psychic Pokemon in play for the Cresselia to potentially come in, take a knockout on like Oricorio or Meloetta on the bench. There's 2 Water Pokemon in play, so that would not quite work. The most Tord could do there with the Moonglow Reverse would be 80 damage.
Yeah, a true debate here, trying to find the right resource. Shining Arcana. It's going to be 2 big cards. We've seen Tord in a space like this so often throughout the entirety of his career, leaving it up to those 2 cards to try to get the job done.
It happened in game number 2. Can he make it happen in game 1? Game 2, Tord found exactly what he needed. Can it come true once again? If there's ever a time to do it, it's here in the Masters Finals of our World Championships.
We saw the iconic double Puzzle of Time.
Yes.
OCIC.
Here we go.
Can he repeat history and find the right cards?
Would love to find the Stadium card here. Has the boss's orders play if he wants it. Draw for turn. There. Draw for the refinement. That Shining Arcana, excuse me, does not hit what he needs. Another Gardevoir and a VIP pass. 2 pretty useless cards right now. And Tord has a decision. Iono in hand. Research in hand. He could try to dig for everything. Try to dig for the reversal. The path counter, the Lost Vacuum, and get the attack off with his Shining Arcana Gardevoir. But that's a lot. That's tough. It's really difficult to do, and he doesn't have any additional draw. It's really going to be onto the 7 cards that he hits, and I think it might be his best chance to win this game.
Yeah, there's a wild sequence where you could see this Cresselia come back into play if you use the Collapse Stadium and then Lost Vacuum it away, find another Psychic Pokemon.
Here we go, ditch the hand, 7 cards. Needs to find the perfect combo. There's the Stadium.
Artisan.
There's the reversal. There's the Lost Vacuum!
What?
I think Tord has found everything he needs. How many Psychic Energy are in the discard pile? That is the one question I have remaining.
C4 so far.
I think he's gonna be just short. Does have that Forest Seal Stone. Tord's thinking through all the pieces, all the math. Has he found everything he needs to pull this off?
Are the energies all there to get the job done?
Such a tense moment. You can feel it in the room, everyone on the edge of their seats, none farther forward than Tord Reklev. Has just about everything he needs. We don't know exactly how many Psychic Energy are in the discard pile. He needs 6 basic Psychic Energy. I only see 4 right now, not sure if there's one hanging just off the screen. The problem here is I don't think he has a way to discard energy cards. There are so many energy in that deck.
Super Rod being eyed up.
Is this going to be Tord's 1 out? Something he can do? He may have come up just short here. It appeared as if the pieces would come together. Super Rod is the grab. maybe trying to gear up for an Arcana play on the next turn. Tord doing everything he can to find an out and just hoping Vance does not have a way to take a KO this turn. Could it be a situation of Tord just having to push the Gardevoir EX and hoping it doesn't get KO'd? Put your highest HP thing in the active spot and hope your opponent doesn't have it. I don't think he has the knockout lined up so close.
Countering the stadium there.
This will remove that Lumineon V from play and also disrupt Vance just a bit, forcing him to discard one of his benched Pokemon, which is least valuable at this point for Vance. In this situation, you have to imagine if Tord had it, he would have played it. So Tord not having the KO, Vance needs to take a moment to figure out what is the most expendable member of his bench.
Yep. Potentially that Oricorio. It's going to be thrown away there with the Collapse Stadium. Resources are so close. Even the Cresselia play, where you get another Psychic Pokemon into play, and then you can move all the damage and knock out that Meloetta.
Oh, can Tord? No, there's
but
no way.
Finding a way to search out the Pokemon is the issue. You've already played your Stadium for the turn, so Lost Vacuum Counter and Artisan does not work.
No, it doesn't work. Super odd, putting back, it looks like the Zacian V potentially, and the Lumineons potentially reuse it next turn.
You can draw with the Reversal Energy with the Radiant Greninja.
You can.
And then if you draw into the Psychic Pokemon with the Zacian V, then you have an opportunity to go ahead and reuse, attack with that Cresselia. You can bounce those energies around.
Take a one prize KO this turn, potentially. That could be it for Tord. Yeah, try to attack with Moonglow Reverse. So use the Radiant Greninja, ditch the Reversal Energy, and try to find that. It would work for a one prize KO this turn.
This is going to be a big find if you can find it. Would
love
to find both of them!
And the Psychic Energy.
Huge!
This is going to yield Tord a one prize turn, but the problem with this is that he leaves a one prizer active and it's still in Vance's court at that point. Vance only would need a Gusting card in order to close out the game. Mew VMAX not being dealt with. It does need a way to retreat, however. Tord has to go for it. This is his line. He's thinking through it. Such a tough call. It has to be this, though. Collapse Stadium to the Lost Zone. Credit to Tord Reklev for finding this play. Such a niche situation that I can't imagine has come up.
So big here to find this. The energies are lined up. You can retreat the Mew, place all of the energies on each Psychic Pokemon in play. Zacian is going to be the one to look out for, though. 220 hit points.
So many energy in play as well, though, for Tord. You have to wonder where he goes from here on the next turn. Palpad able to put back Boss. That's his chance. Put this back. That's what he's going to need to close out the game next turn. Will not be able to get through a VMAX this game. It has to be a Boss KO on a Genesect or a Mew V. And he's going to take this KO. Moonglow Reverse. Move all the damage counters to the Meloetta. Take that out. And cross his fingers that Vance Kelly just doesn't have it.
Vance has been waiting patiently for the final turn of the match.
Moonglow Reverse moving all of these damage counters, placing them on the Meloetta. Tord Reklev pulls ahead, but now Vance is in the driver's seat. Handshaking, making sure he understands the situation completely. Draw for turn, switch card, that can reset. He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet, Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Vance Kelly, 2023 Pokemon World Champion in the Masters Division. Tord Reklev wondering what could have been in a phenomenal match between both these players. Everyone leaving it on the line. Incredible play to find what could have been the most beautiful play we've ever seen to win a World Championship, but it was not enough as Vance held on with the boss's orders and the power tablet.
Tord Reklev has found himself on many a final stage. He's found himself with a handful of second places, none stinging more than this one, as Vance Kelly has become our world champion. I think that dream of getting your deck printed is gonna come true.
I'm picking up a copy.
Masterful play, both of our players, but in the end, +3 turns. Not relevant. Vance Kelly able to win on turn number 3 of time. Kyle,
Wow.
absolute chills up here, man. That
Unreal.
was unbelievable. The feeling in this room, absolutely electric, and none more elated, I'm sure, than our champion Vance.
You think about what could have happened for Tord in that last game. It had to be Zacian V. It was the only psychic Pokemon that he could bench. The rolls were prized.
Right.
If he had any
Yes.
other psychic Pokemon,
Yes.
he doesn't bench a liability, and then maybe he's the world champion. It all comes down to those small things in matches like this. Did everything he could, found the perfect play.
It was his one chance to win. It might have been a low percent, but he found it. He went for it. He got what he needed, but his opponent had just too many cards in hand. Tord was able to strike first this game, taking the knockout with that Zacian V. Vance able to tie things up. Tord unable to respond to the massive HP of Mew VMAX. Found almost everything he needed off this research. Was so incredibly close to piecing it together. Found his tech cards. Moonglow Reverse takes out that Meloetta, but Vance had too many cards in hand and everything he needed. No Fusion Strike systems necessary. And he is the world champion.
Wow. There's no words. There's really no words. That was an unbelievable finals here in Yokohama, Japan. It's everything that we wanted.
Yes.
2 decades of playing in the World Championships, and to close out like that, Vance Kelly.
In time. I mean, Vance as well. I mean, this was a true David and Goliath story. I mean, Vance comes from day one. He's not a super well-known player. You know, he's had solid finishes this year. He's played Mew VMAX all throughout the season, refined it consistently, adjusted it for the expected metagame. He finds himself getting through day 1 of Worlds, getting into top cut, winning top 8, winning top 4, beating Azul GG, by the way, and then facing off against the best player playing our game right now, Tord Reklev in the finals. A mountain he was able to surmount.
You would have assumed that it was his accolades on the other side of the table with how cool, calm, and collected he was the entire match. Even closing out right there, just never changed the expression on his face the entire time. It's unreal that he can walk into the tournament and he's him.
He is absolutely him. And speaking of him, I cannot wait to hear from our champion. Let's get down to the stage. Anna, how's that champion feeling?
Let's find out. Vance, the casters were saying you seem calm and cool and collected. Are you calm and cool and collected?
Maybe just because it doesn't really seem real. But, you know, I was definitely nervous during those games. I think I maybe played the opening turns a little sloppy because of nerves. But, no, I feel good. And, you know, I'm sure my friends will, you know, help me have a lot of fun today after we leave.
I'm sure that's true. Talk to us about what it was like going into those final turns in time. How did you adjust your strategy as you did that?
You know, I wasn't really planning for it. We were both like kind of slow, like neither one of us plays super fast, so I thought maybe we'd go to time, but really I was just kind of playing a normal game and it worked out in game 3.
How did it feel to slap down that final boss's orders?
It felt pretty good. I was on edge because you know, I thought Tord was going to draw some stuff to kind of take the lead there, but it felt really good. It felt great.
Now and forever, you are a world champion. What does that mean to you?
You know, it's really cool. It's something that you aspire to. I started playing the game when I was pretty young, and you know, you always think it's like, what if I could do that one day? So it's a super cool accomplishment for sure.
What would you say to your young self if they were watching you on stage right now?
I don't know. Keep playing the game, I guess. Don't quit. Keep playing. Yeah.
Anyone out here that you want to say hello or thanks to in this moment?
Yeah, I got a lot of friends out there in the in the red shirts in the front. So shout out to all of them. Shout out to the friends back home as well. You know, individual people. I know there's some people watching stream, so like Pete Grigsby, shout out to PJ Wallace. Yeah, man, if I shout out a lot of people, I'm just gonna forget and people get mad. But you know, Josh Clark and everybody else. Sorry, I can't, you know, in the moment can't remember everybody. So thanks.
It is a huge moment, and we are going to let you go celebrate with those friends. We'll see you again for the trophy ceremony, but for now, casters, back to you.
Thanks, Anna. Great to hear from our 2023 world champion. Maybe just the appearance of not having too many nerves in the moment.
Sure. I mean, what a great interview as well, to really just seal in everything that we had there. 3 beautiful games in the finals here in Yokohama, and a very deserving finals champion.
Absolutely. I mean, it was not easy. It never is at the World Championships. You have to play some great players. Vance certainly went through the gauntlet. I actually remember even in Swish yesterday, he had a tie in round 7 versus Michael Pramawat, one of our other top 4 finishers. So, I mean, Vance actually played against all 4 of the top 4 finishers in this tournament. Not too often that you can say that. I guess unless you become the champion, there's a decent chance that happened, right?
I mean, you think about the level of players that he's had to go through in order to become a world champion. Now players are going to be saying that about him.
Yep.
Unreal.
If Vance wasn't on the radar before, he certainly is now at this point. Someone we will absolutely be following through his future career as a Pokemon TCG player. Let's take a moment now to recap exactly what we've seen here with our TCG action on this day. We did kick things off with Pokemon Go this morning. Following that was our Junior Division Top 8, where we did see Xiao Tongyen taking a 2-0 victory over Gabriel Torres. What a victory, what a match that one was.
Yeah, unreal, the performance that we saw from our juniors player, finding that fantastic line with the Kyogre play in order to close out at the World Championship stage.
Of course, following these exciting moments from the game, I mean, it really was just a dominant performance. That Dragonite putting in so much work. I have to say, that's absolutely got to be the MVP of our finals match in juniors.
Yeah, one of the worst starts we've seen in a long time. It looked like there was no play from Xiao there. Instead, is able to surprise everyone with the Dragonite and the escape rope to close out there in game number 1.
Seeming to pull it out of nowhere, but that's what you have to do sometimes. Gabriel not able to withstand that aggression, tried to find a way out, but it was able to be Sableye, kind of cleaning up some of these pieces. Kyogre ultimately closing things out. A favorite of yours, Kyle, seeing that Aqua Storm for the win.
And from a player so young as well to understand such an intricate deck.
Oh, this deck is so difficult to play. The fact
Unreal.
that Xiao was able to do this and in the Masters Finals on the biggest stage, absolutely incredible. And you can see all the emotions coming through in that moment.
And we saw all the emotions from that player there. And sure enough, it led on in the seniors division as well. We saw some great matches throughout. All of these players had to show up early today to get the job done in top 4. But in the finals, it was Sydney versus Gabriel Fernandez. And what a match we had between these players. I mean, we saw colorless Lugia out here.
Not something we would have expected, but Gabriel piloted it excellently and really took advantage of his opponent's poor starts. Name of the game was definitely just aggression and consistency. Gabriel able to pull off a pretty straightforward strategy, able to do it pretty masterfully as well. Sydney actually almost found a way to bounce back in this game, but Weird Deer V able to do just enough damage thanks to a boss's orders draw as well.
Yep, Sydney had to play into a little bit of the extra draw there with the gift energy, and unfortunately that led to everything that Gabriel needed to close out in game number 1. We saw a lot of the same in game 2 with the awkward starts there from Sydney.
Sydney really just trying to find a way to hang on. Gabriel was able to just absolutely push the advantage. Pumpkaboo bumping his own path to the peak in order for Lumineon V to find the game-winning boss to become our senior division world champion.
Fantastic play from both these players. What a deserving player to close out there in the senior division. An excellent family as well. All of them love to play Pokemon at the highest stage.
Yes, you can see how special this moment is, not just for the players, but for those closest to them. And then, of course, we're capping off our TCG action with our Master Division Top 8 with the finals I will not be soon to forget, Kyle.
Never. We're going to go back and watch this time and time again. as we see. Just look at that top 4 that we had there. Vance Kelly up against Azul GG in the mirror match, was able to take down one of the best players in the world. And Tord Reklev with the 2-0 on Michael Pramawat, who had seen a final stage before, something Tord had not yet done, had his opportunity here today.
You gotta imagine this one is really bittersweet for Tord. I mean, getting to this stage means everything to him. He's not someone who just wants to win, he wants to be the best, and he's trying to make that argument for himself, but in this game finds himself coming up just short. Goes for the risky play, taking out the Mew VMAX, even though he knew it would be KO'd in return with the Box of Disasters, and all 4 power tablets for Vance Kelly led to just enough damage. Well, more than enough, I guess.
Go ahead and flex on him.
Take out that Zacian V for the game in game number 1.
Yep, it was a fantastic line there to play the hand all the way down, draw up with the Genesect, find the perfect cards to close out there.
Key moment in game number 2. Had to hit this Psychic Energy, was able to find it. Piece together the 9 energy, the 9 basic Psychic Energy on Gardevoir, not something you see very often. And it did ultimately lead to Tord Reklev winning this game with the Luminion, grabbing Boss's orders to take 2 prizes. We went to game 3 in our Masters Division final match. And it went to time, Kyle.
Started with 8 minutes on the clock as the players shuffled up for game number 3. Jumped quickly into time where we saw Tord as turn 0, which led that. It meant that Vance had one final opportunity in turn 3. We saw an amazing play from Tord to close out with the Cresselia, take a prize, but Vance had everything in his hand to close out there. Boss's orders on the 2 prize Pokemon to become the world champion.
World champion indeed, a crown and a trophy he can hoist very high, an accomplishment that many strive for, but few attain. Vance Kelly, now our champion of the whole world, in Japan as well. What a place to be, what a room to do it in. Congratulations to all of our champions.
Yep, did it for Pete Grigsby there. Unbelievable.
So many friends at home cheering him on, I am sure. And that's what it's all about, really, at the end of the day. I mean, winning these games, winning these titles is great, but it's the memories, it's the people that you do it with, it's those that are out there in the crowd cheering for you, those that you know are at home. I'm sure Vance's phone is absolutely exploding right now backstage.
Hopefully he's got the roaming to deal with it, okay? those charges add up over here.
You think we can get our champion on the Wi-Fi?
Please, one time.
I think we could probably make it happen. What a game, what a match, what a players and what an environment this has been. The absolute beautiful country of Japan, an excellent host for this World Championships. A time and place that it'll be hard to top, to be honest.
Yeah, so welcoming as well. Everyone that we've met here, it's been an unbelievable experience for all of us. And of course, throughout all of the games that we have here, still plenty left to go. It's going to be an unbelievable day as we crown all of our champions here in Yokohama.
Yep, that's right. We still have VGC yet to come. I'm personally excited. VGC is always so exciting. I mean, and if our Masters Division Finals there is any taste of what is yet to come, you are not going to want to miss the rest of Championship Sunday. That is absolutely for sure.
Yeah, we saw some great play from all of our competitors here today, and throughout the course of this entire weekend, really just appreciate everybody who showed up, made the long trip or the short trip to come over here and give us an unbelievable tournament.
It is time, Kyle. Let's get down to the stage. Let's say congratulations and crown our finalists and champions. Let's get it done.
Let's give a big round of applause for all of the Pokemon TCG trainers who competed this weekend at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. We've witnessed some fantastic battles today and throughout the 2023 Pokemon TCG season. Before we officially immortalize our players, I want to welcome back Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara, President and CEO of the Pokemon Company, to join us and help us crown our champions. All right, it's time to bring out our finalists and champions. Congratulations first to our trading card game junior finalist, Gabriel Torres. And a big round of applause now. Congratulations to our trading card game junior champion, Xiao Tong Yen! Next, our trading card game senior finalist, Sydney De Bruyn. And give it up for our trading card game senior champion, Gabriel Fernandez. And now in our Masters division, our trading card game Masters finalist is Todd Reclev. Yeah, yeah. And now a big round of applause for the trading card game Masters champion, Vance Kelly. Let's give a final cheer to our top players of the 2023 Pokemon TCG season. Let's hear it one more time. As it's been so far, we are not done yet. Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon TCG have crowned their champions. It's time for the Pokemon video game Grand Finals. Up next, We have the championship matches in all age divisions, and we want to kick it off by honoring last year's Senior Grand Finals match with Nicholas against Yasuharu. Our local players at this event will surely remember this match, as Yasuharu hails from Japan and won the World Championship last year for his country. Commemorating the battle spirit of Pokemon VG, our trainers accept their matches anytime, anywhere.
I train hard, go hard, I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah, I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, epic in my way, high stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to Championship Sunday on the VG desk with myself, Lee Provost, and Lebuiza Actos Chromie. How are you doing, Lou?
I cannot believe we are finally here at Championship Sunday for the video game division. It has been phenomenal over the course of the weekend to see our world champions crowned in Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, and the Pokemon trading card game. And now it is time for the video game to crown their champions too.
And what a great intro as well, to bring us into the video game championships this Sunday. Yeah, we've got everything to play for, and we will be shortly crowning our 3 champions for this year's championships.
I love that video, like you just said, being able to recap the amazing accomplishments from seniors last year and a lot of amazing Pokemon faces that were on those winning teams. Of course, this year things will change and there will be new Pokemon that will be able to call themselves world champion, as well as the trainers that have piloted those teams.
Yeah, we've had an unbelievable run to get here over the whole weekend. We've had some incredible matches, and you know, you've got to just congratulate all of our players that have come out to compete this weekend, and to the players, of course, that have reached the finals, that will be battling it out for that championship title.
Of course, over the course of the weekend, we've mainly been bringing all of the Pokemon Masters division action, and that's what I love so much about today. We get to see the junior and senior divisions as well. Of course, we'll be kicking things off with juniors, and there will be a new world champion crowned there as well.
Yeah, and it's always nice, you know, we have mentioned it on the broadcast this weekend, to see our juniors and our senior players in particular, because they're the future of the video game, you know? They're the future players that we hope to see have success here and then kind of continue their journey on into the Masters division, hopefully have a great transition into that and just as much success.
Of course, and as a little bit of a recap, let's review how the format has shaped up this year.
The 2023 Pokémon World Championships event has been showcasing the best Pokémon VGC players and matches all weekend. Trainers from
That is indeed the question. Who will become our next world champions for the video game division? Of course, like we've mentioned, we're going to be kicking things off in the junior division, and their bracket has shaped up very, very nicely as they battled it out through day 1 and day 2 over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, it's been a long road for all of our juniors over this weekend to get to this final stage of the tournament here. And you can see the top 8 and how our 2 players in the finals have progressed through this bracket.
Exactly, and it is going to be an All-Japan final here for Kohei and Sora, who will be our finalists here in the junior division. And what a roster of Pokemon trainers they had to battle it out in order to get to this final position. Taking a look in top 4 as well, Sora had to defeat Pietro, who we were able to see win international championships this season as well. So a fierce competitor.
Yeah, an incredibly tough field as well to get through to the finals, you know, and great representation here in their home country, you know. Japan going to be able to take home that title this weekend.
Exactly, and I think as well, you know, these two players, I know Anna will be able to talk to them a little bit later on in the stage, but I think it's always really interesting to see if they maybe know each other from the competitive circuit, and maybe they've played against each other. We know that they both were at Japan Nationals this year, finishing in top 64 positions. Maybe they have a history of battling out in Swiss rounds. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to know if they, you know, they have faced off, have had any kind of battles before, but of course we're coming into a new format now because the format when Japan Nationals took place, it was under Regulation C, so now we've got Regulation D, brand new format, brand new Pokemon that they've got access to, so they are definitely utilizing them, viewing the teams, and it'll be interesting to see how these two teams interact. There are some really unique choices on both sides of the field.
It's definitely been interesting watching the Regulation D metagame develop over the course of this weekend, and you can of course let us know at home which Pokemon have really surprised you and which ones you maybe were expecting to see in Regulation D using all of our social medias you can see on the screen. That hashtag Pokémon World is going to be able to allow us to engage directly with your tweets, and we would love to be able to see exactly whether you are rooting for which player, which Pokemon, which team. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and definitely let us know what your highlight has been from this weekend. You know, it's been a phenomenal weekend here in Yokohama, and it would be great to hear what your highlight moment from the World Championships this year has been.
Exactly, and I mean, my highlight, Lee, if you're asking me, I know you weren't, but I'm going to pretend you are.
I bet I could guess.
Do you want to give it a go? Go on.
Does it begin with a G?
It does, and it ends with an N. It is green, it is
and
blue.
blue.
It is. It's a Gastrodon, everybody, if you haven't been watching the show and tuning in. Gastrodon has been the highlight Pokemon for Lee and I on the desk, and you can get your very own Gastrodon, the reigning world champion from Eduardo Cunha's team from last year. You can see the code on the screen. Please make sure to download that via Mystery Gift. It's something you do not want to miss.
Yeah, it will be running until the 14th of August, so you've got a little bit of time to still get that Gastrodon in your copy of Scarlet and Violet. Just make sure you go into the Mystery Gifts, use the code on the screen now, and you'll be able to get this prestigious Pokemon for yourself and add it to the collection.
There is no Gastrodon in the Juniors Division Final or in the Masters Division, but Seniors, as a little, you know, heads up, do not go anywhere. You can see me potentially a Gastrodon winning Seniors later in the day, but who knows? Gastrodon has definitely been a highlight for us and across the socials as well this weekend.
It's been a lot of fun this weekend with Gastrodon, and yeah, and nice to see it featuring in the finals as well in the senior division, and you know, kind of root for it to take it all the way.
Yeah, so I was a little sad to not see it do so well, but it did manage to make the top cut across all 3 divisions yesterday. That was very exciting to see. But when we're talking a little bit more about Regulation D, a lot of the Pokemon that have jumped forward into the fray, I think have been some really top choices that our fellow commentators were picking as well. Pokemon like Tornadus, I know that Adam was highlighting, thinking that was going to be very strong, and particularly with its ability to control weather and control speed control, I think has made it a very prime candidate to be a top Pokemon.
Yeah, it's such a good supporting Pokemon. It has the ability to tailwind with that prankster ability, meaning that you're able to get it off pretty much straight away in the battle, kind of supporting your partner in Pokemon so perfectly, setting up things like Goldingo to do so well, and you know, Goldingo has performed very well at this tournament as well. A really phenomenal Pokemon. Does need to be a little bit wary around things like Fake Out, and that's probably why we've seen a bit of a rise in things like Iron Hands as well, because it hits it so well for with its big offensive electric attacks as well, but it also has a utility with that Fake Out to prevent that Tailwind turn 1. So yeah, really useful Pokemon, but you've got to have ways to kind of get around that in your team. We've seen that throughout the weekend. We've seen players kind of adapting Trick Room on Pokemon you might not expect it on. We saw Eric Rios playing Trick Room on his Fluttermane. That was a real highlight from the weekend. But also the other teams where we've seen Cresselia as well be utilized so effectively with that Trick Room mod to kind of counteract the popularity of the Tornadus over the weekend.
And I think as well, in the absence of Incineroar, that was such a dominant Pokemon in previous years, there's a new kitty cat on the stage in the form of that Chi-Pao that's been the best partner Pokemon for those physical attackers, particularly the Urshifu. I think the synergy between those 2 Pokemon has been incredibly strong. Previously, you know, Dragonite, I think, was a great partner to be paired up with Chi-Pao, but a lot of trainers were opting for good ways to be able to counter Dragonite. You know, lots of Ice-type moves running around, Fairy-type moves as well, and then even if you did go into something like Terra Flying or Terra Normal on your Dragonite, there were plenty of coverage moves to be able to counteract it there. Whereas Urshifu, I think, being nice and speedy and hitting very, very hard, particularly with the Unseen Fist ability, punching through all of those protects, means that it's been a match made in heaven for that combo.
Yeah, when you look back at the Dragonite usage, it's still a very strong Pokemon, but it does have a lot tougher of a time in Regulation D, like you say, with all the fairy type attacks that are coming out from things in particular, like the Flutterman. We've seen the usage on that Pokemon. Then you've got the ice type attacks that are coming out from that Chien-Pao, and yeah, just alone those two really speedy Pokemon make it very difficult. But then you've got Urshifu as well that's kind of come into the fray. If it does terastallize into its kind of generic kind of normal Terra type, then the fighting type becomes an issue from that Pokemon as well. So from a lot of different angles, you're seeing Dragonite have a much tougher time in this format, especially if you are opting to go with something like the Inner Focus ability rather than a multi-skill to kind of get around the Intimidates that have been quite prevalent in this format.
And one thing I've loved about the team building generally coming into a Regulation D tournament at the Pokémon World Championships this year compared to previous years is this concept of the Fire, Water, Grass core. Because previously, as such a strong synergy of offensive and defensive capabilities with those three types, you often have to make sure that those types of Pokemon are on your team. But with terrestrialization, you can be so much more flexible in the Pokemon that you're bringing, whether maybe an ability is more beneficial than a type for the overall synergy of your 6 Pokemon. You can counteract that by throwing that Terra type, particularly maybe Terra Water or Terra Grass, that we've seen be so dominant, onto your team and still have that core in place. It's allowed for a lot of creativity, I feel, throughout all of the teams this weekend.
Yeah, and I think that's a nice thing about terrestrialization. It doesn't always work on an offensive scale. It can be used very, very effectively in a defensive tool, a mechanism as well. And you see a lot of players doing that, and exactly like you've said, kind of fitting in kind of a second core within your team with those terrestrialization types where you think, oh, I'm a little bit weak in this one area, but I can cover it with this one Pokemon, and it really complements its kind of base typing as well, so it really fits in nicely. Such a great mechanic, and it's really nice to see how players kind of adapt that mechanic into their team building as well.
And of course, we'll be covering the junior division first of all, and their metagame is often very different to how things maybe shape up in the Masters division. I know Lee and I, we were having a walk around the juniors area over the course of the weekend, and I saw some amazing actions. We saw a lot of Torkoal were running around, but also there was a Dondozo that was going for Surf and getting a lot of KOs as well. I think, overwhelming a couple of opponents, as well as some of the new faces. Hisuian Arcanine, Hisuian Lilligant as well was very prevalent.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I like about the different age divisions as well. You do get a little bit of variety in the different Pokemon that each age division kind of leans on a little bit more than the other ones. And like you say, Hisuian Lilligant has been used quite prevalently in that juniors division, and we have seen it pop up in Masters division as well, but really great to see just the different interaction of Pokemon choices with our different age divisions.
Well, speaking of the junior metagame, let's kick it to the stage and meet our 2 finalists who have mastered the metagame so far. Take it away, Anna.
Thanks so much. This is one of my favorite moments, getting to talk to the juniors on stage. So let's not delay any further. Let's get into our VG Junior Finals. First, please welcome to the stage, Kohei Ukai. Hello. Kohei, tell us your favorite thing about your team.
浩平さん、あなたのチームの中で一番好きなポケモンは何でしょうか？パオちゃんです。He likes Chien-Pao.
And why is that?
どうしてChien-Paoはそんなに好きですか？
ダメージが大きく削れるから。
You can use its ability to increase the damage that he can deal with other Pokemon.
We can't wait to watch that. There are a lot of people watching you. Do you want to say hi to anyone?
特に応援してくれた人に何か一言ありますか？
今までずっと応援してくれてありがとうございました。
Everyone who supported me till now, thank you so much.
All right, now let's bring out your opponent. Now please welcome to the stage, Sora Ebisawa. Welcome, Sora. Now, Sora, tell us about your team. What makes it great?
ソーダのチームなんですけども、一番強いと思っているところ、一番強いアピールポイントと思っているポケモンは何でしょうか？
アクーラスが僕の個人的におすすめなポケモンです。
My Urshifu is definitely the strongest point in my team.
And And how will you use it in this match?
でこの後の試合でですね、どういうふうにウラウスを使っていこうかと思いますか？
見切りなどの守る技を使って立ち回っていきたいかなと思います。
I think I'll be using a lot of protective moves. I'll have it use detect and just try and wait out my opponent.
That sounds great. Is there anyone here that you would like to say hello or thank you to?
今見てる方々の中でご挨拶とか感謝の気持ちとか一言メッセージありますか？
家族や今見ている皆さん、は会場を盛り上げて今見ている家族の皆さんは応援のほどよろしくお願いします。
So, firstly, to my family who's watching right now, and to everyone who's at the event today, thank you so much for really bringing up the atmosphere and riling everything up. So, thank you so much.
Well, thank you both for putting on an amazing match, because I know you will. Go ahead and shake hands, and we'll get into this match. Casters, back to you.
I always love being able to hear a little bit of insight from our competitors ahead of what is going to be one of the most monumental matches of their Pokemon careers. Also, just want to shout out the little Litten that Kohei was holding as well. Fantastic. We just talked about Incineroar, the little blast from the past, and there's little Litten there waiting in the wings as a supporting partner Pokemon.
Yeah, very, very nice to hear from both of our competitors as they get ready to get into this finals match. And yeah, love the little Litten as well. But we can start touching upon the teams a little bit here if while our players are getting seated and set up, because we've got two really kind of similar teams but very different in a lot of other ways.
Exactly, and I like that both our players acknowledge some of the key Pokemon that have shaped up this metagame. The Chi-Pao, for example, for Kohei there, using that Sword of Ruin ability that he mentioned on the stage to drop the defenses, allowing some of those partner Pokemon, the physical attackers, Pokemon like, for example, Iron Hands or Urshifu, to be able to capitalize upon.
Yeah, the Chi-Pao is going to really play a huge part for him, you know, like you've already mentioned already this weekend many times, that combination with itself and the Urshifu, the Rapid Strike variant, and how powerful that combination of Pokemon will be. But you've always got to worry about the other side of the field as well, because you can look at Sora's team and did mention the Urshifu on their team and how powerful that would be, and that will also be able to take advantage of that sort of rune ability while ever the Chi-Pao's on the field. Also running the Dragonite as well, which is another big physical threat that you can take advantage of the Chi-Pao if it is out on the field for your opponent. Of course, there are a lot of other Pokemon to mention as well. The one thing I would like to point out on Sora's side of the field is that they do have access to a Heatran, and I feel like it will be a big play going into this match. In particular, both players do have access to that Tornadus as well that we touched upon at the start of the broadcast.
Yeah, I think the Tornadus and the Urshifus are going to be key components in this particular match. Obviously, you need your Tornadus to be able to get some of that tailwind support, getting some speed momentum, but you want to make sure you've got one, if your partner's got one as well, to kind of try and match those and not give some momentum over to your opponent. And the battle of the Urshifus, I think, is going to be key. We have got a rapid strike style on Kohei's side, whereas it is the single strike variant on Sora's side. So which one's going to come out on top? That is going to be the question.
You'd always say if it was just a one-on-one that the Rapid Strike has the advantage, because the single strike has that dark typing to it, so it has got the weakness to the fighting type, whereas the Rapid Strike doesn't. And the Urshifu on Sora's side as well does have the dark Terastallization, so it doesn't really have a way of removing that fighting type weakness, whereas the Rapid Strike Urshifu has the Terastallization water, so it doesn't really carry that fighting type weakness at all, and it carries no kind of weakness to anything on the Urshifu side of the field. You've got to say, though, if it does Terastallize into that water type, it does remove its resistance to the dark types that it does carry with that fighting type it originally has. So the Wicked Blows, the Sucker Punches could be a bit more detrimental if we do see the Terastallization choice on that Rapid Strike Urshifu from Kohei's side.
But that's where I think the Heatran can really come into play, because it is running that Terra Grass type, going to be able to hit hard with something like a Terra Blast into that opposing Urshifu, particularly if it does want to capitalize on its offensive pressure and go for that Water Terra type to hit even harder with something like Surging Strikes or possibly even Aqua Jet for a little bit of priority damage.
Yeah, and it's an interesting item choice as well. I know it's been a running theme throughout the tournament. The item choices on Pokemon plays such a pivotal role in how they perform within the team. And the Heatran on Sora's team actually using that Assault Vest, and it really does give it really great defensive capabilities on top of that. I'm going to just take a look at the player profiles here. We can have a look at Kohei's. He was top 64 at the recent 2023 Japan National Championships.
Yes, we mentioned this a little bit earlier. So coming off a good finish here at Japan Nationals and now in the grand finals of the Pokémon World Championships, you can see the 6 Pokémon that Kohei is bringing with that Fluttermane, the Urshifu, Qianpao, Iron Hands, Tornadus, and the Amoonguss. Some great supporting Pokémon here.
Yeah, really nice core there between the Iron Hands in particular. I feel like that gives really nice support if you need it to allow you to get that tailwind up with your Tornadus if you're in an open position, or just utilize things like your Urshifu as well. You know, you can put it in a position where you can really take advantage of your opponent not being able to protect with that Unseen Fist ability. Really kind of put your opponent into a corner with that combination. So really nice options here. You've got the Amoonguss as well to kind of draw in attacks and just support things that are maybe a bit more vulnerable, like those Fluttermane and the Qianpao on Kohei's side of the field.
Yeah, honestly, Urshifu and Qianpao, such a strong synergy throughout the entire weekend. Wouldn't be surprised to see it here. Taking a look at Sora's side as well, looking at the 6 Pokemon that Kohei will have to battle out against in order to try and become the champion. We've got Tornadus, Urshifu, Dragonite, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, and Heatran. And those 6 are definitely really hard to contend with. You were mentioning the Dragonite earlier as well, Lee. Again, Sora coming off this Japan Nationals top 64 finish. Do you think Dragonite has a role to play in this match?
I would say Dragonite can perform a role. I think the one thing you would say if you're looking at both of the teams, I feel like both players are kind of forced to bring that Tornadus, so that's definitely one slot that you say both players have to bring, because if one player sets up the tailwind, it puts one player at a huge advantage to the other. So you really want to match your opponent from the get-go. You've already mentioned that. So I think if the Tornadus comes, the Dragonite feels like it could be a good choice, but it's going to have a really hard time against the Qianpao, the Fluttermane, and then if it does go for that terrestrialization into the normal type that Sora's running, again, it's going to run into problems against that Rapid Strike Urshifu and the Iron Hands, and of course the speed tiers then come into question. The Rapid Strike Urshifu probably going to be able to outspeed it, and it does have access to close combat, so not really going to be appreciating that, and it does have that inner focus ability, no multi-scale, so we'll be taking max damage from the get-go.
I honestly think with the amount of offensive pressure that both teams have brought to this match, speed control is going to be absolutely critical, making sure that potentially you've got Pokemon like your Fluttermane in a key position to start dealing out some big damage, possibly even in a late game sweep position, particularly I would say if you are Sora, because the Fluttermane is running those choice specs. It's going to be able to hit incredibly hard. Something like a Thunderbolt can apply a lot of pressure to those water types that we've got on the opposing side, the Urshifu, and potentially the Amoonguss and Fluttermane running those water Terra types that could then activate in the match. Thunderbolt is going to hit incredibly hard there.
Yeah, and I think if you're Sora as well, you can identify that the Heatran, like we've already touched upon, can be a really big player in this match. A lot of the Pokemon on Kohei's side have that water terrestrialization, so if they do go for that, you can choose to terrestrialize your own Heatran, go for that grass typing. You're going to resist any of the big threatening water type attacks that would have been coming out. You also take away your fighting weakness, so the Rapid Strike Urshifu on Kohei's side becomes way less threatening, and you've got a nice offensive way to hit it for super effective damage. The only thing you would need to make sure that you do is kind of manage that Tornadus and the Qianpao, which do then, once you do terrestrialize into your grass type, become a bit more threatening.
Well, Pokemon trainers, we are seconds away from jumping into this junior division match. Give it up for our 2 players, Kohei and Sora, as they begin to kick it off to become the World Champion 2023.
Yeah, both players leading out with their Fluttermane and Tornadus. Like we said, they want to match that tailwind, but we are going to see the Fluttermane on Kohei's side activate that booster energy here, boosting its special attack, meaning it's going to be hitting that bit harder going into this first turn. We know that Sora's Fluttermane does have the choice specs items, so it is already going to be kind of hitting very hard. The one thing that you would say that Kohei has, he has access to that protect this turn, so if he wants to choose to protect at the tailwind setup, that is an option for him, but I think first thing on both players' minds is to get their speed control underway this first turn.
Exactly. The Tornadus is in a prime position to go for that tailwind, just trying to make sure that you're evening the score when it comes to speed. You don't want to give your opponent any unnecessary advantage. We're going to see the Fluttermane leave the field here for Sora, just wanting to avoid any unnecessary damage. As Heatran joins the field, able to take those fairy type attacks much better than Fluttermane would have been able to do, as the Fluttermane on the opposing side is going to go for a protect. Tornadus gets the first tailwind up on Kohei's side of things, but is it going to be matched by Sora's?
Yeah, and you are going to see the tailwind followed up by Sora, and the switch into Heatran really nice here, because the booster energy kind of makes you're not that keen to switch out your Fluttermane, whereas if you've got the Choice Specs item, you don't really have anything that you've wasted that turn. You switch out the Fluttermane, if you're Kohei, then you have lost that booster energy. You're not going to be able to get it back later in the game if you switch it out. Now, in front of the Heatran, not in the best position. Your Bleak Storm is not hitting for very good damage against that Steel typing, and the Fluttermane has to then rely on the Shadow Ball that it's got access to. The Heatran has to be careful still because it will get hit hard by that booster energy Shadow Ball, but it can return back with some big damage itself with like a Flash Cannon. So you are seeing Kohei can keep that around for a little bit later in this match.
Yes, Iron Hand's going to join the fray as well. Going to be able to apply some pressure with something like a fake out into the following turns as Tornado sets the Rain Dance. This is really critical because it's going to enable the Bleak Wind Storms to be able to have 100% accuracy, but it will also help the other Tornadoes with that accuracy check as well.
Yeah, the Kohei again, that Rain Dance on, and the Earth Power coming out, predicting that switch in and catching the Iron Hands, doing some huge damage this turn.
Yeah, Heatran just hiding on the screen there, sneaking in that Earth Power, some good damage, and Iron Hands does not get in for free at all.
Yeah, Kohei is setting up the Rain Dance really good because it weakens the fire type attacks from the Heatran. Of course, that's really great. The one drawback of that is you're setting up the opposing Tornadoes, which you saw there. Sora taking full advantage of that with the Bleak Wind Storm and getting some nice damage onto Kohei's side of the field. And the Iron Hand's not looking in a great spot now. It does have access to Fake Out, so it can slow down the Tornadoes on the opposite side of the field. Probably doesn't need to worry too much about the Heatran, but there is that Earth Power as well that you've got to be concerned about, and you really haven't got the offensive pressure with the Tornadoes to kind of do the damage that you want this turn.
Exactly, Heatran leaving the field, maybe needed to apply pressure with that Earth Power a little bit later on, and Fluttermane is going to rejoin, applying pressure with that Choice Specs, hoping to maybe get a strong knockout. As Fake Out comes through, not going to affect a Ghost type, Fluttermane gets in relatively unscathed as the opposing Tornadoes does go for the Bleak Wind Storm, not dealing too much damage into either of the Pokemon on Sora's side, as Tornadoes on the other side fires off another Storm. It is a Typhoon across the battlefield right now.
Yeah, and again, a great switch once again from Sora, bringing in that Fluttermane, very good on its special defensive side, able to take that Bleak Wind Storm from the opposing Tornadoes, avoiding the Fake Out with its Ghost typing, and now in a prime position where it can just throw out maybe one of those Dazzling Gleams, pick up a double knockout pretty easily here and make it difficult for anything in the back to switch in to take that big damage. It's boosted now by that Choice Specs item that the whole Fluttermane's holding.
And Fluttermane generally quite a speedy Pokemon, like you said there. Choice Specs going to be hitting hard. Something like a Dazzling Gleam would be able to pick up the KO against both the Iron Hands and the Tornadoes due to the low HP they've got, so it's not safe to switch either on Kohei's side. The Tornadoes on the opposing side does seem to be a little bit faster though, does get the speed drop on the opposing Tornadoes. That could be critical later on, but Fluttermane not going for the double spread move here, just locking in with the Shadow Ball to get the clean KO on Tornadoes.
Yeah, not wanting to lock in with any of those fairy type attacks, just wanting to make sure they are all getting that knockout onto the Tornadoes. Bleak Wind Storm coming out from Sora's Tornadoes and picking up the knockout onto the Iron Hands, and clean knockout. But the nice thing that Kohei was able to get was that Bleak Wind Storm off before it went down, at least getting some good damage onto the Tornadoes and that Fluttermane on Sora's side of the field.
I mean, the Shadow Ball lock-in's actually really nice when you know that Kohei has brought the Fluttermane on his side of the field as well. So you want to make sure that you can hit it for some super effective damage with that Shadow Ball instead of locking into something like a Dazzling Gleam. That's a problem, however. Chien-Pao definitely is threatening both the Pokemon on Sora's side.
Yeah, definitely. No booster energy for the Fluttermane when it comes onto the field this end, but you've got that Chien-Pao that's coming. You've also got to notice as well for later in this game, if it sticks around for any longer than this turn, the Tornadoes has taken that speed drop, so it won't be as fast as it was that previous turn. Fluttermane in a really precarious position here as well. Cannot go for that Protect because of the Choice Specs item on it, so a real sitting duck here for either the Fluttermane or the Chien-Pao just to pick up the knockout there.
Yes, of course, as well, the Sucker Punch on Chien-Pao could be really strong, trying to get a knockout against either of these Pokemon. There are a lot of status moves that the Tornadoes could go for to try and bypass this, but Fluttermane getting out of there, it's locked in. You know that it's going to go for an attack, and Chien-Pao went for the Sucker Punch. It is going to fail as Tornadoes goes for the Tailwind as well. So Sucker Punch, no matter who the target was, wasn't going to be able to kick there, and the speed advantage is now in Sora's favor.
Yeah, and obviously that's great news for Sora. The Dazzling Gleam coming out, picking up the knockout on the Tornadoes, but the key thing is he was able to set that Tailwind up once again, put that speed control back in his favor. It's really going to give him an advantage now going into the last few turns of this game because Kohei has lost his speed control. Of course, Sora managed that situation really well, making sure that the Tornadoes went down before it had the opportunity to set that Tailwind up, and managing his Tornadoes just a little bit better, making sure that his Pokemon was supported. Does have to worry about that Sucker Punch, but now he's got the Amoonguss next to the Fluttermane. Can redirect that Sucker Punch, so it gives the Fluttermane a little bit more room to kind of maneuver, especially with that Tailwind supporting it going into this next turn.
There we go, Lee. It's the Rage Powder, just wanting to protect the Fluttermane on Sora's side of the field. As Fluttermane goes for the Dazzling Gleam this time, super effective damage into the Chien Pao, brings it right down to that Focus Sash and chipping away at the Fluttermane on Kohei's side of the field. Chien Pao not falling for the trap with the Sucker Punch, going straight for the Ice Spinner and gets Amoonguss out of here. Now Fluttermane is incredibly vulnerable to something like an opposing Shadow Ball. Of course, Amoonguss has the last laugh in the face of that Chien Pao, using the Rocky Helmet to be able to get the KO against it due to it being on only 1 HP remaining, but Fluttermane on Kohei's side is looking scary now.
Yeah, and the Dazzling Gleam coming out and picking up the knockout on Sora's Fluttermane. So doing a really good job here, and does have access to that Protect, but it has to face down against the Heatran in the back. But Sora's kept preserved it for this point in the game. Going to be very difficult to deal with that Steel and Fire type Pokemon.
Yes, exactly. Heatran definitely has the type advantage against the Fluttermane. Interesting as well, Lee, we haven't seen any Terrestrialization in this match.
None at all, and I don't think either player really... It's been so fast-paced, I don't think any player really been back and forwards with the Tailwind, just trading damage, and I think Sora's really taken the advantage there, and maybe it's something that Kohei thinks about going into Game 2, maybe Sora also kind of thinks about. I think because we didn't really see the Urshifu come out in this game, probably didn't need to worry about it with the Heatran too much, and Sora's really managed the game very well from his point of view, utilizing that Heatran, but we are going into this final turn, going to see that Terrestrialization.
Going to see a little bit of sparkle on the battlefield here in Grand Finals for the Junior Division as Heatran goes for its Grass Terra typing here, just wanting to make sure that it can maybe catch a Fluttermane going for something like the Terra Water and being able to catch it with a powerful Terra Blast. That's what we're going to see as well. Kohei clicking that Terrestrialization button as well.
We're backtracking now. Both players going for that Terrestrialization. They've heard us as we see the Water Terra type come out onto the Fluttermane, the Grass Terra type onto that Heatran. But the Heatran also has at its disposal that Assault Vest. It's going to be able to take these big attacks from the Fluttermane even better. And it's the Terra Blast, which is the Grass type, going into the Water type. Fluttermane picking up the knockout and giving Sora a 1-0 lead in this finals match.
What a fantastic way to close out Game 1. Sora now 1 game away from becoming World Champion. That was so fast-paced, and what a dramatic ending. Fantastic prediction, knowing that the potential from that Fluttermane was going to be that Terra Water and just being able to get it in that solid knockout.
Yeah, that was really, really fast-paced. You know, both players getting their Tailwind up, trading damage backwards and forth. And I think the one thing you would say if you were Sora, you really took advantage of that Rain Dance turn where the Tornado spent a turn setting the Rain Dance up. Great for the Bleak Wind Storm, of course, for reducing the damage from those Fire-type attacks from the Heatran, which really didn't transpire. So in the end, you kind of put yourself at a little bit of a disadvantage because it meant in the end that you weren't able to get your Tailwind up, and then you were kind of having at the disposal of Sora, who was able to utilize that Tailwind with their own Tornadoes.
Yeah, I think that was a great observation you made actually in the pre-game analysis about how Tailwind's going to be going up on both sides of the field, but it really is about who potentially gets that second Tailwind, is able to get that momentum. And as soon as the Tornadoes went down on Kohei's side of the field, that gave Sora the advantage and opportunity to be able to set that Tailwind up again. The Prankster ability, I think, coming in really, really strong. The other critical thing, I think, as well, was how the Iron Hands on Kohei's side really didn't play much of a role in this match. The Fake Out was null and void going into a Ghost type, and then it just didn't have the flexibility to get off the field, come back in, and apply pressure on Fake Out into something like the Tornadoes there to maybe stop that second Tailwind.
Yeah, that Bleak Wind Storm that came out when it switched in was just... it really put it kind of a few steps back from where Kohei wanted it to be. And I think you want to really get that Iron Hands onto the field in a much healthier position, because then the switch as well from the Heatran to the Fluttermane made it very difficult for the Iron Hands to get any utility going forward in that match. You're already down a Pokemon, and with those Bleak Wind Storms just continually firing out, and the accuracy not an issue anymore from Sora's side of the field, just made it very difficult to kind of get a grip in the game. And I think when the Chien Pao and the Fluttermane came back onto the field for Kohei, you don't really mind the Tornadoes going down at that point, because you feel at that stage, I've got my second Tailwind up, I've got my Heatran in the back, I've got my Fluttermane in the back, I've got my Amoonguss to support everything for at least one turn. I'm kind of happy with this position going forward.
And I think this replay as well really highlights the support that the Tornadoes gave in this particular match. You know, getting those Tailwinds up and then being able to go for those powerful Bleak Wind Storms without having to worry about the accuracy. And this is kind of my question to you now, Lee. At the end of the day, setting up that Rain Dance, it's great for Kohei to be able to hit his Bleak Wind Storms, but then you are giving the advantage to Sora as well. Do you think Rain Dance is going to be still something to be considered for Game 2?
I definitely do. I think there might have to be a Pokemon choice. I'd rather see something like the Urshifu Rapid Strike come in for Kohei rather than an Iron Hands, and then you're able to maybe Terrestrialize that, take advantage of that, the mechanic especially with the typing as well, and you're taking advantage of the rain, because you think about the Mystic Water that the Urshifu is holding, the Water Terra type on top of that, and the rain also boosting that Surging Strikes. It's going to be doing some big damage. It also threatens the Heatran and almost baits it into having to go for that Terra type, which then if you're preserving your Tornadus well enough, you can take advantage of those flying type attacks on that to threaten the Heatran from kind of both sides. So you've got the Bleak Wind Storm and you've got the Surging Strikes, so you're kind of pinning in the Heatran, which was such a problematic Pokemon for Kohei to deal with in that last game. And you've got to take your hat off to Sora, because he really managed his side of the field very well and kept the Heatran to the very last Pokemon against the Flutterman, and from that point it was really kind of wrapped up, wasn't it? So I think from Kohei's side, a few adjustments. I think the Urshifu, like we've seen throughout this tournament, really takes advantage of that Chien-Pao's sort of ruin ability as well. So that would be the one thing I would say, try and make that adjustment here, but it's obviously down to the players and this is their choice, so it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this one.
Well, game 2 is underway. Let's go back to the stage, and we have got the Tornadus and the Fluttermane coming out for Sora, and then the opposing side, an adjustment here. Iron Hands has joined up, supported by the Tornadus.
Yeah, the Iron Hands is a nice switch up here because it does give you that fake out support. You can go for it into the Tornadus on the opposite side of the field, set your Tailwind up, so you've got the speed advantage going into next turn. The only thing is that you're not really going to get any advantage of that, because the Tornadus, you're not going to be knocking it out this turn. It will just be able to set that Tailwind up the following turn, and you kind of don't want to be back foot a few turns down the line where they've got one turn of Tailwind after yours has run out, and if you haven't preserved your Tornadus well enough. So it might be better off going for that Wild Charge into that slot, setting up your Tailwind, letting them Tailwind at the same time. Because the Iron Hand should be able to take an attack from the Fluttermane with that Assault Vest.
I completely agree, but we're going to see a few Terrestrializations earlier in this game 2 than we saw in game 3. It's going to be on that Fluttermane here, going for that Terra Water. Just wanting to be able to apply a lot of pressure, keeping the defenses in check as well. No fake out coming through. It's going to be the Tailwind on Kohei's side, first of all, getting the speed advantage up. We've seen it seems to be the faster of the two Tornaduses, but the Tornadus on Sora's side just going through those motions, getting the Tailwind up as well, as Fluttermane goes for the Dazzling Gleam. Significant chunk of damage, over 50% to both of the opposing Pokemon, as Iron Hands goes for the Wild Charge, catches the Water Fluttermane!
There's a huge turn here for Kohei, catching that Terrestrialization on the Fluttermane, turning into the Water type and Wild Charging into that slot, taking a huge offensive presence away from Sora's side of the field.
That's how you make a comeback after losing game 1, getting a one-hit KO against such a disruptive powerhouse as that Fluttermane. What an amazing start for Kohei.
That's a great start to this second game. After losing the first game, coming back in amazing fashion in this game, picking up the Fluttermane like that is incredible. Put him in a really good position going into this next turn, of course, taking away one of the biggest offensive threats on Sora's side of the field.
Honestly, I've got goosebumps right now, seeing that Wild Charge go down into the Fluttermane instead of the Tornadus that I felt was maybe the more obvious target. Like you said, trying to get rid of it before it can have that potential to go for a second Tailwind later in the game was incredible. Urshifu, however, is now able to join the field in replacement of that Fluttermane.
Yeah, and now you do have the ability to kind of utilize that Urshifu a little bit more now, because it will have a bit more offensive pressure. You've got to be careful around the Iron Hands if you are Sora, because you've got, you know, the Wild Charge to still consider. That will do a big amount of damage to your Tornadus, of course. So doubling into that slot, you know, it's got the Assault Vest. You either force it out or you kind of just try and get rid of it this turn.
Yeah, well, there's the Detect on the Urshifu, something Sora said that he was likely to be doing in this particular game, just preserving him from taking any damage from this Bleak Wind Storm that outside of Rain Dance is able to connect onto the opposing Tornadus, doing a significant chunk to it, as Tornadus also lands its Bleak Wind Storms, but not enough to get the KO.
Just missing out on the knockout there, and the Wild Charge coming in and picking up the knockout onto the Tornadus and Sora's side. Kohei taking real advantage of this and a big lead in this game. Obviously, the Urshifu protecting there, didn't want to take the Bleak Wind Storm from the opposing Tornadus, and probably wasn't in a position where Sucker Punch would have picked up the knockout either, so you really need to manage that. It has got the Bleak Wind Storm onto it now, so it looks like a Sucker Punch would be able to pick up the knockout as long as his Tailwind is in effect.
I mean, in game 1, we were saying how Iron Hands was kind of underwhelming, didn't really get much done. It has been a ton of events in this game 2, getting 2 solid KOs. It has, I think, obviously, needing to give itself a little bit of a break, taking a lot of recoil from that Wild Charge. It's KO'd itself, but now you get that Chien-Pao on the field. The issue is the Amoonguss. Amoonguss can go for those Rage Powders and redirect away any Sucker Punches, but then Amoonguss can also fall victim to something like the Ice Spinner coming out from that Chien-Pao.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. We saw how detrimental that was in the first game, and you've got to worry as well. The Tornadus has access to Taunt, not going for it here, as that Sucker Punch comes out from the Urshifu, knocking out that Tornadus, getting rid of that supportive Pokemon, but the Chien-Pao being left alone here, going for a Sacred Sword into the Urshifu, and not enough to pick up the knockout, surviving, leaving the Amoonguss to go for the spore, shutting down the Shen Pao on Kohei's side of the field.
Oh, putting Chien Pao to sleep, not going to be able to go for any sucker punches or ice spinners into that Amoonguss until it is able to wake up. But Urshifu's definitely going to try and have something to say about it. You know, having that dark and fighting typing as well does give you access to some great moves like the Wicked Blow here, or Sucker Punch as well, that can apply a lot of pressure. The Fluttermane on the opposing side definitely has to be wary, but at the same time, Fluttermane has the type advantage against that opposing Urshifu with something like a Fairy type move.
Yeah, and it definitely has a speed advantage as well. It can just throw out a Dazzling Gleam here and probably pick up the knockout. Doesn't need to worry about the potential Sucker Punch that could come out from that Urshifu though, so choosing to Terrestrialize here might be an option, I think, because you can take away that weakness from the Fairy type. The Ghost type, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, there's no Terrestrialization left on Sora's side. We saw that already with the Fluttermane, so Urshifu is going to have to keep its 4 times weakness to those Fairy type moves. Honestly, I think the Fluttermane's the key Pokemon here for Kohei. You have to really consider how you want to preserve it, and there we go. Not going on the offensive quite yet, going for this Protect, just maybe wanting to see what the opposing Urshifu is going to do, because that Sucker Punch, even with Unseen Fist, isn't going to work onto a status move like Protect.
No, and I think the other thing you need to worry about as well is that Amoonguss, because it can, you know, if you're not going for an attacking move here, if you do survive the Sucker Punch, you're still going to be susceptible to getting spored here. So the Amoonguss is still a problem Pokemon as long as that Chien Pao is still asleep.
Yes, that's the other nice thing that Kohei was able to play around there, burning through that guaranteed turn of sleep on the Chien Pao. Now has the potential to be able to wake up, but it is in a very vulnerable situation. That Pollen Puff did a huge chunk of damage, and another one's going to be able to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, the Pollen Puff here, a really good supportive option in normal circumstances, but very good against these frailer dog-type Pokemon. Shen Pao not going to appreciate that at all. The Fluttermane going for another Protect here, avoiding that Sucker Punch is potentially going to come out, but the Urshifu going for a Detect itself this turn as well. The Amoonguss is going to be left to attack as the Shen Pao is still fast asleep.
Yeah, all eyes really on the Amoonguss here. Going for that Pollen Puff is going to be able to get the KO against the Chien Pao. I do really like this play, though, from the Protect on the Fluttermane, because it wasn't so much about getting that second Protect. It was about stopping that potential from the Sucker Punch. Unfortunately, Chien Pao not able to wake up, and now this Fluttermane, you know, it's going to have to attack in order to get the knockouts. That's the only way you win Pokemon, and unfortunately, it's going to maybe have to take one of these Sucker Punches to do so.
Yeah, definitely, because if you want any damage onto that side of the field, you're going to have to attack, and doing so is going to mean that you're going to need to take a Sucker Punch. The big thing here is, though, that the Sword of Ruin ability has left the field now, so that Sucker Punch won't be hitting as hard going into this next turn. We are going to see it come out, and it does survive!
Just able to hang on. Dazzling Gleam is returned, but this Amoonguss in prime position to get that final knockout with the Pollen Puff in order to crown its trainer the potential world champion.
Yeah, and the Amoonguss is going to be a difficult Pokemon to take down here as it does go for that Spore once again, putting that Fluttermane to sleep. With only 10 HP, you've got to imagine one Pollen Puff is probably enough to seal this up for Sora.
Amoonguss not quite wanting to get the KO right yet. Going for that Spore, just trying to put the Fluttermane to sleep, as we now have the last remaining Pokemon for both of our trainers, Amoonguss versus Fluttermane.
Yeah, and you can also look at the moveset that the Amoonguss has got on Sora's side of the field. Does have access to Clear Smog, so it does have a way to damage that Fairy type. We are going to see Kohei go for this Terrestrialization onto the Fluttermane. Finally, it will be that Water Terror type, and hopefully it has to spend a turn this turn sleeping, so it needs to get through this turn. Can it get through this one turn against the Amoonguss?
This is the question. Does Amoonguss have the oomph in order to get the knockout here? It's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smog, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisaur is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
What an incredible match. Congratulations to both our finalists, but congratulations even more to Sora, our new 2023 Junior Pokemon Video Game Champion. What an incredible showing from both of our players.
What an adrenaline rush for these players, for us, for the spectators. Everyone in the venue right now is electric with excitement. We have crowned our first world champion of the video game side of things here at the Yokohama Championships. Oh, it's amazing. I'm so excited.
I know, it's a great way for us to kick off the show today for the Video Game Championships, and that Amoonguss. What a, you know, it's such an iconic Pokemon in the Video Game Championships. What a fitting way for it to be the end of the Juniors finalist match today.
And I think as well, you know, felling so many great Pokemon, the Iron Hands really came out with a vengeance for Kohei there, getting strong 2 KOs, particularly that turn 1 going down into the Flutter Mane. It was a fantastic adaptation coming into game 2, but Sora also able to make those amazing adaptations, being a master of this Regulation D metagame and able to make those calls to get the knockouts right at the very end. The Amoonguss, I think, getting the final one was amazing for me.
Yeah, and I think it just showed how good a Pokemon Amoonguss can be at disrupting your opponent, because without the Amoonguss, I think probably Kohei takes that game, but the ability to put Pokemon to sleep on the opposite side of the field, especially those big threats like the Shen Pao, and just shut it out of the game completely, and then have the offensive presence as well to also knock it out and then kind of do the same to the Fluttermane as well, supported by that single strike Urshifu, which was great to see, and that was the Urshifu that came out on top in that division.
Exactly, settling the debate of the Urshifu. If we take a little look at the replay as well to recap these critical moments for our players. The Dazzling Gleam doing a lot of damage to that opposing Chien Pao, but it was really the Amoonguss that was able to finish it off there. Fluttermane going down as well. Some big knockouts early doors for these trainers.
Yeah, and really great to see the terrestrialization in the end of that game 1 as well, especially that Heatran as well. I think we identified that as a really big component of Sora's road to victory here, and utilizing it perfectly in that first game, switching it out when he needed to and preserving it for that end game where he was able to kind of lock everything up.
Exactly, and I think the really nice thing for me was those Fluttermane protects as well, really trying to play around the Sucker Punch. And if the Chien Pao had woken up then, it could have been a very different endgame to that game too, being able to possibly get the knockout onto the opposing Urshifu, just allowing the Fluttermane to breathe a sigh of relief from those Sucker Punches. But unfortunately, Chien Pao maybe a little tired from the end of a long weekend, just wasn't able to wake up in time.
Yeah, just a bit unfortunate for Kohei in that last kind of few turns there. And I think that's that, you know, if you maybe terrestrialize a little bit sooner as well to kind of nullify the Sucker Punch damage, it might have given you a little bit more room, but it didn't really help you in the situation against the Amoonguss. You needed that Shen Pao, like you say. I think if it woke up, then it would have been a different story, and maybe we're looking at a game for it, but that's not how it turned out, and Sora is our champion, and I believe our player's already on the stage for an interview, so we're going to throw it over to Anna to take it away.
Thanks so much. I am here with Sora. Sora, you are a world champion. How does that feel?
ソラさん、あなたはポケモン世界大会を優勝しました。ポケモンワールドチャンピオンになりました。いかがですか？
家族にも恩を返せたと思うので、とても嬉しいです。
I've made my family proud, and I'm just so happy.
We loved watching your game. There were so many great moments, but for you, what was the best moment in those games?
あのゲームの中であなたにとって一番いいポイントは何でしたか？
結構自分でも相手の動きを読めていたところがあったので良かったかなと思いました。
I feel like I really knew what my opponent was trying to do, and I managed to read every one of his moves.
Yeah, you did.
確
Now,
かにそうね。
there are people at home watching you who want to someday be standing where you are. What advice do you have for other players who want to be a world champion?
あなたみたいにポケモンワールドチャンピオンになりたい選手には何かアドバイスがありますか？あなたみたいに強いポケモン選手になりたい人にはちょっと一言ありますか？アドバイスとかありますか？
動画とかそういうのを見て、構築やプレイなどを学んだら、できるようになります。
If you watch videos online, you'll get the gist of it.
Great. Good advice. Thank you so much. Congratulations again, Sora. Casters, back to you.
Wow, what a way to be able to kick off our festivities here for the final day of the 2023 Pokémon World Championships for the video game. We've already crowned our junior champion, and now it's time to head over to seniors to see who's going to take the crown. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Zhang to take you through that match.
I'm wondering if we're going to see Japan sweep this World Championship.
It could
It's claimed
happen.
one victory already in the juniors division, and we've got one Japanese representative in the seniors division, which Rosemary and I will be covering, and of course, one Japanese representative in the masters division. This is the first time that the World Championships has taken place in Japan. It would mean a lot to get a complete sweep across the board.
Oh, it really would. So 1 down, 2 more to go. Let's see if there's also anybody that could potentially get the upset here on the home turf, because that is another thing that we are looking out for, because it is an international competition and every single trainer has fought so hard to be able to make it to this point. When it comes down to these seniors division players, their journey is no different when you take a look at their top 8 bracket.
Absolutely. Of course, we'll be covering the grand finals featuring Tomoya from Japan as well as Robbie from the Netherlands. And I'm really excited looking at this top 8 because it has a lot of diversity in terms of country representation.
It really does. I look across the board and I feel like when it comes down to the seniors division, we always see, honestly, some of the hypest matchups, because just like the juniors, they do have their ability to see things a bit more creatively, but seniors, it's kind of a mixture of both. You still have that creativity that you found in the junior division, but now you're mixing it in with some of those high-level skills that we hope to see from these trainers heading into the Masters division in a few years.
I'm really excited to cover this finals in particular because I feel like in the Masters division stream, just throughout the last couple of days, we kept talking about one Pokemon, which was Gastrodon. Gastrodon did not really have a very good performance in the Masters division, but it is here in the grand finals on one side of the field. And you know what's on the other side of the field? The Rapid Strike Urshifu, which of course is one of the main Pokemon that Gastrodon likes to see and exists often to try to counter those Urshifus.
Absolutely. That's a dynamic that we've been looking forward to seeing, and to be able to find that once again in this grand finals, I'm so excited, and I think Lou and Lee would be excited about that as well, just knowing how much they also love their Gastrodons. But I'm drawn to a couple of other Pokemon in this particular matchup when I look at something like the Zapdos, that is also a really nice counter for something like the Rapid Strike Urshifu, especially when it does have the Water Terra, and that ability Static could come in clutch as its secondary effect.
Zapdos is definitely a Pokemon I actually thought would have a bigger impact here at this World Championship, and in the games that we saw across the previous days of competition, I don't think it really made that much of a splash, so excited to see it here in the seniors division. We've also got a couple of other sets, including Choice Spec Sylveon. Sylveon, a really interesting Pokemon because it just does so much damage. Often even a single Hyper Voice can really chunk away at teams. It often forces out a Terra, for example, and can bait out a defensive Terra immediately early on in the game. But when we look at the other side of the field, there's actually one Pokemon that Sylveon really does not like going up against, and that's going to be Heatran with Assault Vest.
And the Heavy Slam. That would put Sylveon into a position to be forced to Terrastalize. But, you know, Heatran too, doesn't really want to be taking too much damage from something like the Urshifu on the other side, even just kind of looking at the Gastrodon too that has Earth Power. That is going to be a really nice way to be able to keep that Heatran in check. So this match is all about the Terrastalization mind games. When is it the right moment to be able to go for something like a defensive Terra?
Absolutely. One other Pokemon that I also have my eye out on here is Hisuian Arcanine. Now, I think these teams are actually really fun to look against each other because it feels like they play in similar ways. You have a Tailwind user on one side, there's Zapdos, on the other side there is Tornadus. You have a Ground-type Pokemon, for example, Landorus Therian on one side, Gastrodon on one side, you have a Fire-type Pokemon, Hisuian Arcanine, Heatran, you have a Grass Pokemon, Rillaboom, Amoonguss, right? It's like...
I'm seeing a pattern here.
Yeah, there's like different, it like fulfills different checkboxes in terms of team building, but it's actually just different Pokemon on both sides, which I think in itself is really interesting. We've got Fluttermane on one side, of course, that is just the most commonly used Pokemon in this format. No Fluttermane on the other side, though, it's that Sylveon, which we were talking about, and then Urshifu on both sides, but one is Dark Urshifu, the other is Water Urshifu. So I think it's really interesting to see how these teams stack up, because most of these Pokemon feel relatively standard outside of maybe the Sylveon on one end, but Dark Urshifu is something that I'm personally intrigued by, especially because this is actually a Poison Terra set.
Yeah, the Poison Terra, that's been a Terrastalization type that I feel like a lot of trainers have been leaning into in order for a safe defensive Terra. You see this sometimes on the Galarian Moltres. We haven't seen a whole lot of that particular Pokemon in this World Championships, but we even saw it earlier on coming in from a Baxcalibur in the North America tournament scene. So maybe that's going to also end up playing a role here, but I love that you brought up the Zapdos versus Tornadus, because Robbie's team is naturally faster, but you still want to be able to make sure that you get speed control somehow in your favor, unless Tomoya wants to lean into a bit more of the bulk that his team provides.
Yeah, I think Zapdos versus Tornadus is actually a really interesting dynamic. Of course, both being used to set up Tailwind. Tornadus is the premier Tailwind user in this format because, of course, it gets access to Prankster, giving you that priority boost immediately. Zapdos, on the other hand, is a little bit slower, but it's bulkier as well. And Zapdos versus Tornadus is actually a pretty good trade-off for Zapdos because you can resist those flying-type attacks from the opposing side and retaliate back with a super effective Thunderbolt. This is a bulky Zapdos set with Citrus Berry and Roost as well, so it can sustain on the field for a fairly long period of time. However, for example, Zapdos here does not have Protect, so you do have to worry about just taking a lot of damage from, for example, the Heatran on the opposing side or the Flutter Mane on the opposing side. And I think both of those Pokemon will be really critical for Robbie.
I'm looking also at the Hurricane that's going to be a part of this Zapdos set too. Hurricane is going to be a really great way to be able to keep like a Grass Terra Heatran in check. I'm also looking at the Rapid Strike Urshifu that would also not want to be on the receiving end of that. But there's so many ways as well that the Hurricane could just straight up miss. And also this Tornadus has Sunny Day. What a fantastic way to also be able to make that accuracy even worse.
Sunny Day is also just a really interesting move because it activates a bunch of different things on Robbie's team. You've got Heatran first of all, so you deal more damage with your fire type attacks, primarily the Heat Wave. And you've also got Flutter Mane, so it activates that photosynthesis. That's one of the main reasons why Tornadus is also a really intriguing user. It can set up so many different weather conditions. And so the Sun here, I think, is super, super intriguing. The one downside if you set up the Sun, of course, is from the opposing side, there is that Hisuian Arcanine. So you might be boosting the damage output of that Flare Blitz. And I think that's something that actually could be relevant if it's Hisuian Arcanine against Flutter Mane specifically. One of the main questions I have in this matchup is how do you actually adequately deal with Flutter Mane? Because if you look at Tomoya's team, for example, Zapdos, Rillaboom, Sylveon, Gastrodon, Urshifu, all of those take neutral damage from Choice Specs Flutter Mane, so you kind of have to play defensively to try to get around it. There are some solutions. For example, there is the Assault Vest Arcanine. That's one of the reasons why this Pokemon's actually being used. It has a pretty decent matchup into those Fairy type attacks, of course, and you can go for a defensive Terra, such as on the Urshifu, it's a Poison Terra, as well as Fire Terra on Sylveon.
I'm also thinking when you talk about like the special attack options, I'm looking at the physical attack options too, and that's also why not only am I drawn to the Hisuian Arcanine, but also the Landorus. We have previewed the match though. Let's invite our players to the stage for the Seniors Division.
Let's do just that. It is time for the Seniors Division Video Game Final. First, please welcome to the stage, Tomoya Ogawa! Tomoya, it sounds like there are some people cheering very loudly for you here at home. How does it feel to play in the World Championships in Japan, where you're home?
日本での世界大会は今どんな気持ちでしょうか？
めっちゃ緊張してます。
I'm very nervous.
Well, don't worry. You played well, and that's why you got here. Tell us a little bit about your team. What makes it special?
心配することはありません。今日を使うチームについて少しでも教えていただけますか？
まあ変わったやつ使ってるんで、いいとこ見せたいですね。
I'm using quite a weird team, so I hope I can show off the best of it.
Do you feel confident versus your opponent?
自信の方はありますか？
いやーもう有り余ってますよ。
I have a lot of confidence today.
Good. All right, let's bring out your opponent now. Please welcome Robbie Shai! Welcome, Robbie. Your opponent said that they're confident. Do you also feel confident?
Yeah, I feel very confident.
Why is that? How is your team special?
I have a lot of comfort with it, and it has just been strong for me the entire tournament.
That's great. Is there anyone here or watching from home that you want to say hello to?
Yeah, just all my friends and family. Thank you for supporting me and watching.
Great. We are looking forward to watching your match. Thank you both so much. Casters will go back to you, and you all can shake hands and head to your stations.
They both sound really confident, which means I think we are in for an incredible match to be able to close out the World Championships for the Seniors Division. And what a better stage to be able to do it on right now.
I am so excited. This matchup, honestly, I think just looks really fun because of all those dynamics that we were talking about earlier. Once again, team compositions are somewhat similar in terms of kind of core typings, but actually very different Pokemon on both sides. And it feels so fitting to see an Urshifu versus Urshifu war in the finals and for it to be two different Urshifu types, because I think Water Urshifu had a huge impact, especially in the Masters division in the previous couple days, and it's really cool to see this dark Poison Terra Black Glasses Urshifu on Tomoya's side.
It really is, and when you talk about the Urshifu and also the ability that it has, I'm looking at how many protects are actually on both sides. Do you even feel comfortable going for that, and how is that going to affect your game plan when you know that an Urshifu may be waiting in the back? That's a common strategy we've seen all weekend long to try to preserve that Urshifu for those final turns.
Absolutely. Urshifu, just such a strong Pokemon thanks to its ability, and when Regulation D came around, people expected it to be good, so I'm not surprised to see it be in the finals here, but I do think it's interesting to see how people have innovated around Urshifu. We've seen some sets, for example, yesterday featuring safety goggles as well as Choice Scarf. We've seen Sword Stand sets, and one of the things that I'm always really curious about with Urshifu is how are your Urshifus actually trained? I think when the format first started, people traditionally just ran max attack, max speed, and kind of just went from there, but it's typical, especially coming into the World Championships. I think a lot of people started moving a lot of investment away from, for example, speed and into bulk. And so I think that's one thing I'm paying attention to in this matchup. If both Urshifus come out, whose Urshifu is actually faster? And that, I think, may play a critical role in this matchup.
I agree with that as well. And you can see where some of the bulk may lie. I think Rillaboom is one of those primary Pokemon that we've used and seen be able to be one of those tanks for the team to try to soak up that damage, either as a defensive switch or just be able to make sure that you do have that fake out pressure. But we have also been able to see like Sylveon's very specially bulky. So that's another way that you can kind of lean into that on Tomoya's side. But for Robbie, that's a Moongus. That's really a Moongus for you.
Absolutely, yeah. I think one thing that's kind of funny here, by the way, is that the Amoonguss, of course, exists on Robbie's side, but the Sylveon actually has Sleep Talk on Tomoya's side, and so curious if that actually ends up being relevant, but let's quickly take a look at Tomoya's accomplishments here.
Tomoya was able to secure top 6 at the Japan Nationals this year to be able to secure his invite at the World Championships. And when you take a look at how he's also performed in these online circuits, it's a Global Challenge top 4 as well. That is so impressive when you think about how many different players that you were able to play against to even get to the point where you're playing in Japan Nationals.
Absolutely. So recapping his team, it's going to be Zapdos, Dark Urshifu, Sylveon, Gastrodon, Hisuian, Arcanine, and Rillaboom. He said it himself, it's kind of a weird team, and a lot of these Pokemon have unique sets. For example, this Rillaboom is Ghost Terra Leftovers. It does not have Wood Hammer. It's got Drum Beating, U-Turn, Fake Out, and Protect. Sylveon is a Choice Spec set. It's got Hyper Beam, Terra Blast, Hyper Voice, and Sleep Talk. You've got Hisuian Arcanine with Assault Vest, Fairy Terra, Terra Blast as well. Something that I think is fairly interesting. Gastrodon here is a Rocky Helmet set with Earth Power, Ice Beam, Yawn, and Protect. Zapdos is bulky. It's got that Citrus Berry. It's got that Roost and Tailwind combination as well. And as we mentioned earlier, Poison, Dark Urshifu with that Black Glasses.
A Black Glass is a very interesting tech to be able to have on this team, just to be able to boost up all those Dark type attacks. But how is it going to fare against his opponent? Robbie on the other side did get a top 8 at the North America International Championships this year, as well as also a back-to-back top 8 when you look at how he did at the European International Championships too.
This is actually Robbie's first full season of playing competitively, so for him to have made it to the World Championship Finals is so impressive, especially after losing the top 8 of those last 2 internationals. Now he has the chance to claim his very first major title, and he's got a really strong team to support that. We already started talking about it a little bit earlier. My eyes are definitely drawn to that Assault Vest Heatran. Now this Heatran has the Heavy Slam, which we mentioned. Heavy Slam I think can be really interesting here, especially with Fairy Terras on the opposing side as well, and it just does large amounts of damage to something like Sylveon. Grass Terra Heatran, just one of the safest combos in terms of Terra in this format, and Robbie just has a lot of offense. You've got the Tornadus to set up the Sunny Day, you've got the Choice Specs Flutter Mane, you've got Heatran. The Landorus Therian here, pretty interesting by the way, it actually has a Citrus Berry on it.
That is very interesting indeed. When you look at how Landorus has usually been used for some of these more recent formats, take a look at maybe something like a Choice Scarf or an Assault Vest to really be able to help out that Landorus do its job more effectively. But this Citrus Berry does give it a little bit of wiggle room when it comes down to how much damage it can take and how well you can actually use it as a pivoting tool to cycle those Intimidates.
I think both trainers have a lot of tools at their disposal. Coming into this matchup, what I'm looking at is where's the offense really coming from? I think from Robbie's end, the Flutter Mane and the Heatran look really, really powerful. Flutter Mane, I think, is going to force Tomoya to potentially go for a defensive Terra, like that Poison Terra on Urshifu, for example. Or you have to figure out how to basically weave in Hisuian Arcanine to not just let Fairy-type attacks run over you. For example, I think if you go with like Zapdos, Urshifu, Sylveon, and Gastrodon, and you don't bring the Hisuian Arcanine, Fairy-type attacks obviously do a lot of damage, and the only way you can really get around it is, of course, that Dark Urshifu. Dark Urshifu here, however, while it's Poison Terra, it doesn't have something like a Poison Jab, and so, of course, you can go for Wicked Blow onto Flutter Mane, but if Flutter Mane on the other side goes for that Fairy Terra, you might not actually get that one-hit knockout anymore with Wicked Blow, so that's something to keep in mind as well. Of course, you can then just follow it up with a Sucker Punch, but I think that's one thing to pay attention to. How can Robbie utilize Flutter Mane specifically to really just do massive amounts of damage and potentially force out a Terra? And then I think Heatran also just really difficult to deal with, quite frankly. It is very, very bulky, and there are so many special attackers on Tomoya's side.
I could totally see Robbie going for a more aggressive angle, leading with a Tornadus, going with the Flutter Mane as a great duo to be able to take advantage of something like the speed or the Sunny Day to get that Photosynthesis boost right away. We'll have to wait and see exactly what Proto boost it's going to provide over, but I'm also looking at, you could also lead the Heatran. Quite honestly, just go ahead and lead with that and start to get it ready to go.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the things here is kind of figuring out who do I want to Terra. If you go for Grass Terra and Heatran, it's generally pretty safe. It does now open some new weaknesses. For example, the Zapdos can click Hurricane onto the Heatran. You can, of course, get hit by Ice Beam from Gastrodon. One thing that I think would be really funny is Gastrodon versus Heatran, right? Because you're like, okay, Gastrodon should just beat Heatran. But then Heatran's like, okay, I'm going to go for Grass Terra, and now I'm going to go for Terra Blast. And then Gastrodon's like, well, I'm just going to Fairy Terra you. What are you going to do now? But then Heatran's like, I have Heavy Slam for your Fairy Terra. So I think this whole dynamic is just really interesting between those two specific Pokemon. And one other thing I'm curious about is just whether or not Gastrodon and Urshifu actually come out, right? Normally, you want to bring Gastrodon just to make sure that Water Urshifu on the opposing side can't just freely click Surging Strikes, but Gastrodon can sometimes feel like dead weight, especially when Flutter Mane has a Choice Specs, has that Fairy Terra Moonblast on the opposing side, and you're up against this Heatran with that Grass Terra, Terra Blast.
That is definitely a way to put that Heatran into a sticky position, though, and that's where, yeah, the Zapdos can come into play, absolutely, to try to be able to deal with that. So we're looking at the defensive Terra timing here, coming out from Tomoya, and how Robbie can kind of take advantage of that to be able to get himself into a good position, but likewise, for the Terra timing on Robbie's side, you want to make sure you don't get pinned down when you use that Terra.
Yeah, I think one thing I'm really paying attention to is we were talking about Flutter Mane and Heatran on Robbie's side earlier. So for Flutter Mane, for example, right, sometimes you might just want to go for Fairy Terra immediately, start clicking Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam. If Tomoya does not lead properly against that, that can just start dealing massive amounts of damage. So then my question is, okay, how does Tomoya actually respond to something like Fairy Terra Flutter Mane? It starts with something like Hisuian Arcanine. You could even potentially lead that immediately, just to make Flutter Mane struggle a little bit more. Or that Poison Urshifu, right? If with Poison Urshifu, you can go for that Poison Terra immediately, then Wicked Blow into Flutter Mane. So one of the things I'm mainly curious about is, yeah, do we see Flutter Mane come out immediately and just start dealing large amounts of damage, or does Robbie use it to maybe bait out a defensive Terra / switch early on, switch out the Flutter Mane, and then bring it out in the late game and try to sweep with it?
What about Landorus?
Landorus is definitely an interesting one as well. Of course, the Citrus Berry set here, so it's not like a Solvest. It will take a little bit more damage from these special attackers. Intimidate, though, very valuable, very good specifically into Hisuian Arcanine, right? You're like, okay, well, hey, if you're going to use the Hisuian Arcanine to counter my Flutter Mane, I'll just bring out Landorus and I'll just go for a Stomping Tantrum onto you. So it's really interesting because it's like, yeah, you have some defensive options that maybe cover for the Flutter Mane, but then Landorus can go for example, Flying Terra Blast onto Urshifu or that Stomping Tantrum into Hisuian Arcanine.
So many different possibilities of how this match can play out, and that's exactly why it is so dynamic for how these two trainers can match up against each other. And so we'll have to wait and see what's going to be happening as we start to load into this first game. It is a best of 3 to be able to decide it all. Who will be our Senior Division World Champion? And it's going to be kicking off so soon. I can't wait to see what the leads are going to be.
What Pokemon do you want to see come out immediately, Rosemary?
I want to see the Tornadus and the Flutter Mane, but my heart says I want to see the Sylveon coming out from Tomoya.
Sylveon, I think, would be really, really cool. It's actually something that I'm really curious about, because if you're able to bait out the Grass Terra from Heatran, then Hyper Voice actually becomes a lot more effective in sweeping. I think the other question I have is, do we see Amoonguss come out from Robbie's end? I think it makes sense for Robbie to have it in the back. You could go a mode with like Tornadus, Flutter, Heatran, Amoonguss, for example, and then switch Flutter out into Amoonguss early on, bait out those Terras, put things to sleep, and then sweep with Flutter and Heatran. But here we go, Game 1 of the Senior Division World Championships, and there's Tornadus and Flutter. You called it, Rose.
And there's
Arcanine and Sylveon.
Oh my gosh! We've got both of the fairy types on the field to be able to kick off this first game, and the Hisuian Arcanine is going to put a ton of pressure down onto the Tornadus, and the Fluttermane's not going to be able to hit it very well.
Yeah, this is so interesting because right now you can go for Fairy Terra with Fluttermane, maybe go for like Sunny Day, Moonblast into the Sylveon, but Arcanine really in a good position against the Tornadus and Fluttermane. This is an excellent lead to specifically cover for Fluttermane, and Fluttermane is choice specs, right? So it's like you either just switch out, yeah, which is what Robbie's doing, or you kind of just accept you're going to take a lot of damage, but this means Sylveon can get a Hyper Voice, but there's that Heatran. That's an excellent switch in right now.
Fantastic to be able to deal with the opposing side. It's going to be a great defensive Pokemon to try to take some of these hits, but it's going to be the Rock Slide, and that's going to deal super effective damage onto the Tornadus, and the Hyper Voice to follow it up does take out the Torn. However, Robbie now has a unique opportunity to be able to bring in something else right under that Tailwind.
Yeah, one thing to note here is that Hisuian Arcanine does not have close combat, which it sometimes carries. So Landorus now hits the field, is able to go for an Intimidate, not valuable into the Sylveon, but of course quite good into the Hisuian Arcanine, and Tailwind is set up. The Sylveon here, of course, is locked into that Choice Specs Hyper Voice, right? So it's Fire Terra. You could, of course, get around the super effective hit from the Heavy Slam with the Fire Terra, but one play you could make on the opposing side is just go for Stomping Tantrum and Heavy Slam, which would cover for that Terra if it goes into Fire. Then the question is, does Sylveon potentially consider switching out? Let's say Zapdos is in the back, that would be really helpful, but it's going to be Arcanine pivoting out first.
So Arcanine gonna go ahead and take a little bit of a reprieve as the Gastrodon now is gonna be able to hit the field, and whoa, it's a double switch here on this turn. So we'll see that for the final in the Zapdos. What a great switch.
So the question now is, what is going into that slot? It's going to be Stomping Tantrum into Zapdos.
The flying type is going to be able to keep it safe.
That's exactly what we were talking about.
Great coverage from the Static.
Are you kidding me?
What a turn. What a turn for Tomoya to be able to read that switch, read those calls, and bring in the Zapdos at the perfect time.
The crowd goes absolutely wild right now. Gastrodon in a really interesting position. Of course, it has that Ice Beam into the Landorus. It has that Earth Power into Heatran. You, of course, have to worry about the Landorus now going for Stomping Tantrum onto the Gastrodon slot. This Heatran, of course, is that Grass Terra as well. So you Grass Terra, Terra Blast here. One play I think you could make is honestly just protect Gastrodon right now and set up a Tailwind with Zapdos, maybe even just Thunderbolt into the Heatran. Right now, you have an early lead on Tomoya's end, right? So it's like trying to bait out a Terra, see what Robbie's going to do, and stall out that Tailwind, but an amazing first two turns.
And Fluttermane's going to come back in, just try to get some Intimidate cycles, keep that Landorus a little bit safe, but Zapdos has a great opportunity to go for the Tailwind to now stagger, being able to have that speed control.
Oh, the Heat Wave misses the Zapdos.
That's a huge miss on that Heat
No
Wave.
Terras, it's just Earth Power, it's going to be Yawn. Okay, so putting on some pressure onto the Fluttermane. I really like the Yawn, honestly, because Fluttermane right now feels like it exerts a lot of offensive pressure, right? But if you decide to actually attack this turn, you're going to fall asleep, and Gastrodon could so easily protect right now. So Tomoya here could make it a prediction, right, and say, okay, well, I think you're just go back into Landorus. You haven't Terra'd, I can just Ice Beam into that slot. So this is really critical, right? Does Robbie say, I don't think you're going to play safely, I'm going to go for a Fairy Terra and just Moonblast you here immediately? Or does he make the safe defensive pivot into Landorus? If he does that, does Tomoya call it? The other thing is we didn't see a Terra come up from either end right now, so there is a threat still of that Grass Terra, Terra Blast on a Gastrodon as well.
Yeah, absolutely, but I think there's a few Pokemon in the back that would not mind taking that too poorly. As we also look at, there's no Urshifu coming into this game. We've been able to reveal all 4 Pokemon on both sides.
Oh, no
but it's
switch,
time
no
for a Terra,
switch, okay.
And there is no switch on the board. So let's see what is going to take that Terastallization. And it is the Fluttermane. Will be getting that Fairy Terra type. Be able to boost up something like a Dazzling Gleam, a Moonblast. Take a few of these hits just a little bit better.
Does Gastron protect? It does protect! Goes for the safe play, and with Fluttermane not switching out, it's going to fall asleep after this turn. Robbie tries to play aggressively. Tomoya calls it, plays safely, gets the protect, and he's going to be in such an incredible position.
Oh, the Hurricane hits as well!
It's a little bit depth damage on a Fluttermane, but critically, Fluttermane's going to fall asleep right now. Tomoya is playing lights out in this very first game of the World Championship Finals, and Heatwave misses Zapdos too, just adding insult to injury.
That is such a great turn, and now you said 2 turns got called completely right. It's going to be a third added to that stay-up card, and we will have to see how Robbie's going to respond to this. But as it stands, Tomoya has hit up the Tailwind just a few turns later. Will get the speed control in his favor once Robbie's Tailwind expires, and this Fluttermane is asleep.
Yeah, I think for Robbie right now, if you want to mount a comeback, you have to make basically the perfect switch each turn, right? You don't have Terror anymore, so the Heatran, of course, is left exposed to a potential Earth Power. It's going to be Fluttermane making the switch, though. Another thing that's critical is now the Heatran just doesn't really threaten Gastron, so you don't really need to consider a Terror on that anymore.
But wait, after the Intimidate drop, what kind of attack did Tomoya go for?
Ooh, it's Thunderbolt.
Okay,
into the Landorus, okay.
Great switch there from Robbie to
and
not
the
take
Earth
that.
Power into the Heatran, super effective.
What?
Does not care about the assault as Heatran is now down. This Landorus can't even go for a Terra, so of course you can bring Fluttermane back out, but Fluttermane can't protect. It has to take a turn of sleep. You can very easily double up onto that slot with a Thunderbolt and an Earth Power. Try to just get the knockout onto that, and then Gastron just wins 1v1 against the Landorus. Tomoya, the defensive plays, the aggression onto Tornadus in the early game, and calling multiple turns to really just stall up this Tailwind. Really beautiful play by him so far.
It has been amazing, and this Landorus won't be able to do too much to the Zapdos on the other side. It is not carrying anything like a Rock Slide, and so the Thunderbolt into the Fluttermane, that's going to be the first attack, and it's just a critical hit. Gastron doesn't even need to follow that up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Earth Power here just to really play it safe, guarantee the knockout onto that slot. We saw a couple of Heat Wave misses, there's the Earth Power. We saw a couple of Heat Wave misses earlier and the critical hit, but I honestly don't think any of those impacted this game. The main thing is if you had hit that Heat Wave earlier, maybe then you would think about more going for like a Move Blast onto Zapdos, for example. But I think in this game, there was just a huge lead, and Tomoya answered the Fluttermane perfectly, right? It's like if I have lead Arcanine and Sylveon, the Fluttermane is put into a really awkward position. So Tomoya's going to go up 1 game in this World Championship Finals, and I can't wait to see what lead adjustment Robbie makes here.
The lead looks so good as well. So much offensive pressure coming in from the Tornadus and the Fluttermane. But at the very beginning of that game number 1, Tomoya called it. You could see that in the leads that he ended up bringing with the Arcanine and the Sylveon and the Rock Slide to be able to catch the Heatran on the income and just be able to follow that up with even more spread damage from the Sylveon was perfect.
So my question now going into this next game is, okay, you saw this lead of Hisuian, Arcanine, and Sylveon. That felt so specifically designed to counter this Tornadus Fluttermane combination. So how do you now counter that? Do you think Tomoya will go back to it? Because if so, there are multiple answers to this combination, right? For example, you can look towards that Landorus Therian form. That puts on a lot of pressure onto Arcanine immediately. You can look towards leading Heatran immediately, right? We saw Heatran switch in earlier in the battle, but if you just bring it out immediately, you have that heavy slam pressure onto Sylveon, you have that Earth Power pressure into Arcanine. You just go for Heat Waves, so you think, for example, it's gonna switch out into Zapdos as well. So I think where this next game I'm really looking at is the leads, because I felt like Tomoya had a huge advantage from the leads in game 1 and was just able to execute perfectly even after the leads.
I agree, but every single turn you saw those switches just to be able to read what Robbie was going to be doing with his own Pokemon, working around those attacks. And now Robbie is going to be a little bit back against the wall, has to be able to bring it back in this next game. But Tomoya is 1 game away from being able to take the victory, and I'm sure he can taste it.
Oh my goodness, that first game was just absolutely wild. So cool to see that Sylveon, which we were talking about. And the reason why I think Sylveon is a really smart brain with the Hisuian Arcanine in particular is because, yeah, like Hyper Voice doesn't really do anything into the Heatran, but it still does so much damage into everything else. And a single Hyper Voice can really just snowball the game. So love this offensive lead from Tomoya to put on so much pressure. The Tailwind really didn't feel super relevant in that game either. And we did see the paralysis on the Heatran previously as well. But in the grand scheme of things, I think, you know, I really respect the play Robbie was trying to go for, because I do think some players would play really aggressively, go for that Ice Beam into the Fluttermane slot, expecting it to switch into Landorus. And I think if Robbie gets that turn correctly, that last game actually looks really differently. So, yeah, I think definitely can give him credit for trying to make that prediction, but we'll have to see what lead adjustment he goes with. And I'm looking at Landers and Heatran maybe more as an early game lead. I think Amoonguss didn't come out in that previous game. The awkward thing about Amoonguss here is that it's the Dark Terra Amoonguss. So if you go for Dark Terra, well then you're suddenly weak to Hyper Voice from Sylveon, and so not sure that's the best answer into the Arcanine Sylveon lead specifically. There is also the Water Urshifu, which is quite good and can put on a lot of offensive pressure, but if you really feel comfortable bringing that into a matchup with Gastrodon, I personally wouldn't.
No, I think that's why we ended up seeing both of the Urshifu stay at home in that game number 1. Non-factor. Maybe that changes heading into game number 2. But do we see that Heatran adjustment coming out from Robbie right away? Let's go ahead and find out as we jump into game 2 of the Seniors Division World Championship Finals. And there's the Heatran and the Landers from Robbie. And we'll see the Gastrodon and the Sylveon.
Tomoya says, I'm not going to go with the same thing again. There's no way you go with Tornadus plus Fluttermane. If Torn and Fluttermane had actually been led here, it would actually be a lot more awkward for Tomoya. But Tomoya expects the adjustment, brings that Sylveon with the Gastrodon this time around. And Gastrodon's so well positioned into a Landorus plus Heatran. You can Ice Beam the Landorus slot, you can Earth Power Heatran. However, you still have to dance this awkward battle of where is Heatran going to target. It has that Grass Terra, Terra Blast. So I think from Tomoya's side right now, you really want to bait out a Terra and see if the Heatran actually commits to it. And the other thing is, who do you Terra, right? Do you Terra the Gastrodon defensively? Do you Terra Sylveon? The thing is, if you Terra either of these Pokemon, they suddenly become weak to other attacks that Landers and Heatran carry.
Exactly. So maybe we do end up seeing some sort of pivot, or you just lean into the Terra right away. Either choice.
Okay, no Terra. Okay, we're just going for damage.
That's a stomping tantrum into the Gastrodon, and the Landers is going to have to take a little bit of chip.
But Heatwave misses.
The Gastrodon. Okay. Sylveon is still going to take a huge chunk, though, from that critical hit, but a Hyper Voice in return. Landorus is also going to get taken down so low, but there is that Citrus Berry coming in clutch for a little bit of that HP recovery. And let's see, Gastrodon going for the Earth Power into the Heatran. No, Terra does not keep it super safe, and that is a low Heatran now.
So I think Robbie here, learning from the previous game, he split his damage in this one, but it makes a lot of sense because in game 1, we saw the Sylveon pivot out into Zapdos and just soak up so much damage. So in this end, Robbie's just looking for guaranteed free damage onto both slots, saying, hey, at least I know I am faster with my Pokemon right now. Very interesting to see no Terra on either end, right? Both players actually just kind of trade damage. Gastrodon's still looking fairly healthy. So now the question is, do you really feel comfortable tearing Landorus or Heatran? They're both such low health at this point. Sylveon still in an awkward spot, so it's like, do you want to consider switching that into Zapdos, protecting Gastrodon, for example? Curious if Zapdos is even in the back, but it does feel like a really consistent bring to cover for that Landorus.
Zapdos might also be the perfect response, too, if you expect something like an Earth Power to come out, but it is going to be the Fluttermane switch in for Robbie, as we're going to preserve that Heatran for later. But the stopping tantrum is just going to go into the Sylveon. The survival is huge! Hyper Voice in response, and Landorus is down for the count.
3 HP on this Sylveon. It gets so much damage. There's Earth Power onto Fluttermane. Oh, but Fluttermane does survive.
Close. That Sylveon sure does love its trainers. It's going to be able to hold on. And as we do see the Amoonguss now, nice adjustment from Robbie to be able to slow down the pace of this game.
Oh, but there's so much damage, and that Sylveon, that's what I mean. Every single Hyper Voice puts in so much work. Fluttermane does critically survive that. I feel like if Fluttermane faints through the game, it's just over immediately. But the awkward thing right now is like, who do you Terra at this point? Fluttermane is at 9 HP, right? Amoonguss, it could Terra, but then it's weak to Hyper Voice. I mean, Fluttermane right now can go for like Fairy Terra and just go for like a Dazzling Gleam, but looks like it's just gonna try to not Terra and just get a free attack right now.
Yeah, that Amoonguss is actually critically running that Leaf Storm. So a nice way to be able to protect itself as the Gastrodon does go for that. Sylveon is just going to go down in this turn, but it has put in so much work in this game number 2 that it deserves a little bit of a rest there.
Absolutely. The main question I have is what's pivoting in. By the way, this Amoonguss does have Leaf Storm, so it actually has a way to deal significant damage and knock out the Gastrodon, but there's that Arcanine. That's the perfect Pokemon to bring out right now. Does not care for the Dazzling Gleams from the Fluttermane. Pressures Amoonguss with the super effective Flare Blitz. So now the question is, do you just give up your Fluttermane and play towards a Landorus endgame? I think that's what I would personally do.
I think you have to at this point, especially knowing that the Landorus also could Terrasilize there. You have to Terra Blast for a little bit later if you want to be able to try to put that specific type of damage down. But it's going to be a Dazzling Gleam. So Gastrodon, Arcanine just taking a little bit of chip here. So Arcanine is going to be able to Rock Slide in response. It does get the knockout onto the Fluttermane, but is the Amoonguss going to even be able to move?
Does it flinch is the question right now. First Ice Beam coming out. That's also a lot of damage. Doesn't get the knockout.
Doesn't get the knockout.
Okay,
it is a crit. That's
hit.
A lot of damage. but Amoonguss is gonna use the score into the Arcanine, putting it to sleep.
Oh my goodness, this is so tense. One thing to note though is that this Amoonguss does not have Pollen Puff, so unlike some traditional Amoongusses, you can't just consistently heal up, and so yeah, there's the Heatran just coming back out into this battle, but oh, the Pokemon are just at such low HP right now.
This is a nice position to be in though, because you do have the Heatran out. It could go for something like the Terra Blast to be able to pick up the Gastrodon. Arcanine is asleep, so there are a few turns that Robbie has bought himself to be able to get back into this game.
Yeah, definitely. You're at least in a position where you can put on pressure onto both slots. For example, the Heatran here can just go for Grass Terra Blast onto Gastrodon, right? But the question is now you're playing around when does the Arcanine manage to wake up? And there's the Grass Terra coming out.
I think you just have to go for it though. Especially when Tomoya is in just a little bit of a better position heading into the later parts of this game, knowing that we do still have that one and final Pokemon in the back. Arcanine taking its mandatory turn of sleep. It's gonna have to get through that as the Heat Wave comes out now. Arcanine's gonna avoid that, but Gastrodon survives! It's just a sliver of HP!
It's the Arcanine sled. That means Gastrodon gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's instantly Amoonguss, that's down. It's a 3v1 now. And I don't see how Robbie can win this anymore.
Heatran is going to be the final Pokemon left for Robbie. As the Gastrodon, the Arcanine, there's still that fourth in the back. It's going to be the Sylveon that ticket. Like, that was going to be a huge amount of pressure there. But the battle is just canceled. And Tomoya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
That's 2 for 2 for Japan here at the 2023 Video Game World Championships, winning in the Juniors Division, winning in the Seniors Division. Congratulations to Tomoya. What a phenomenally played set. That first game, just perfectly played, and the second game, the adjustment to bring back Gastrodon instead, and to do it with Sylveon. Rose, you and I were talking about, we're like, does Sylveon come out in this matchup? You are up against a Heatran, but Tomoya decides, I'm gonna bring it. I would not have bet on it to win a World Championship this year, but Tomoya, with what he said was a very weird team, is going to claim the title with some masterful play. And you can see how happy he is. You can, I just love seeing the emotions. Congratulations, Tomoya. Take a bow, sir.
What a phenomenal team.
Wow.
The crowd is going absolutely wild. Tomoya was able to bring it home for his home region. And that's going to be another win for Gastrodon also. Can you believe it?
I love seeing Tomoya just really soak up the moment on the stage. Loved his speech beforehand as well. And just an incredibly played finals. His team honestly does have so many what look like somewhat standard Pokemon, but the way he plays it is just, I think, really intriguing. And I thought that he led perfectly in both of those games and really just pushed his advantage so much. But I think Robbie, fighting back in that one and going with a different lead, which I thought was really well done. Sometimes, though, it can be really tough when your opponent is just kind of one step ahead in terms of those lead adjustments. And that game would also look really differently if Sylveon had just fainted on that turn where it survived with 3 HP.
Absolutely. I mean, there were so many critical survivals. You saw the Fluttermane, the Sylveon. The Fluttermane was so important for Robbie as well to still have a chance to be able to get back into that game. And he got himself to a position where there was still an out. But some smart calls from Tomoya, not just from the leads, but also how he targeted down onto Robbie's side. That sealed the game. What a masterclass.
Yeah, I think to explain Robbie's plays in games 1 and 2, when you're down in a match, sometimes you feel like you need to make really big predictions to get back into it. And I think being able to identify that in itself is actually a really key skill in the game. So it didn't end up working out for Robbie, but I can see a world in which Robbie does get this one big prediction right, and it just completely brings him back into the game. The plays I'm thinking about are specifically in game 1, Fluttermane going for that Fairy Terra, trying to just snipe down the Gastrodon, and then in game 2 going for that Grass Terra and opting for Heat Wave instead. And Robbie, of course, had a little bit of misfortune throughout the course of the set with a bunch of Heat Wave misses, but ultimately I thought Tomoya just played a really phenomenal set.
Major credit to Robbie, though. First season of competitive play, ended up getting to the finals of the World Championships. That is incredible, and I cannot wait to see what is going to happen for both of our trainers. But let's head over to the stage and celebrate Tomoya Ogawa's victory in the World Championships this year.
Thanks so much. Tomoya, you were rolling on the ground. You're crying. Are you okay?
床に寝転がっていましたが、大丈夫でしょうか？
手をぶったたきすぎてくっそ痛いんですけど。
I hit my hands, so they're really sore right now.
Were you filming? Did you take a selfie with the crowd?
自撮り撮りました？
あ、取りましたよ。
Yes,
後であげます。
I did.
I've never seen someone do that before.
今まで見たことがありませんでした。
The casters backstage said they thought that first game might have been completely flawless. It was perfect. Did it feel flawless to you?
裏のキャスターが言っていたのは、完璧なもう振る舞いで、でしたということだったんですけれども、今の気持ちはいかがでしょうか。そうでしたか。
いやー、やばいっす。まあ、サムズアップです。
Just a big thumbs up.
Great. Now, there are so many people here giving you thumbs up as well. Is there anyone you want to say hello or thank you to?
皆さん観客の方からも、大きなサムズアップされていますが、他に応援されている方からへのメッセージなどありますか。
いやー、ありがたいですね。
Thank you, everyone.
Now, one last thing. You now are a world champion. What comes next?
世界大会のチャンピオンとなりました。次は何が起こるんでしょうか。次は何ですか。次の目標などありますか。
まあ大学行かないと。
I do have to go to university next, so
okay,
that's
that
coming
sounds
up
good.
next.
Good plan. All right, thank you so much, casters. Back to you.
This is the one you've all been waiting for. Over the course of the weekend, we've had 7 finals already. There's one more to go. It's going to be the Video Game Masters. 333 players came through this tournament, but only 2 remain. I'm Adam Doricott, joined by the man who needs no introduction, but he gets one anyway. It's Scott Glaser.
Great to be here. So excited to see this match. I think we're going to see another banger. That last game was so exciting, and I think we've really gotten to see a lot of fun matches here in the Video Game Championships at the World Championships.
Yeah, I know some people excited for the Gastrodon being able to claim another World Championship title. It's doing pretty well, but it's not going to be a feature in our Masters Finals, which is exactly what we have to close out the day. This has been a really incredible tournament. It's obviously our first year playing in Scarlet and Violet. We've got all these fun new mechanics, fun new Pokemon. And you said it's going to be a banger. I'm going to certify it as a banger just ahead of time, knowing that both players are going to play their absolute finest for us. It's just, honestly, Scott, like, how do you feel coming into this finals? Because we've had a great weekend so far. There's no way it can disappoint, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that we're getting another fun match here. I think at the World Champions, we're always kind of hoping with the finals you get 2 different regions, 2 different countries facing off. I think that it should be a lot of fun to see if Japan can get the sweep. Looking really good in the Video Game Championships once again this year.
Yeah, it is, of course, Europe versus Japan when we go down to the regions. Really, that was the theme yesterday. When we got into the bracket, we were running down it between the 2 of us, and I remember seeing so many of those Europe versus Japan matchups. There was a few where each region had to take on each other, but the 2 trainers we have, I think, are some of the most exciting that we've seen. We've got basically a brand new trainer, first year, competing in the Video Game Championships against a player who's been on the fringes for a little bit, been a player that's very well respected in his region. A lot of people scared of the team that was being bought, but really, it's about time to see him up on this final stage.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Shohei does here. I think he's been someone we've enjoyed watching for a long time. I think the creative types in the Video Game Championships are always really well regarded. It's so tough to make an effective team in this format, and I think with this being the first Regulation D tournament of the year, some really great team builders did get rewarded with these deep finishes.
Yeah, well, we can look at the 2 we have remaining and their journey that they took to get here through the top 8. Michael Kelsch having to play off in one of those all-European matchups in both top 8 and top 4, but advancing with aplomb, 2-0 in both of those. Shohei Kimura, of course, having a very tough run. There were some tough games as well in the rounds before this, but taking down a European, and then, of course, making sure that we had an all-Japanese semi-final, and that we were going to have the regions facing off.
Yeah, I think just the way we want it, right? A great way for this to finish up. And I think a fun story between the 2 players. One player who, it's his first season competing, had to fight through day 1 of the competition. We haven't had a player in the Masters Division of the Video Game Championships win from day 1 since Wolf Glick did it in 2016. It's only ever happened once. On the other side of the field, we have a veteran that I think is a very well-respected player, but you know, has kind of struggled to get that big finish at the World Championships. Always like right on the cusp, but hasn't been able to make it through. And a player that I guess, unlike most trainers in Japan, has gotten to compete at the international stage a lot. You know, I think most of us would consider the Japanese National Championships to be the most difficult tournament outside of the World Championships, and because of that, we don't get to see the same players in this region competing internationally too often. But Shohei is someone who has gotten to play at some international championships before, so I'm kind of curious if that give him a little advantage here, you know, comfortable playing against players from all over the world.
I mean, if you're speaking of comfortable, you do have to talk about Michael's run through the past couple of days. Overall record, 14-1. That is pretty impeccable, making it out of day one of those really tough tournaments. You know, a lot of players vying to make it to day two, and then of course keeping that momentum up in day number two, and what it looked like to be cruising through the top 8 bracket, so in a really good position. Of course, Shohei didn't have an easy run either, came in at day 2, still has to play a bunch of really good players, and had to go through that extra round as well to level up our top cut, taking down Hirofumi, which I think a lot of players in Japan were really backing coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I felt like whoever won that game had a great chance of getting this far, and sure enough, you know, we do end up seeing Shohei in the finals. I'm really excited to see Michael as well. You know, I think he mentioned that, you know, he wasn't sure if he was going to make it out here, and it's kind of funny, you know, some players, you know, it's like, you know, the rest of the season is kind of just preparation for Worlds, where it's nice to see someone where, you know, he was happy just qualifying for the World Championships, right? Was able to make it out here and earned a really good run. I think it's kind of cool comparing the two players, where you have Michael, who prepared for this tournament with a lot of online grassroots tournaments. It's kind of the way we do things in the West, where there's so much geographic distance between us that you can't have a whole lot of like locals. Where on the other hand, you know, a lot of the Japanese players were, you know, kind of all grouping up and competing in person. So sort of fun. I think there's like great champions on both sides, with one Western player against one Japanese player, kind of showing the best of both different ways to prepare for this tournament.
Well, Michael as well, coming in, only starting play in December, I believe. Of course, we didn't quite start official tournaments. Has played some other kind of online formats. Is very familiar with Pokemon, but adapting that skill set and being able to bring that to the VGC format, really impressive to do that in such a short amount of time, then take that really short amount of time, get a Worlds invite, and convert it to a finalist appearance. That is incredible. Shohei, I know, has been around a little bit longer and really worked through things on those big stages, but we've been talking about them enough. Why don't we take a little moment to meet our players?
I used Farigiraf for this tournament, which was not seen anywhere at all, and I am really proud of it.
力切りパリグラフというポケモンが一番かなり厳しいので、それをどう倒すかが鍵となるかなと思ってます。
He's a very good player. I really wanna beat him.
It's gonna be a forfeit here from Mao, and Shohei is gonna win this series 2-0 to move on to the finals of the Pokémon World Championship.
自分が一番強いと思ったポケモンを6体の構成を使って、まあ絶対に後悔しないような選択をするようにしました。
5 years ago, I started watching Worlds every single year, but never had the chance to compete myself. So I decided to compete this year. It has been such a blast.
VGC は2015年の世界大会の決勝を見て、それの日本人対決を見て、本格的に頑張ろうと思って始めました。
To win the World Championship. It's always been a dream for me, and this dream is so near now. I gotta give it my all.
自分の実力が証明できる舞台にもう立っているので、このチャンスを生かしていこうかなと思っています。
It comes down to this. The Pokemon Video Game Masters Division Final. Please welcome your first player, Michael Kelsch. Welcome, Michael. You said you've been watching Pokemon so long. How does it feel to now be standing on this stage yourself?
It feels incredible. It's been such a blast. This whole tournament was so amazing, and I'm here and I'm ready to give it my all.
what does giving it your all look like? What are you going to have to do to come out on top in this match?
I will try to do my best. I'm here for a reason, and this reason is to win the World Championship.
We won't ask you for any secrets about your team, but if you could tell the audience one thing to watch for, either your play style or something cool that's coming up, what would you tell them?
I have a surprise for you.
Ooh, I like a surprise. All right, anything else you want to say to anyone watching?
Thanks for everyone who cheered for me so far. I will try my best to win for all of you.
All right, very good. Thank you so much. Now let's bring out your opponent. Everyone, please welcome Shohei Kimura. Welcome, Shohei. How does it feel to be representing Japan here in the World Finals?
日本の代表としてここまでたどり着いてきて、日本の世界大会で出場できてどのようなお気持ちですか？
嬉しいです。
I'm happy about it.
Good. I'm glad you're happy about it. About your play, are you happy about that too? Are you feeling very confident?
これからの試合ですけども、結構勝てる自信はありますか？
かなりないです。
I don't really have any confidence at all.
Oh, no confidence at all. Well, what will you have to do in order to become confident and win this match?
これからの試合に自信がつけるようにどういうような流れを見たいか。これからの試合において自信がちゃんとつけるようにどういうふうな相手からのポケモンだったり技だったりを見て自信がやっとついたと思えるようになりますか？
Ice Cream Crash.
Okay. Is there anything else that the audience should watch for while you play?
でぜひ皆さんに注目してほしい、自分のチームのアピールポイントっていうのがあったら何でしょうか？
総合力。
総合力。Yeah, just sheer power.
All right, last thing. Anything you want to say to the audience or anyone you want to thank?
今見ている人々の中で特にご挨拶とか感謝の気持ちを伝えたいご家族とかいますか？
メイちゃん？メイ？daughter？daughter？わかんない。
自分の
娘じゃない。メイ、おい。
Oh yeah. I want to say a shout out to my niece.
Oh, very nice. Thank you so much. We're very much looking forward to watching you both play. So let's get to that right now. Casters, back to you.
What a fantastic pair of finalists we have. It's definitely two different approaches. I'm pretty excited for this surprise. I hope we get to see it. And I definitely think that Shohei is playing it a little bit coy there, maybe trying to keep things a little bit calmer going into this finals.
Yeah, I think so too. Perhaps his surprises are so surprising he doesn't even want to warn us about them.
Yeah, no, he's already said, I'm going to be able to do well. He's had a really fantastic tournament so far, so excited to see what this match brings for the two of them. I mean, I really hope we get to see it go the distance. There's so many nuances to this team as well on both sides, right? They're two very different approaches to team building, and I think that's going to set us up very, very successfully for a really good set.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how these players prepared. One of the things that's really unique about Finals Sunday in the Video Game Championships is the players get so much more time to think through this matchup than they normally would. They don't have each other's open team sheets over the night, but usually by this point in the tournament, you have a pretty good idea what your opponent's running. You get to come in with a much better thought-out game plan than you would if you only had a couple of minutes to prepare. I do think it's worth considering because of that. Everyone kind of knew Shohei's team already, right? Where I think it was something a lot of people were pretty scared about last week, where they realized how strong both it and the team was. So I'm not going to be such a disadvantage to have that extra preparation time for him. Except that I know, kind of look at the other side of the field, I think there's a lot of people in that social circle who are very good at preparing for a match given some extra time. So I think both players are going to come in with a great game plan.
I mean, Shohei is the team builder extraordinaire. He's well respected within his community for being able to come up with essentially what people are considering the best team. It has answers to everything. It feels very, very confident. On the other side of the coin, we've got the Farigiraf, right? Let's just get right down to it. He led with it in the video, and it's something that we were thinking, when are we going to get that unique pick? Well, we found one in finals, so it's just something that really stands out.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if that Farigiraf appears in the battle or not. It's a Pokemon that a lot of us were looking at before the tournament started, and there's kind of this weird dichotomy with it, right? It has so many different potential benefits. Blocking priority moves, its ability in particular, is just incredibly powerful in this format, but it's got a lot of nice utility qualities. You know, normally knows Trick Room, normally able to negatively influence the opponent's field in some way on top of that, but low stats. We'll have to see what he can do with it.
I think those low stats are a little bit deceiving. I think it does bring a whole lot to a battle, and I think, you know, being able to block Aqua Jet, Sucker Punch, those are moves that are pretty relevant in this matchup, so could cause problems. Let's dive a little bit deeper, though, on Michael's history. It's very short, but it's very sweet, because it ends with a World Finals appearance, top 8 in Bochum, then Utrecht top 32, Malmo in top 64. So just the 3 events in Europe, all you need to do is get your foot in the door and look what you can do with it.
Yeah, I think the poise he's shown at these World Championships has been really impressive considering these accomplishments, right? Where I haven't had a lot of chances to be in these top positions. This is his first time appearing on stream. A lot of added pressure here, but he's done very well so far.
Yeah, really, really interesting team as well. When we start with the Farigiraf, the one that he even talked about himself, the Chien-Pao, Dragapult, Urshifu, Rillaboom, and Heatran rounding out that team. A lot of interesting choices on there. The Dragapult, something that obviously did very well recently in big events.
Yeah, funny to see it again, right? Whereas the second regulations in a row where we're talking about the combination of Chien-Pao and Dragonite being on the threat list, but we're ending the format with Chien-Pao and Dragapult instead.
Yeah, well, it did sort of show up NAIC, so maybe it can take another big title, but Shohei's resume looking a little bit longer and going back quite a bit further. Top 4 at Japan Nationals in this season, top 32 at Worlds last year. 2019 made top 16 at NAIC, definitely traveling, like you mentioned earlier, Scott. And then in 2017 was a Japan National finalist. He's done so well in Japan, and you know, I think Worlds has always been that bit of a hurdle for him. Now he's given the opportunity to convert.
It really seems like he's figured it out. We do see his group of 6 Pokemon there. As I mentioned before, you know, something that a lot of players have been looking at as one of the teams they really need to have a good answer to. I think one Pokemon to keep in mind there is that Iron Hands. It could be a really critical Pokemon in this matchup, and has looked really good on stream all weekend. Always seems to be the last Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, Iron Hands, Amoonguss, there's real staples so far. Obviously pairing off with the Fluttermane, which has been such a big thing in so many of these matches. But it's going up against a different Ghost type, and maybe that could add something a little bit different to this matchup.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how it plays out. We saw a pretty bombastic semifinal match, or semifinal match, but senior division final match where Pokemon are kind of being knocked out left and right. It's a very aggressive game. I wouldn't be shocked if we see similar pacing here. Both sides have very strong offensive options. They also both have the Chien-Pao. We've been seeing some pretty quick games when both players have that, because you know the whole point of the Pokemon is that it helps enable physical attackers to dish out a bunch of damage. So again, likely to see on the field a pretty high percentage of the time, and you know, particularly strong next to that Dragapult. I don't know if I'm still a little bit traumatized from seeing the devastation it caused at the North America International Championship Finals, but it'll be interesting to see if Shohei has a better answer than we saw in that matchup.
It's certainly something, when left unchecked, that can cause some problems, but the Chien-Paos can do the work too. I mean, Icicle Crash feels like a really good choice here when you're looking down at Dragapult, you're looking down at Rillaboom. But one thing we do have to talk about, and something that is actually going to be huge in this match, looking across the teams, is the use of terrestrialization. It's obviously our mechanic for this year, and a good use of that mechanic could swing a match very drastically. You know, you've got plenty of Pokemon who are able to terrestrialize defensively and help themselves out, obviously drop some of those weaknesses and push themselves into a way better position.
Yeah, I think it's going to be particularly important because there's a bunch of Pokemon in this matchup that can't protect. Michael in particular, only half of his team is able to protect with the Choice Band on one Pokemon, a Choice Scarf on another, and then an Assault Vest. So, you know, maybe some sort of defensive terrestrialization can be very important in this matchup.
I mean, does protecting really matter when you've got Urshifu on both sides anyway? Just being able to use the Unseen Fist ability to just land those attacks guaranteed. You know, you may as well just go all in.
Yeah, I think it's a really clever metagame adaptation, right? Where, yeah, perhaps anticipating correctly that most of the top teams would contain one of those Urshifu, able to avoid being one of those situations where an item does nothing, which could be the case for one of the Pokemon on the other side of the field. The safety goggles not looking like it's going to be doing a whole lot for the Landorus in this matchup.
Not great value for the Landorus, just not being able to deal with something like the Amoonguss, but I do still think Landorus can do some good work. It can maybe force something like the Heatran into using its Terra typing of grass, and just being able to try and deal with some of these really kind of hard Pokemon to get around could be a definite use of it. It's also, being able to bring the Intimidate is going to help out quite significantly against some of these Pokemon on Michael's side.
We're about to get in the game here. I'm eager to see what both players bring. I think on Michael's side, he may be a little more limited in what Pokemon he can select, but should be interesting to see what we get. An interesting combination of Pokemon starting this one out.
Well, Michael delivers on turn 0, turn 1, with both the Farigiraf and Dragapult taking the field as his lead. It's going to be Chiempao and Amoonguss from the side of Shohei, but I guess the unique things on Michael's team are right at the fore of this final strategy.
Yeah, and I think we see a situation where it could matter a lot. We heard in the interview that Icicle Crash could be a key element of this match. I guess the reason why is because that Farigiraf is going to make the potential sucker punch from this Chiempao not nearly as threatening this Dragapult than it would normally be.
And the Dragapult is really in a sticky situation, but it's not going to be from the Chiempao this turn, as Shohei switches it out in place of that Urshifu. So that'll be landing on the field, ready to do some work next turn, leaving just the Amoonguss. We're getting Terrestrialization in turn number 1. It is going to be on to the Amoonguss, so trying to keep itself safe with that very standard now defensive water terrestrialization, making sure that it's not being caught by something like the Psychic out of the Farigiraf. Dragapult kicks us off with a Dragon Darts though, getting a good chunk of damage down onto both of them, but not really threatening anything else. The Farigiraf does follow up onto the Amoonguss, will not get the knockout thanks to that Terra typing, will of course activate the berry, so Amoonguss looking pretty healthy after it's just tanked up a couple of attacks from Michael's side, and in response it's able to Spore and put this Dragapult right to sleep.
And Dragapult not getting a whole lot done there. Able to dish out some damage, but a little different approach to the Dragapult than we saw in the North American National Championships, right? Just a bunch of Phantom Force there, which in this case would have avoided the Spore for a single turn, but still a bunch of damage going down on the field. And I think it's something that Shohei's going to have to be careful about, right? Potentially some powerful offensive Pokemon on the backside of the field. And Michael's side, if things get weakened, maybe you can pick up a chain of knockouts, even if you fall behind in the score early in the match.
Yeah, being able to keep the momentum going is going to be absolutely huge in the matchup between these teams. The Dragapult is definitely in danger. Now it's asleep, and it didn't really get much done in that first turn. That side of the field for Shohei, though, is going to keep on being a revolving door of Pokemon, as Urshifu leaves just as quickly as it came in. He reveals his fourth and final Pokemon in that Fluttermane. Farigiraf will leave the field, not feeling like it needs to protect against something like the Sucker Punch. As Rillaboom comes in, that is going to be a bit of a problem for that Amoonguss down the line, potentially. Now it's a Water type. Grassy Surge will get that grassy terrain set up. Dragapult will remain asleep for this turn, and Amoonguss is going to try and Spore. So a great switch for multiple reasons there for Michael Kelsch.
Yeah. A great switch on the Fluttermane as well. Sort of a strange situation here. That Dragapult, as we see with most Dragapult, is holding the Choice Band item, so not going to be able to avoid staying locked into a Dragon-type attack against the Fluttermane. But one of the fun parts of that move is it won't target a Pokemon that's immune to it, so, the Amoonguss perhaps looking a little scared facing down both Rillaboom and a Dragapult that now could potentially wake up.
It's a little unfair to the Amoonguss. It's doing so much work trying to set the board up for Shohei to sweep through, but in exchange it's going to get 2 Dragon Darts if this Dragapult wakes up. To keep that in mind, he's just protecting it this turn, doesn't want the Dragapult to wake up and get the knockout, as it will remain asleep. So this is going to be a good old turn for the Fluttermane as it fires off the Dazzling Gleam. Dragapult definitely not able to take that one, and it's going to be our first knockout here in the Masters Finals. Rillaboom, though, will Woodhammer, targeting correctly in the Fluttermane, and a critical hit takes down the Fluttermane, so doesn't fall for the protect on that Amoonguss, and it's 3-3 already. Rillaboom taking a good amount of recoil, making sure it gets to activate a berry as well, so it's going to heal up with the Citrus Berry, and now we're in a very sticky situation as both trainers have to replace their fallen Pokemon.
I'm excited to see what this final Pokemon on Michael's side of the field could make a big difference here. It is a disadvantage in a video game championship match if you have to reveal all your Pokemon first, get all the other side to plan a little bit, but both players kind of wind up in a position there where, kind of regardless of what they thought in the back, they almost had no choice but to trade.
Yeah, I think that was the really big turn for both trainers, right? You've got to get a knockout there on the Dragapult, or else it's going to start waking up and causing problems with those Dragadarts. But Michael getting the Woodhammer knockout onto the Flutter Mane means that one of those big offensive options is gone. Farigiraf will take the field, so definitely trying to help out. As Chien-Pao comes back in for Shohei, that is going to put a huge amount of pressure down onto this Rillaboom. It certainly does have an answer that could potentially be used, but Farigiraf is making sure that no sucker punches come out from that side.
Yeah, interesting spot here. One thing to keep in mind is Farigiraf. It's not really the traditional Trick Room you see here with both of the two quickest Pokemon in the matchup being in Michael's side of the field, but Farigiraf does know Trick Room would be an option perhaps for trying to get this Rillaboom in a situation where it doesn't just immediately get chunked by Icicle Crash.
It doesn't want to just take one of those for free, especially considering it's already lost a good amount of its health and used its Citrus Berry. Farigiraf can almost try and help out on the offensive though. A couple of offensive choices on that side to help out. It is going to be the Terrestrialization from Michael's side, saving it for a little bit later, and he's going with the Rillaboom, trying to keep it safe from that Chien-Pao with the Poison-type Terrestrialization, one that is going to be pretty hard to answer with the options that are selected by Shohei. There's the Icicle Crash. The Rillaboom will take that much better, sticking around, but Rillaboom flinches. This is a big, big turn as it's not able to get anything done, and the Spore onto the Farigiraf means it's not able to act. Michael was trying to set up so much in that turn, maybe just take out the Amoonguss, but not getting it done. What a huge momentum swing.
Oh, we saw a bunch of crazy turns in the senior division match, and they're happening right again here. Perhaps if that doesn't happen, Rillaboom's able to knock out the Amoonguss, that Sport ever happens. Likely Trick Room goes up. We're looking at a very different situation. Instead, Shohei picks a huge lead up here, evening out the knockouts, but as a dominant board position.
It's a really, really good board position. This Rillaboom not able to do much. If it wants to go for one of these big wood hammers to try and take the knockout, then it's just going to faint to the recoil. It's not able to stick around for multiple turns.
Yeah, it's almost worse that it's on the field now, right? Where kind of just sitting there waiting to be knocked out. We haven't seen that final Pokemon, but not a whole lot that Michael can do in this form, not really threatening any damage.
Well, you've got to wonder what that final Pokemon is with the fact he was trying to Trick Room on that turn. Rillaboom will protect itself. Shohei is feeling pretty good, just sucker punching into the Farigiraf. Doesn't really matter there. But of course, the Farigiraf is going to remain asleep. Amoonguss will Pollen Puff, heading towards the Farigiraf, getting a good chunk down. This is once again one of those battle-ready Amoonguss that we've been seeing all weekend.
Hey, I guess it doesn't really need to do anything else in that turn, right? Wasn't a whole lot of threat and any damage coming either way. It's a little cheeky to see the sucker punch there with the Farigiraf on the field, but as it turned out, it wouldn't really have mattered too much what the Chien-Pao did there.
I don't think it was going to make any difference. Maybe getting a little bit of extra damage down. Rillaboom really not feeling this endgame board position with a low amount of health. We do get to see Michael's fourth and final Pokemon is another one of those Chien-Pao.
Yeah, I wondered if it might be the Heat Tread in a way with his position, but we'll have to see if, the Chien-Pao can do anything, but it's the opposing Chien-Pao whiffing the Icicle Crash.
Farigiraf also wakes up and is firing off a Dazzling Gleam, so getting the Chien-Pao to below half. Amoonguss will fire back with a Pollen Puff, but it's not enough for the knockout on to the Farigiraf. Even with a critical hit, it is dangerously low and it is going to be easy to pick up. Does get to try and recover at least a little bit with this grassy terrain as it does disappear at the end of this turn. But the Chien-Pao on the board, certainly an interesting one.
Yeah, watch these two Chien-Pao. There's a bunch to keep in mind of his turn. Critical that Icicle Crash missed, keeping the Focus Sash of Michael's Chien-Pao intact. But one key difference between these two Pokemon is that Chien-Pao does not know the Sacred Sword move. Usually it would be a big deal for trying to pick up the knockout on the other side. Because that Chien-Pao's been weakened by that surprisingly devastating Dazzling Gleam, maybe it'll still have enough damage to knock it out, but critical turn here.
Farigiraf doing some of the heavy lifting in that previous turn with Dazzling Gleam, so being able to get a good amount of damage down on Chien-Pao, obviously break the sash and make it way easier to pick up in future.
Keep in mind Amoonguss as well, looking much better in the field now without that Rillaboom, but no Rage Powder coming in here.
Well, there's the Icicle Crash from the side of Michael's Chien-Pao. Chien-Pao will respond with an Icicle Crash. It hits this time into the Farigiraf, so not able to follow up with one of those Dazzling Gleams, and Amoonguss left alone to cause problems once again, landing a Spore into that Chien-Pao.
Oh, that's a tough spot now. We see how damaged this Rillaboom is. The Chien-Pao not just falling asleep, but you know, not getting to use any of the turns of the sleep on that. So even if the Rillaboom were, say, to go for a protect here, Chien-Pao would not be able to wake up. And we see a situation next turn where that Rillaboom's going to be in some serious trouble.
I don't know if the Rillaboom can get much done, especially with it being so low. Michael needs this Chien-Pao to wake up as soon as possible, but it's not going to be this turn. And Shohei can certainly turn the screw here in the Masters Finals. I don't know if Rillaboom even wants to try it and go for a Woodhammer. Getting rid of Amoonguss would be great, but is it worth it when it's one of your last two Pokemon? Chien-Pao starting off though with a Sacred Sword. That is down to the sash. It's already looking pretty dicey. This could be one of the final turns in game one. Obviously has to take that turn of sleep. Didn't act after the Spore. Rillaboom though will just go for it with the Woodhammer. Does get the knockout onto Chien-Pao, so does start to, you know, level things up a little bit, but it's so weak after that recoil does hit. As Amoonguss will double up onto the Chien-Pao. If you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. You may as well get that knocked out just to make sure it doesn't wake up and cause problems.
Hey, Amoonguss not the most offensively threatening Pokemon in the game, but when you only have one hit point after activating a Focus Sash, even Amoonguss can easily pick up that knockout.
Amoonguss picking up knockouts here in the Masters Finals, something that's been a bit of a theme and something I'm very happy to see. It is a 2v1 situation though, and Rillaboom, it's got some grassy terrain healing, but it's not really healed enough to put it in a great position as Urshifu takes the field. Not like you can sit and protect and try and heal. I imagine Urshifu's just going to tidy this one up in the following turn. If not, giving the benefit over to the Amoonguss. Amoonguss taking a turn off fighting this one. Gone pacifist for a little bit, making sure it draws away any attacks. One Surging Strike to bring it down to 2. The second one will get the fourth and final knockout of the game. Shohei Kimura up 1-0 here in the Masters Finals.
In the end, it feels like a dominant first game, but I think there's kind of a lot to go back and think about with that one, right? There was that one really crazy turn where it seemed like the game could have gone either way, so I don't think either side's going to be too shaken up going into the second game.
No, I think Michael's going to be able to take a beat, maybe understand where that game got away from him a little bit and start to dissect it. We get to look back exactly what happened there. It's been a great game to start. It's a really interesting lead from Michael, getting both the Farigiraf and the Dragapult out, showing the depth of his team. A huge terastallization, honestly, from the Amoonguss. But then the Dragapult goes right to sleep. Not getting that Amoonguss knocked out was a problem. Fluttermane and the Dragapult exchanging kind of big damage, but then both getting knocked out. And then this Rillaboom taking the Icicle Crash here, but flinching, unable to act. Would have dealt with that Amoonguss, which caused so many problems in the end game. Feeling pretty good about this one. Shohei getting cheeky with the Sucker Punch. Does miss an Icicle Crash. Farigiraf does wake up, but it's just not able to do enough here. The Dazzling Gleam could be big though, bringing that Chien-Pao under half, something to bear in mind. The Icicle Crash doesn't get the flinch which she's looking for, and then Shohei's able to really start to tidy this one up.
Yeah, I guess that Amoonguss is really the key thing to look at going into game 2 here, right? Where it's just so devastating to the team if Rillaboom isn't able to take care of it. Just ironically, given that normally Amoonguss's matchup into Rillaboom is very positive as a Pokemon that normally double resists grass type attacks.
Well, I think you have to bring the Rillaboom again after that game. You've seen the defensive terastallization with the water typing onto the Amoonguss, and you need the Rillaboom to deal with that very early on. I'm looking at Michael to see if he's got something to maybe force that Amoonguss out way earlier.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key. And I think, you know, as you mentioned in the pregame, right, I think the way both trainers use their terastallization is going to be really important here. Rillaboom really didn't get to do anything after it terastallized. It's kind of a non-factor, and I think getting more value there is really important. I think another thing I would watch here as well is kind of just keeping in mind the very beginning of the game. Dragapult didn't do a whole lot. You know, I think, I don't know if that was a surprise. I mean, the flinch was surprising, but I can't imagine that's what Michael had in mind. So I'm kind of curious to see what he has up his sleeve. Maybe he's got a little different plan for game 2.
The Dragapult didn't get much done. I mean, they got one Dragon Darts done and then got put to sleep and Dazzling Gleam. So definitely felt a little bit underwhelming in that regard. But the Choice Band, you know, can put out big damage, and maybe it needs to come in at a later portion of the game, maybe paired up with that Chien-Pao to start pushing it over the edge and getting those either huge amounts of damage or the knockouts that it craves so much.
Yeah, I was a little curious too. I kind of thought Iron Hands was going to be a key Pokemon in this matchup, and I think that's one thing that's going to make the remaining 2 games of this set kind of tough, is that it's still pretty good against a lot of the Pokemon that could be selected here. So even though it wasn't used in game 1, I think the team preview element of this matchup is really tricky. Even though there's some ways in which I think I would prefer to play Michael's side of this matchup, I think that Shohei's advantage is he can kind of safely bring 5 of the 6 Pokemon at least. I think Landorus's matchup's a little bit tough. But Michael's always going to be guessing, right? Having that one game advantage is big because based on how the team preview phase goes, it can be a big advantage to start off with the advantageous position of leadoff Pokemon.
It's certainly going to be a big decision to make. If you're Michael, you've got to win this game to stay in this match. You've got to go forcing it to game number 3, and maybe making an adjustment is going to be exactly what he needs to do. I think Shohei's got a little bit of wiggle room. Of course, he's got the breathing room of winning game number 1, but I don't think there's much deviation that he needs, and the Landorus probably stays at home. Honestly, the Iron Hands is something that could come in to shore up a matchup if you're expecting a mix-up from Michael.
Yeah, I gotta say too, we're a little suspicious that Frigoraph, I thought it was a key player in that matchup, right? Did a bunch of damage, survived some attacks, kind of helped force that terrestrialization for the Amoonguss. I'm curious we'll see it again in game 2.
It really could have done a whole lot more, but then getting caught with that Spore was a problem. It's gonna be the same lead for Shohei, and it's gonna be a mix-up for Michael. We're already seeing a brand new Pokemon. He's gotta do something different here in game number 2. He's bought the Dragapult once again, this time pairing it up with the Urshifu, and it's going to be the same Chien-Pao and Amoonguss for Shohei.
Sort of a sneaky position on either side here where a lot of things could happen. I think both trainers really going to need to think hard about this one. Amoonguss's Rage Powder could be a key factor in this turn, but Chien-Pao's got to be a little bit careful otherwise, where the Urshifu could break through that Focus Sash, potentially the Sorcery Strikes. On the other side of the field, currently there's no Farigiraf, right? So the threat of a Sucker Punch is significant, but it could be in the back, so do you risk clicking it?
It's certainly a dicey one, but if you can get an advantage here, you could really be accelerating yourself towards a World Championship. Chien-Pao once again leaves the field, just comes in, checks out what's going on, and bounces out once again for the Urshifu, looking pretty similar from Shohei in the beginning of this game. We're getting the turn 1 terrestrialization, and it's going to be the Dragapult this time, so making sure it gets to boost up some of those very threatening attacks with the Ghost-type Terror. That is going to make Phantom Force or Terra Blast pretty terrifying. Urshifu starting off with the Surging Strikes into the Amoonguss, just getting down a little bit of damage. It's not going to be super effective, but I think just any damage is going to be exactly what he wants onto this Amoonguss. Dragapult will be moving next and is given the opportunity to see what it can do. It is Terra Blast being locked in. It is heading towards the Amoonguss. It was such a problem in game number 1, and Amoonguss able to take that. It's able to eat its berry, and it's all in from Michael on that turn. He wants to get rid of the Amoonguss, but he's just not able to as it fires back with a Spore onto the Dragapult.
And now it's the second game in a row where that Dragapult can't make it through a single turn without falling asleep. And Amoonguss critically healing up there. With that Citrus Berry, I think it's just enough health where it should fairly comfortably survive another Surging Strike. So, a bunch of damage taken, but no real harm done yet for Shohei's side of the field.
And Shohei did all that without having to give up his terrestrialization. Being able to hold on to that for the rest of the game is really, really important. A definite big turn for Shohei there. Also, this Dragapult once again looks really, really vulnerable.
Yeah, I'm not loving the situation, and I think an important thing to keep in mind, too, is Amoonguss is the Pokemon that took damage, right? Amoonguss, if it switches out of battle using that Regenerator ability, heals HP, so that damage may not even stick.
Yeah, Michael's not going to let that Dragapult go down so easily in this one. Switching it out for the Farigiraf, so it is still a key player. Urshifu will Surging Strike to the opposing Urshifu, just trying to get some damage down on that side of things and see what he's able to do. I am curious as to what the Amoonguss is targeting, but not very effective hits aren't really a big problem here. See, 3 critical hits, not enough to the threatening knockouts. As Urshifu Surging Strikes will land into Farigiraf, they're going to do a whole lot more in this one. But activate the Rocky Helmet here. That's a lot of damage going back towards that Urshifu.
Yeah, it looks like the poke damage of that Surging Strikes not going to be such a big deal on the Urshifu, but hey, all of a sudden it's looking pretty worn down, and we see Farigiraf has another one in its bag of tricks.
Oh, well, the Spore heading towards the Urshifu this time. Shohei is just making sure he can keep those Pokemon sleeping and keep Michael out of this game, but Farigiraf making life a little bit harder for that Urshifu.
Yeah, sort of an awkward situation now where if you try to attack the Farigiraf, the Urshifu, the knockout's going to come at a cost.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one because the Rocky Helmet is going to add up. I mean, it's 3 hits. He got way more than he bargained for in that turn, taking so much recoil damage just off that fantastic item choice.
still, it's a really tough spot on Michael's side of the field. You know, the two premier physically attacking Pokemon in his team now are both taking a snooze, and neither of them have spent that turn. So they're both going to have to sit in the field for at least one turn before they even have the chance of waking up.
Well, Amoonguss has done a lot in this game, and it's being switched out in lieu of the Fluttermane. Urshifu will just remain asleep. It's still at full health, but it is definitely threatened. Urshifu will Surging Strikes once again into the Farigiraf, so it's going to make that trade, right? It's going to make sure that he gets the Farigiraf down. There's not going to be anything like a Trick Room or a Dazzling Gleam coming back in that way. But Rocky Helmet certainly adds up onto the side of Urshifu, as it's a straight trade in that one.
Well, I love the move, though. I mean, we're getting very close to a sweep from Team Japan here. We have two sleeping Pokemon and one unrevealed Pokemon left on Michael's side of the field. Whatever that Pokemon is, it's going to have to do a lot to send us to a Game 3.
It's also going to have to work through this Amoonguss, which is back and looking healthier than ever. It's going up against the Chien-Pao, which is not going to appreciate the presence of that Fluttermane right now. Maybe forced to try and work around that one a little bit more. Urshifu staying asleep. That Urshifu probably needs to wake up and get involved soon.
Oh, yeah. Really soon, and it can't on this turn, right? This Amoonguss is a fantastic spot now where it switched into battle. You got that healing from a generator. We haven't seen the terrestrialization committed on that side of the field yet, so you know, a Rage Powder could look pretty devastating here. Fluttermane can now just start like wailing away with Dazzling Gleams against a lot of Pokemon that aren't going to take those very well.
No, they're not going to appreciate it very much, so a lot of work that can be done by the Fluttermane and a lot of reliance on the Chien-Pao to try and get the job done right here. Needs to try and find some of those knockouts, maybe make some big calls, some big reads. We are going to get into the terrestrialization from Shohei's side, though, as once again, he is going to be keeping that Amoonguss very, very safe by making it a water type. Let's see what Michael can do in this one. It does get itself nice and safe. Chien-Pao wanting to scout out what's going on, making sure that it's not able to get anything really nasty sent its way. Amoonguss will be redirecting attention with that Rage Powder. Urshifu remaining asleep, and I don't think Urshifu's going to appreciate what's coming next from the Fluttermane. It is, of course, the Dazzling Gleam into the protect of the Chien-Pao, and there the Urshifu is not loving it. An easy knockout for Shohei Kimura in this one. Let's see how much this Chien-Pao can fight back in the following turn. It just protected. I don't know if it has a good answer to the side of this Amoonguss and the Fluttermane right now.
Well, things are looking dire. This Dragapult switched out before it took a turn of sleep, so it's not going to wake up this turn. Chien-Pao just committed its protect. I mean, I guess you go for a double here, just hope something crazy happens, but Fluttermane is going to keep using that Dazzling Gleam, and I just don't see a way out. I think we're about to see Japan take all three of the video game championship tournaments.
Chien-Pao's got to do something huge. You've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle, and it's the only thing that will be potentially moving. It is dropped down to its Focus Sash, thanks to that Dazzling Gleam from the side of the Fluttermane. It's got one turn to make an impact. It will crunch. It goes into the Amoonguss. It doesn't get any secondary effects. Those Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. That Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Michael celebrating our new champion, somebody who has been chasing it for so long. Both trainers played an absolutely fantastic game, giving it their all in the finals, but this team that was revealed so long ago was built so well and so consistently has finally emerged on top. Japan takes the clean sweep here in Yokohama.
Yeah, you can see how much it means to Shohei to win this game. You know, did such a great job. You know, was inspired by watching some of his countrymen win the World Championships. Was able to achieve that dream himself right here in Japan. What a set he played, right? I think it's just fantastic in all those games. I think that second game in particular was just really incredible, where he only gave up the one knockout, and it was so advantageous for him to allow his Pokemon to be knocked out of that turn.
Yeah, he chose that knockout, right? He was like, I'll deal with the Farigiraf. I think getting rid of that Farigiraf was absolutely massive, and it was a bit of a problem in both games, but it was so well navigated around by Shohei. I think the Amoonguss is something we cannot stress enough how important that was, being able to keep itself safe from a lot of things on the side of Michael's team, but it put in so much work with the Water Terror typing.
Yeah, we don't give an MVP here at the World Championships, but if we did, I think it definitely goes to Amungus.
Yeah, I think just on that game alone, we're able to see what it can do. And in this game, it put in a lot of work. We're going back over game one as Rillaboom does flinch. I think that is a big turn, but Shohei getting what he needs out of the Icicle Crash, so being able to cause a lot of problems. He knows that he's attacking into the Frigoraf's ability there, so not too worried about it, but, you know, does get the knockout when he needs it as well. So going into game number 2, Shohei has a pretty solid lead. He's got to be feeling good about that one. And I think it's fair to say he capitalized on it, right? There was so much pressure on this Amungus turn 1, but it was able to take those hits. Terra Blast not able to get the knockout after the surging strikes, does put it right back to sleep, and Amungus just keeps putting things to sleep. Will be the Spore there, so nothing coming out the Urshifu, and it really set things up for the endgame where Fluttermane just able to come in, start firing off Dazzling Gleams into 2 Pokemon that really don't appreciate it, and wrapping up this set just 2-0. There's Amungus though, picking up a key knockout in the World Championship Finals.
Yeah, I think it's good Amungus gets that final knockout there. Does such a good job throughout the course of that match of keeping Shohei in a dominant board position.
It was really well played by both trainers throughout the set. Obviously, fantastic achievement to make it here, but Shohei finally getting over that hurdle of a big performance at World. How much bigger do you get than winning the World Championships? We're going to take it on down to the stage and see what he's thinking after that fantastic set.
Thank you so much. I am here with your world champion. Now, you're very well known for this team. Many people want to play this team just like you. Tell us how you used it to really come out on top this time.
今回使ったチームなんですけれども、使い方について何かアドバイスありますか？
本当は鉄のカイナーをうまく使うパーティーなんですけど、ちょっとファリグラフ、リキキリンがいたので、出せなかったんですけど、その、鉄のカイナーと羽ばたく紙をうまく使っていくパーティーなので、それらをうまく活用すれば勝てると思います。
So normally I actually run Iron Hands with this team, but because the opponent had a photograph on their team, I couldn't actually use that this time. So normally I have the Iron Hands and the Fluttermane come out together, and if you can use those both together, normally it's a really strong team.
Amungus was very important here. Tell us about how you used Amungus.
モノバレルなんですけども、今回すごい大活躍を見せました。モノバレルの使い方についてちょっと教えてくれますか？
モノバレルは難しいな。なんだろう。草タイプにキノコの胞子を打つと効果的になると思います。
So it's a little bit tricky to give short advice about how to use Amungus, but if you use Spore against a grass type Pokemon, it's very effective.
Great. Now, with your win, that means that Japan has swept the video game championships. How does that feel?
今回の優勝でジュニア、シニア、マスターカテゴリーどれも日本人の選手による優勝となりました。それをどう思ってますか？
横浜で開催できてよかったなって僕は思います。
I'm so glad that we could do this here in Yokohama.
There are probably... You can hear all of the people who are very glad that you just won. Do you have anything to say to them?
今応援している方々たくさんいるかと思いますが、何か一言メッセージとかありますか？
ありがとう。
Thank you so much.
Very well said. Casters, back to you.
Well, we bring Worlds to Japan, and they take all 3 of the World Championships here in the video game. What a day it's been, Scott. 3 pretty incredible finals, a lot of different teams, some fantastic trainers, fantastic finalists, and obviously fantastic champions.
Yeah, I was really impressed by the play across the board, right? I think we can agree that all these are very deserving world champions, really showing how strong they were in a tournament that was really difficult to play, right? I think a key story of this tournament has been that it's the first and only Regulation D tournament so far in the Video Game Championships. So players kind of all had to figure out their own, right? You couldn't kind of just look back at one past tournaments and assume that was going to cut it here. And how great is it that our Masters World Champion is someone who really did do a great job of innovating one of the great teams of this young format?
Yeah, we talked about it right at the beginning of the weekend. You know, what is going to come out on top? And I think a lot of us were hoping for something with a little bit of a twist. Michael managed to bring it all the way to the finals, but Shohei just saying, you know what, actually the best team is some of the top 12 Pokemon in some variety, being able to put that together and really show off what a phenomenal team builder he is. Everyone knew that coming into the match, and now we can actually see what a phenomenal player he is as well.
Yeah, and I think we should shout out the runner-up too. I think everyone was happy that that Fergraf actually did participate in the game, and you know, I think by far it did the most damage of the Pokemon on that side of the field, right? Even the game where it didn't get to move did almost an entire health bar of damage on its own. And I think kind of just thinking throughout the tournament, right? I think that's what's going to stick with me, is that we are hoping throughout the weekend that trainers would have these clever solutions to the format, you know, kind of the things that were personalized to their approach to how to defeat everyone else. And I really was impressed, right? I think we got what we were hoping for. The players have never come off as more clever to me than they did this year.
It was a fantastic tournament from day one, day two, and of course today. Let's make sure we have a little look back at what we saw in Masters, because that was obviously what we were focusing on, but both trainers went on a very tough journey and honestly delivered right at the end. I think being able to see so many different teams, so many different regions represented as well was obviously one of the huge things from Worlds, something we love to see every single time.
Yeah, I think, yeah, and shout out to all the players, right? You know, I think, you know, as you see in the bracket here, Europe had a great showing, even though they didn't have any, they only had one representative in this match and wasn't able to come out on top. I think we were really impressed throughout the day, and we've had the most players in day two, which, or not day two, but the top cut of day two.
Yeah, there was, I believe, 10-9 Europe versus Japan, respectively. So it wasn't really a shock when it shook out that we were going to have a finals between these two regions. But so many good players, so many great games that we were able to watch as well. And thinking about their runs, I mean, Shohei hasn't exactly had to play easy matches to get here, playing against top trainers throughout his tournament run. Day two is not an easy tournament by any stretch of the imagination, and just showing that with that team building knowledge coming into that idea where, you know, we've only got a little bit of preparation time for Regulation D, just being able to get that skill expression done in finals is really, really big.
Yeah, I think it's kind of incredible, kind of just as I look at those names again, that, man, we saw so many games throughout this tournament that came down to one critical turn, right? So many matches could have gone the other way. Everyone is so good here.
Yeah, both of these trainers, very deserving finalists, but the team that comes out on top with a lot of things on it that I think people were expecting. The Fluttermane wasn't going anywhere. Urshifu was so hyped coming into this tournament. Iron Hands making a big old statement. Amoonguss has been a problem for over a decade now, so maybe we should keep putting some respect on that. And then the Landorus and Chien Pao just being able to apply that big offensive pressure when needed.
Yeah, I guess kind of interesting to see, too. 3 Pokemon that we had not seen before this year's Video Game World Championships, and the Fluttermane, the Iron Hands, and the Chien Pao all coming out on top here. I kind of think, you know, we're all wondering, oh, you know, with so many of our old favorites re-entering the fray, will the new Pokemon really get to have their moment at the World Championships? But they absolutely did.
Yeah, the answer is a resounding yes when we look across some of these teams. I mean, if you think about it, this is sort of the evolution of the game that we've been playing, right? You've got the Iron Hands and the Fluttermane, which we didn't start off the year with. We introduced them a little way in, and then the Chien Pao came along later. Urshifu Landorus came along later, so it really is kind of a team that has evolved. I think Michael's team speaks to a similar idea as well, just adding in that Chien Pao to help out the returning favorite in Urshifu, but using some of the, you know, new things in Farigiraf that I think has had a lot of attention, bringing back as well the Rillaboom, the Heatran, that Dragapult starting to cause problems once again.
Yeah, really cool to see all those Pokemon too, right? I think kind of both Heatran and Rillaboom were Pokemon we were surprised we didn't see more of on Friday, certainly making their impact here. And I'm just excited to see all the different ways trainers have composed teams around this Chien Pao. We've seen now 2 major tournament finals in a row at the North America International Championships and here at the World Championships that it's very, very effective.
It's certainly a huge ability, right? Being able to change some of those damage calculations, something that people, you know, really rely on when it comes to gameplay decision-making. Being able to break it down and say, you know what, I can switch in here and take that attack. Well, Chien Pao switches that up so nicely. And the fact that both trainers had it in finals, I think maybe we'd seen enough of it coming into Regulation D that it had already staked its claim as it has to be here. And you probably do want to either have a really, really good answer to it or just build around it and go for it.
Yeah, I think kind of it makes sense in some ways that Chien Pao and the Rapid Strike Urshifu wound up kind of being king here, where I guess when you think about it, physical attacks have always sort of dominated the video game championships, and the main tool to control that has always been the Intimidate ability. Well, these two Pokemon don't care about that, right? Where Chien Pao is going to lower your defense kind of no matter what you do, right? Its ability just exists on the field, and then, well, you can't intimidate a Pokemon that always critical hits.
Yeah, the critical hits from Surging Strikes definitely cause problems. You think when you switch in something like the Landorus, haha, I have got it. You absolutely don't. No, that is still going to be able to land so much damage on you, multiple hits. I thought the Rocky Helmet play was fun. I really enjoyed that we got to see some of that creativity and some of the ideas that people have been cooking up at home, bringing to the World Championship, saying, you know what, I'm going to take a look at something a little bit different and try and make those audacious plays. So really cool to see that. I think throughout top 8 as well, we had a nice mix of teams that showed that there was a lot to Regulation D. I hope we get to keep exploring it, because this is just really going to accelerate us into some great team building. We're going to have a bit more of a meta game to build around and pivot around. So for anyone watching at home, now is the time to start really getting involved.
Yeah, I think it's fun, too, because as good as all these teams and all these players were, right, I think this format is still not fully explored, right? I think everybody probably learned a lot from this. It'll be cool to see what they do in the future.
Yeah, there's so much action, but we have to remember that we have been here at the World Championships for 3 days, and now that all of the divisions are over, there's only one thing left to do. Get on down to the stage and present huge awards and huge congratulations to our finalists.
Championship Sunday has really lived up to the hype, right? We've seen so much Pokemon goodness this weekend, and we have even more slated in just a little bit in our closing ceremonies. But first, we have to shout out all the Pokemon video game trainers who competed this season here at the World Championships this weekend. Let's hear it for all those trainers. To help me present the awards to our heroes who fought to the end, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara, President and CEO of the Pokemon Company. Now, let's honor the finalists and champions that battled on stage today and present them with their trophies. First, congratulations to our video game junior finalist, Kohei Ukai. And a round of applause and congratulations now to our video game junior champion, Sora Ebisawa. Next up, our video game senior finalist, Robbie Shea. And now, give it up for our video game senior champion, Tomoya Ogawa. Tomoya Ogawa, everyone! And
And now, in our Masters division, our Video Game Masters finalist is Michael Kelsch. And a big round of applause for the Video Game Masters champion, Shohei Kimura! Let's give one final round of applause to all of these top trainers from the 2023 Pokemon video game season. Now, that's not all. This is Worlds, right? So we should finish strong with our closing ceremony. While we prepare for that, let's head back to our Analyst Lounge to wrap up the weekend.
Hello, hello, and welcome to the Analyst Lounge, where I am sitting here with other game experts to break down the action that we had this weekend at the Pokémon World Championships. We've got Ross Gilbert from the trading card game, Gabby Snyder from Pokemon Go, and we have Spraggles from Pokemon Unite. And I'm Rosemary Kelly to bring you through the VG action as well. But I want to get first thoughts. How was the weekend?
I mean, the weekend was fantastic. We had probably the most stacked top four we've ever seen. And the best thing about it was we had these three gigantic names, Azul Garcia Griego, Tord Reklev, Michael Pramawat. Yet none of them won. It was Vance Kelly, the underdog, in this stacked top four. The one name people weren't talking about came through and won with Mew v Max, which is a deck they keep printing really hard counters to. And Mew v Max is like, nah, mate, I'm good. I'm just going to go win Worlds.
Well, I mean, Mew, right? It's a Pokemon that can kind of do everything. So I feel like that's just so fitting for that deck in particular. But
You
Gabby,
have to hear about Mewtwo. It's
Oh.
great. If you like Mew, you're gonna love Mewtwo.
Is that like the unofficial sequel, official sequel?
I think it's pretty official.
I think that's pretty official also. And you know what? Spraggle's like, let's go to you next because Mewtwo, was that a factor this weekend?
Well, Mewtwo was not a factor this weekend because it's not yet allowed in competitive play. But let me tell you, it is on the ladder in Pokemon Unite, and it is an absolute menace. This weekend was incredible. I was screaming the entire time, which I normally do, but out of excitement, it was amazing. 28 teams from around the world showed up, and on day one, we have our top 8 by the end of it. And I can't do good mental math, but that's about 20 teams going home in one night. We were here till the wee hours of Friday night, and under those Friday night lights, one team had clear eyes, full hearts. They could not lose. North America's Luminosity. They head to our top 8. They have a flawless run, and they become the 2-time world champions for Pokemon Unite. It was insane.
That sounds incredible. We could hear the crowd for Pokemon Unite like all around the arena. You guys just had such hype games.
Like I said, I do a lot of yelling.
So maybe it wasn't the crowd, but you that we were hearing.
It was mostly me yelling all weekend. But yeah, it was a packed house. Japan had 2 teams in the top 4. They were the only region to do this, so everyone was very hyped.
Very hype indeed. Gabby, how about you? How are things going in Pokemon Go?
Well, all the screaming was not just you, provided it wasn't the wee hours of the morning, as I was also screaming my head off for Pokemon Go because every single match came down to frame-perfect execution by our trainers. And at the end of the day, we had 2 trainers who had actually faced off at a regional championship back in Portland in the United States,
facing off for the title of World Champion. It was just insane. Its Axon, though, took the crown home and was the first ever Pokemon Go trainer, and possibly even the first trainer ever to win a regional championship, a international championship, and the World Championships in Pokemon Go.
That's
he
amazing.
was the first, yes.
Yeah, that's historical.
It was very historical, which was fitting because I feel like we always talk about writing history for Pokemon Go. We don't have as much of a tenure as the TCG or the video game. I think we might be tied with Unite. So being able to close the chapter on yet another incredible year was truly exciting.
So can we all agree, though, that across the board for all games, this was the highest level of competition we've seen ever?
It was absolutely unbelievable. I mean, the teams were so good. You always wonder when you get players from all around the world that are competing in different player pools. There are bigger regions and smaller regions. What is going to show up? What is going to actually be one of the top regions or teams? Everyone came to play. Everyone was amazing. We had the most diverse top 8 you could have.
And we have a lot of tournaments in TCG. We've got regionals, we've got internationals, so we get to know the good players. And we know who's been winning these tournaments. And we were looking every round, especially in day 2, we're showing, just picking out a few notable players to watch, notable games to watch. Every single round had just stacked matchups. And I know there are people watching at home who were like, how could you not stream this particular game? And the answer is, yes, that looked amazing. We had a better one. I mean, we had Tord Reklev against Michael Pramwat in the top 4 of the World Championships. You cannot say no to that game.
No, I don't think you can go to that ever. And Tord looked like such a strong favorite, even entering into the final portions of your top cut. So how did Vance get it done?
Vance got it done because Mew is a ridiculous deck, and it's kind of funny. They print Mightyena, it's a phenomenal counter, people keep playing it. So they print Drapion, a phenomenal counter, people keep playing it. So recently they printed Spiritomb, which turns off Genesec's draw engine, a phenomenal counter. And it actually wasn't on the list of most played decks on day 1 or day 2. But it's still a ridiculous deck, and that's what Vance did. Vance is a very good player who brought Mew V Max, and apparently, even with all these very, very explicit counters being printed, it just cannot be stopped.
That sounds like it's going to be tough. It's gonna be tough to beat that.
It keeps winning. Every time you're there, it's at the top cut of every tournament. It won Japan National Championships, which, to be fair, was in the same format as World Championships, so that should have been a little bit instructive. I don't think the player base as a whole gave Mew the respect it deserved this weekend, and Vance came along and was like, brilliant, I'll just go and win Worlds with Mew, and it was. We saw Tord play phenomenally in the final, but sometimes Mew is just too powerful.
That sounds like it's going to have to figure out how we can beat it with Mewtwo, right? Maybe we see a Mewtwo
exactly what I'm saying here. There's a second one. You guys don't know about it.
As long as there's not a third, okay?
There might be. Hold on.
No.
Go back to 2012.
so.
In 2012, Mewtwo was absolutely wrecking the Pokemon TCG. I once did very well at a tournament purely on the basis that the set had been out for 11 days and I'd managed to get 3 Mewtwo EXs and most players hadn't. No skill, I just had more Mewtwo than the other players. So we've had our Mewtwo time, we've left it behind. Maybe it'll come back one day.
We have our Mewtwo time, and let me tell you, as someone who also has no skill, I can win with it. I do very well with it.
Maybe I should try.
I'm thinking the same, actually. I would love to get back into playing. But, we see Mew V Max continuing to dominate the competition, maybe in a bit of an unexpected way despite all the counters. But was the end predictions of the tournaments kind of what you expected over in Unite and Go?
Ooh, I'll take this one. I'll start this one off.
Means.
Pokemon Unite was wild. The former world champions came back somehow and won the entire thing again. And I know what you're thinking. Hey, they're the world champions. You might expect that they can win this thing again, but they had such a rocky road to get here. Very up and down in their region. They did not look like the former world champs at all. Then they show up here in Japan. They lose one game in their group stage to India, who looked amazing. They did not look good last year either. India looked amazing, but they take them down, and then somehow they become this monstrous team. They go from Mew to like a second Mew. they become even stronger. And they were just incredible. They beat every single team in the top 8 in every single game, and it wasn't particularly close.
Wow, surprising when I also heard maybe EU was one of the stronger regions heading into this one. Brazil also stepping up their game. Yeah, so interesting.
EU is an extremely strong region, and that was a huge upset. We had 4 incredible EU teams. I would say the EU team, Talibobo Believers, it's fun when you maybe don't follow the game and you hear something like Talibobo Believers. Talibobo Believers was probably favored to win here, and they were knocked out in group stage. They had the craziest group you could ever imagine, with another team that had an almost perfect record. They knock out Talibobo. It's the team from Brazil, 0-0 Nation. They don't make it too far into day 2, and it was just absolutely unbelievable. You could not have expected it to go this way.
That sounds like it was really off the cuff when it came down to how a bunch of these teams ended up performing in Unite, but it's really cool to see a back-to-back winner.
It's amazing, and I don't think you could ever predict it. You know, there's just so many factors that go into winning. I think it's almost impossible to assume that a team can do it twice. You have to go through your region, you have to go through a grueling group stage, and then you have to face off against all of these different strategies from around the world, whether it's strategies from Japan where they're very, very aggressive, taking fights all the time, or it's a more patient strategy from EU or something like that. It's just really impressive to see a team do that, and I think everyone was shocked with how amazing they looked.
Sounds like maybe they get the triple crown next year, maybe?
Ooh,
I don't
the
know.
Mew 3, I like that idea.
We have to wait and see on that one, but Gabby, there was also a ton of action in Go. You can break down the standings for us at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was really interesting because I think any of the people who made our top 8 here could have been the world champion, but it's Axon just had that consistency needed to win out. Shoutouts to Elche, who's in 4th on the standings. He actually made it to 4th place with only 5 Pokemon, which was absolutely insane. Also, it's Axon and Wadaj's match in the winners finals yesterday. That's why I was screaming a lot, because they were just playing so perfectly. Frame perfect execution every single time. And then Rubik's Master, he only lost to its Axon throughout the tournament. He won up until the winners semis yesterday, lost to its Axon, won his way back all the way through the loser's side of the bracket, made it to the grand finals, and then had an incredible set. So it is what it is, how the tournament played out. I really do think that anybody could have won. That's just how good these players were playing throughout the day. The other interesting thing I'd like to point out is the Pokemon picks. I think that in previous tournaments, the casters are asked, where's the spice? You know, what's the unexpected thing? What's the secret tech that's going to win this person the tournament? But if you look at these teams, the spice isn't necessarily the Pokemon, it's how they played the team. We saw a lot of people bring Metacham once again. Rubik's Master actually opted for a Deoxys defense form, which was a very unique counter user to fill that spot. But overall, I think these players were just focusing on the technicalities and focusing on execution, and it was just an incredible show.
Love to be able to hear that, especially because I feel like we had a very similar story when it came down to our trainers in the video game that we just saw conclude on stage. It was a lot of very particular Pokemon that you would have expected to see coming into the meta for this incredible tournament, but it did come down to some of the more unique tech choices. We ended up seeing like a Dondozo with Curse, that's incredibly rare, and also starting to see some of those unique techs like the Leaf Storm on a Moongus. That made a huge appearance at this tournament in particular. But as you can see from our final standings for our top 8, this is a top 8 that had incredible stories all across the board. Even Michael in the top 2, that's a new player. Abdullah was also a new player for this season. And being able to come in here and grab a top 8 at the World Championships was phenomenal for both of them. And I think all 8 of our players have incredibly bright futures ahead of them. But I also want to point out, in case you missed it, Japan got a full sweep across the board in juniors, seniors, and masters in their home country. That's incredible.
I'm honestly, it was incredible to watch because I think that in the video game in particular, Japanese players have always been insanely good. Their circuit really only promotes play towards the end of the year to qualify for the World Championships, and you can tell that they just really hunkered down and they figured out the meta, they figured out the formula, and I believe the winner as well, that was his team. You know, he was playing in grassroots tours, winning those tours, and people were like, oh, that's the Zine team. That's the team that's gonna win, and lo and behold, not only did it win, but it was its creator that brought it the glory. That's such an incredible storyline.
Yeah, it really is. And I feel like when you look at also, you know, to your point, how regions actually clash up against each other in the World Championships. I mean, Spriggles, you called out maybe some of the slower defensive play coming out from Europe, but what were some of the differences that you saw, Ross, in the TCG?
I mean, the thing about the TCG at the moment is there's an awful lot of information which is kind of shared around. A lot of people have a lot of the same information in terms of the team building, or the deck building, I should say, but we did see some interesting things. I mean, I need to shout out Michael Pramwat. Everyone was playing Lost Zone Giratina. That was a very popular deck this weekend. Michael Pramwat went and put Snorlax in there, and that was a card everybody's aware of, but nobody really seemed to want to play it, and that made a very, very big difference throughout the weekend. Tord Reklev, and we're talking about little differences here, but Tord Reklev played a Mirage Step Curlier, just one of those out of the 4, but every time we had Tord on stream, it seemed to be that this Mirage Step Curlier was the difference in actually just going ahead and winning the whole tournament. So, for TCG, we've had a format we've had for a while. A lot of the information is out there, and like I say, Japan, they've actually moved on from this format. They're playing with what will, for us, be Obsidian Flames in their tournaments at the moment, because they had the set when we had our pre-releases, but their sets go live the day they're released, which is a very mad scramble for cards. So they've actually moved on and then come slightly back in time, but because they've had their Japan Championships, again, that information, it's already out there. It was little plays and little cards here and there, but I am still obsessed by the fact that Mew won the Japan Championships and yet was underrepresented at Worlds while everybody's going on for Lost Zone Giratina, and it really was a very well-represented deck. Lugia saw a huge amount of play, as we would expect. Gardevoir was everywhere, and Tord's going to show us how good Gardevoir is. He got second at the EUIC with Gardevoir the first weekend it was legal for play. He's got second at the World Championships with Gardevoir, and he keeps coming so close, you know, winning these gigantic tournaments with Gardevoir. It's got to happen soon.
I think so. I mean, Tord has always been such a crowd favorite, not only because he's grabbed 4 international championships, like every single one.
He completed the set.
Yeah, now he needs that final in the Infinity Gauntlet to be able to grab the World Championship title too. So that is just around the corner. But, you know, you talk about tech choices, you talk about maybe not seeing some more interesting picks, but Spriggles, what about in Unite? Did you guys see any new team compositions that really allowed a team to find success?
Yeah, absolutely. There were a lot of Pokemon that played this weekend that have not been available throughout the tournament season. So you saw a lot of Umbreon, we saw a lot of Lapras, Inteleon, James Pond just came to Pokemon Unite, and that was a huge hit for a lot of these teams. I think the biggest difference maker was Lapras. Lapras is just so incredibly powerful right now. It's a defender in Pokemon Unite, so it's super tanky, and it also does a lot of damage. It has ways to recover its own health. It can have an ally hop on its back and ride it around. It can bring it to a big team fight. So it's really incredible, and it was a huge difference maker. But one of my absolute favorite things was just how every region found different Pokemon inside of their role that worked well for them. Some regions really favored Trevenant as a defender. Other regions really loved Zoroark as a speedster. So there was just some really incredible play from all over, and it does wonders to all the tier lists that someone like me makes, where you have to go, well, I guess I was wrong about Trevenant. Back to you.
Trevenant? Huh.
Well, I have a big question, though.
Okay.
Did anyone play Mamoswine? I didn't get to see much of it. Was there any Mamoswine, or is my pin badge in vain?
The only Mamoswine on broadcast is the one on your pin.
Aww.
I'm so sorry.
That's sad.
Yeah, it was very, very sad. I love Mamo. I love Mamoswine, but it doesn't stack up to some of the tougher opponents like Slowbro, Trevenant, Lapras. It's just really, I'm sorry, it's not there. It's not there. Please take the pin off.
Oh.
I'm not doing it.
Please take the pin off.
Gabby, you were going to say something.
I was. So Trevenant is in Unite. So that's where it went. Because Trevenant was in Go for a very long time. But then it just went somewhere.
We stole it.
Okay.
I think it went to EOS.
Okay, well, I'm glad I just know where it went because I was a little concerned. So hopefully he's having fun.
He's having a great time. He's got Woodhammer. He's doing his own thing. Yeah, he's loving it.
Okay, living his best life.
He's thriving on Eos Island. He loves it there.
Grass types seem to be like such a dominant part of metas whenever you take a look across the board. So you're talking about Trevenant. We end up seeing that a little bit in the TCG.
No.
Not really.
There was one Meowscarada day one.
Decidueye, like maybe like a cycle before.
Oh, if you go
Been
back
a
to when
while.
Forest of Giant Plants was legal, oh, grass decks were everywhere. That was a card that was definitely a mistake, and we know it was a mistake because they went and banned it. It was way too good. But there was a single Meowscarada in day one that didn't make day two, but did do all right. But if you want your grass representation, it's kind of that one Meowscarada.
I'll take it, honestly, because TCG is going to need to do it some justice because it disappeared from VGC and it got replaced by Rillaboom, which I'm not sure. I feel a certain way about that, honestly. But
You and the Gastrodon. I mean, I know that they've been around the venue all weekend, but I'm really concerned after seeing the Rillaboom make an appearance in finals. Can someone please confirm the Gastrodon are safe? We need to know.
They're safe.
They are? You
It
sure?
won.
Okay. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Good.
Well,
good.
don't worry. Like, yeah, you can breathe a little bit because it was Gastrodon, it was Sylveon in the Seniors Finals with such a unique team that people weren't expecting to see. A ton of the same roles that you would want, like a Fire, Water, Grass core, looking at Urshifu, and also a Zapdos, but Tailwind from Zapdos? Where's the Tornadus? Where's the Fluttermane?
You don't need it.
Just, I guess you don't.
No.
Nah, that's okay. Fluttermane's seen like 70% usage since the time that it was actually brought into our tournament circuit. I think everyone is excited to see that put on the shelf, like at least for a hot second. I think it'll still be around though for a while. I don't know though, like meta staples. Was there anything else that you felt like you were like, ah yeah, that we expected that?
You know, something that I found pretty interesting is halfway through our season, Venusaur came alive again. This is a Pokemon that when it came into Pokemon Unite, it's fine. And then as it went on, it started getting better and better, and all of a sudden people sort of discovered that Solar Beam Venusaur was a big thing in competitive play. Saw a lot of NA teams bring this out, and it was really, really powerful. I think it's always cool to see a Pokemon that you really don't expect for a while to be a big thing. All of a sudden, one player figures something out, and then every team tries to adopt this strategy. That's one of my favorite things, is when you see a big meta shift happen all of a sudden.
That has been super fun to see. And even when you saw like the meta shift in TCG though, like seeing Mew come back out on top, when you look forward though to something like Obsidian Flames coming in, what changes?
There's going to be a few changes. The one which I cannot quite make my mind up on is Charizard EX. Now, Charizard EX is on the front of the booster pack. Everyone is expecting it to be good. I have it on incredibly good authority that it is supposed to be good. It's still a stage 2, and I know Gardevoir's a stage 2, and Gardevoir does very well, but Gardevoir's got the Curlier with the built-in draw engine, and the Gardevoir, the single prize with the built-in draw engine. That's why Gardevoir's so good, because Gardevoir accelerates energy, and Curlier draws, and Gardevoir draws. Charizard does have a really good ability that accelerates energy on evolution, which is great. I don't know if we've got to that stage in the TCG yet, where stage 2s are quite good enough. But an awful lot, you know, my good friend, the lovely Joe Bernard, you know, sometimes casting with us, was with him over at EUIC. He told me rather bluntly I was wrong. I put Charizard way too low in my top 10 cards with Obsidian Flames. He thought I should be removed from casting for putting Patrol Hat above it. He might be right. I like Charizard. I am very concerned about whether it's going to survive as a stage 2 or not, but there are some very good players and some very clever people out there who are telling me that it really is going to survive. That's a big thing we're looking at from Obsidian Flames. For me, Sizzle. It is the most exciting card that I have seen in the Scarlet and Violet block so far. Single energy, 10 damage, plus 50 for each Pokemon with an ability on your opponent's side. Everyone has an ability right now. I will build around nothing but Sizzle for like 2 years from here now. It's going to be great.
I love it. I love that you're so passionate about Scissor, because we also looked at that Pokemon in the VGC. We're like, where could this fit? There's like a Bullet Punch. Maybe you can hit a Flutter Mane really fast for that super effective damage. But to go back to your Charizard point, that's a fire type. And I'm looking for hot takes right now. We're gonna do a quick round going down the line.
Rose, I have to interrupt you. It's a Terra-type Charizard. It's Darkness. I know that hurts your transition, but it is a Darkness type. Can we have some dark takes?
Yeah, I think we have to change the kind of takes.
takes.
I'm so sorry. He's right. We have to change the type of take. I'm hearing from production. Yeah, we're changing the takes.
Okay, Team Rocket takes. I like that one.
Yeah,
so
Team
we're gonna go quick down the line. I'm gonna ask some rapid fire questions. You guys are just gonna give an answer, and we're gonna get some good insight here. Okay? So, top performing Pokemon or card or whatever from each respective game. Go.
Mew.
Metacham.
Mewtwo.
Flutter Mane. Next, we're gonna go ahead and look at your personal pick that you thought was gonna win Worlds. Go.
Miraidon?
Altaria?
If it's a Pokemon, I would say maybe Inteleon, but if it was a team, Talibobo Believers.
I like that. You gave us 2 answers.
Yeah.
I'll give you extra credit for that one.
Thank you so much. I really need it. My grades are terrible.
I think you're doing just fine for yourself.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. We're gonna keep going with the questions now. Let's see. VG. I lost my train of thought actually.
What you thought was going to win?
Right.
Oh, that's
Thank
a
you for
good
the
one.
reminder.
Yeah.
It's a good question. Thank you. Flutter Mane is the obvious one, but I was also thinking maybe we would end up seeing something like a Regidrago. Didn't happen though. Oh well. Next year. Okay. Region. Which region did you think was going to take it?
EU. We got taught.
US. There were just so many strong players, and so many of the regionals were stacked in the US region this year. I felt like it just was going to happen.
EU, NA, or Japan. 3 answers. Come on, where's my credit?
That's like the whole world.
Now you're just
Hold
farming
on a
the
second.
system.
I
Yeah,
just
wait a
need
minute.
Credit. Don't take credit away from me.
I've narrowed it down to
So
one planet.
Please.
Earth.
Yeah, we're going to do well, Earth. I think we're going to crush Pokemon Unite.
I like that. I can't give you credit for that one.
I understand, yeah.
You're spread a
I'm
little too
cheating at
thin
this
there.
point,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're gaming the system
I think
like
I am.
that. Just like Mewtwo. But we're also going to look at NA on our side. I think actually there was a strong case across the board, but most of our analysts on the VG side did say Japan. So I'm going to give a ton of credit to them for making that call so early on in the tournament. We are just a few seconds away, though, from being able to get to our closing ceremony. So thank you so much to our lovely analysts and for everybody else on the team to make this production happen. Let's close out strong here at the 2023 Pokémon World Championships with our closing ceremony.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road.
Where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me.
I'll be walking
where everyone can see. I'll be walking.
that I'm the best to ever be.
I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric.
I'll be a legend.
Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
Victory Road.
Victory Road. How hype was that? Are you ready? Closing ceremony start now. We want to thank every one of you for joining us this week. What a splendid experience to relive some of these moments that I know we will all cherish for years to come. Now I know everyone is eager to hear about what's coming next in the world of Pokemon, particularly for our competitive players. So let's bring back out the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Congratulations again to all our new world champions.
またここ横浜で世界大会に参加していただいた皆さん、お家でご覧の皆さん、ありがとうございます。
Thank you everyone for taking part in our world championships here in Yokohama or watching from home.
そして今年のイベントを実現させたスタッフの皆さんにも心から感謝です。
And of course, my most heartfelt thanks to all of our staff who have made this event possible.
さて、開会式の時にお約束したポケモンの最新情報です。まずはポケモンユナイト。
Now, as we promised in the opening ceremonies, we'd like to share some news with you. Let's start with Pokemon Unite.
ユナイトのリリースから2年が経ち、ユナイトのコミュニティの驚くべき進化を目にしてきました。
In the 2 years since the release of Pokemon Unite, it's been incredible to witness the evolution of its community.
昨日の決勝戦ではチームの連帯と応援する皆さんの熱量にこのゲームの未来がこれからどうなるのかとてもワクワクしました。
The amazing teamwork from the players and the enthusiastic cheering from the audience in yesterday's grand finals made me very excited for the future of this game.
では最新情報をご覧ください。
So here's a preview of what's to come.
バシャーモ、ミミッキュ、マスカーニャが参戦します。
Blaziken, Mimikyu, and Meowscarada will join the fray.
いずれかのポケモンが来年の世界大会で活躍するかもしれません。
And one of these Pokemon may make the winning play in next year's World Championships.
次はポケモンカードゲームの最新情報です。
And now, news for the Pokemon trading card game.
今年ポケモンカードゲームはパルデア地方に足を踏み入れました。未知の領域で私たちの冒険を待ち受けているものは何か、どうぞご覧ください。
This year, the Pokemon trading card game took its first steps into the Paldea region. With uncharted areas to explore, let's take a look towards what lies next in our adventures.
なんとエーススペックが再登場です。
That's right, Ace Spec is returning.
さらに古代と未来からのポケモンが登場します。皆さんがどのようにそれらを使いこなすのか、とても楽しみです。
And as you saw, ancient and future Pokemon are also on the way. We can't wait to see how you will use them.
ゲームの最新作ポケットモンスタースカーレットとバイオレットは世界中のプレイヤーをパルデアの世界で繰り広げられるエキサイティングな冒険に連れ出しました。
The latest entry into the Pokemon video game series, Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, have taken players from all over the world on an exciting journey throughout the Paldea region.
追加コンテンツゼロの秘宝が配信されると冒険の範囲がさらに広がります。
And there's going to be even more to explore when the hidden treasure of Area Zero DLC releases.
どうぞご覧ください。
Please take a look at this.
新登場するポケモン、再登場のポケモン、新しい技、新しいテラスタイプ、本当に盛りだくさんです。ポケットモンスター、スカーレット、バイオレットはまだまだ進化しています。
There's new and returning Pokemon, new moves, a new Terra type, and much more. The Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet experience continues to evolve.
追加コンテンツゼロの秘宝がいよいよ来月13日に配信されますので、ぜひこれらの追加要素を楽しんでください。
We truly hope you enjoy these new additions when the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero DLC releases on September 13th.
さて、最後のニュースになります。
And now for our final announcement.
ポケモンの最新情報は以上ですが、皆さんがおそらくまだ気になっていることをここで発表したいと思います。
We've shared the latest news about Pokemon with you, but now I'd like to reveal the one thing that you are all still probably wondering about.
それは2024年の世界大会の開催地です。
The location of next year's World Championships.
映像は
Video? Video?
Ui, he leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho'aku no.
「来年はハワイのホノルルで皆さんにお会いできるのを大変楽しみにしています。
We can't wait to see everyone in Honolulu next year.
今、ハワイのマウイ島で大規模な山火事の発生により甚大な被害が出ています。被災者の皆様には心よりお見舞い申し上げます。
Devastating wildfires have severely impacted the people of Hawaii and the island of Maui, and our heartfelt sympathies go out to everyone who has been affected.
ハワイとポケモンには特別なつながりがあります。ハワイの人々がこのような困難に直面した今、私たちにどのようなことができるか、引き続き真剣に考え行動していきたいと思います。
Hawaii and Pokemon have a special connection. We are looking into actions we can take to be of assistance during these trying times.
皆さん、いつもポケモンを応援していただいて本当にありがとうございます。皆さんの幸せとご活躍をお祈りしています。来年またお会いしましょう。
Thank you everyone for always supporting Pokemon, and I wish you all the very best. I look forward to seeing you next year.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
The 2023 Pokémon World Championships have come to a close, concluding a weekend filled with excitement and enjoyment across all titles. The newly crowned world champions can revel in their achievement and take pride that they have cemented their place in history. It was an honor to bring this event to Yokohama, Japan, and we eagerly anticipate the opportunity to gather together once more. Thank you all for being part of this remarkable experience. I hope you have a wonderful night. Farewell for now.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking, I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking, I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride, I'ma hold my head up high.
Make 'em stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road,
Where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me.
I'll be walking
where everyone can see.
I'll be walking